Well, hello everyone, and welcome into our program tonight, D&C. Well, that of course is Dic and Constance. They're coming out of South Carolina, and they are former Jehovah's Witnesses. And boy, they have got a rockin' awesome program tonight. Now, you remember Dena? Well, she's from Ecuador, and she's been all over the six screens in the last month. And boy, she has quite the story to tell. So Dic and Constance have her coming on the program tonight. So we're really looking forward to it. I do not see. I do not see here on my. On my. I don't see her in the backstage. So we'll see what happens. So, anyways, Dic and Constance, you're on with us.
We certainly are.
Yeah. Yeah, so there you are, Dic and Constance. So we were to bring. Well, I didn't send her. I didn't send her a link. I forgot that she was coming on your program. So maybe I should send her a link. So you guys go ahead and talk a little bit, and I'll get a link off to her.
Yeah, that's what she just said, Rick. She needs a link. She just.
All right. Well, okay. I'll get her a link. So let's do that. You guys just go ahead and keep talking a little bit, and I'll get that link up.
All righty. Well, I thank you. I thank everybody for hanging in there with us and try to work out some of the kinks. As I alluded to a few minutes ago, we get Dena on, and she's an expert in neurolinguistic programming. And she's from, as Rick just mentioned, she's from Ecuador. And I'd like to open it up this way. There are many, many avenues for people to get information on the Watchtower. How despicable they are, the lies that they've told, the false prophecies, the money grabbing, the swindles. They have done a lot. And yet Jehovah's Witnesses, even though they hear these things, they won't believe it, or they tell us that we're apostates. But as Rick says, they build a firewall around their beliefs. And our guest tonight, Dena, is going to help tear down those walls, those firewalls that are around their beliefs. Now, there's been a lot of really bad press that the JWs has gotten over the last century. And I just want to go over some of them. I started writing them down, and I've got up to like 2 pages of it, about 80 different things that they've done wrong and said wrong. But obviously I don't have enough hours, in my program to do it all. So I just came down to 15 of them. And when Rick was ranting a little earlier this evening on JW World News, he touched a lot of them. So some of the stuff that you're going to hear from me right now is kind of redundant. But these are the things that have been proven, beyond a doubt, that the Watchtower has been involved in things that they have done. I'm going to start off with Russell. Who really was Russell? Well, he was a divorced man. He was a man that was a pedophile. He was messing around with a 14-year-old girl sexually. And as I mentioned earlier, that's not a secret. It's in his divorce trial. It's public record. We're not irate apostates throwing lies around as they claim. And he was also a con man. He was a man that sold to Jehovah's Witnesses and anybody else that would listen to him miracle wheat.
Hello.
They paid like $3 or $4 more per bushel for this miracle wheat back in, I don't know, the 30s, I think. And it wasn't miracle wheat at all. As a matter of fact, it was very poor quality wheat. So they used one man. And I saw just recently Stephen Lett, who's a governing body member, and he has a Masonic signature ring on. And all the other governing body members obviously have seen it. And we know what kind of an organization the Masons are. Very clandestine, secretive organization.
Well, Dic, we have Dena on with us from Ecuador. We have Dena on here with us. So she's here. So what would you like to say to her?
Welcome to the show. I've already gone over this. Hi, Dena. I've already gone over this with Dena, so she's already heard of some of the 15 things that I was just going to bring out. Mm-hmm. What I'm trying to say is there's a lot of bad press out there of the Jehovah's Witnesses, and still people stay in. We've heard about Jehovah's Witnesses don't have any political involvement. Yet Rutherford was writing to Chancellor Hitler. He was the president, so to speak, of Germany during World War II. We've heard about the 16 false prophets, about the end of the world at Armageddon. We've heard about Besserine being titled to the saints of old. They haven't come back yet. They've sold off Besserine. We have heard about the Watchtower being an NGO, a non-governmental organization of the Watchtower. And 4,000 times in their literature, the Jehovah's Witness called the UN the harlot, and yet they're writing on the back of the harlot. I think we caught that last week with one of the guests on 6 screens. They have investments in tobacco and defense contractors. They cover up pedophiles. We know that from the Royal Commission. Jeffrey Jackson said it was presumptuous of Jehovah's Witnesses to believe that only Jehovah's Witnesses have God's approval. And we know that one time they just said there's only one channel that God is using, or Jehovah is using, and that's the Watchtower. We know there's changing policies on blood transfusions. We know that they're selling our kingdom halls to Christendom. There's crucifixes up on the buildings that were dedicated to Jehovah. We all know that. It's unquestionable. There's many lawsuits against the Watchtower, and they're being banned in many countries. There's many books are in print exposing the hypocrisy, fraud, the lies, the corruption of Watchtower. Books like Crisis of Conscience, 50 Years of Watchtower Slave, Index of Watchtower Errors, Kingdom of the Cults, Reluctant Apostate, etc., etc., etc. There's so many out there. And these books are not apostate lies, because if they were lies, the Watchtower would have sued. They're really big on suing for slander, and they're not suing any of these book publishers, other writers, or 6 screens, or anything like that, because what we're saying is true. Also, for the JWs out there that maybe listen tonight, there's many YouTube videos. In this platform, 6 screens of the Watchtower shines a very bright light into the corruption of a false prophet. When all the undisputed evidence, the Watchtower is a cult, why do people still stay? We're going to be asking Dena that in a moment. So why do so many JWs stay in only to be financially, sexually, and spiritually abused? Our guest will explain how the mind control cult works and the deceptive practices. Welcome, Dena. There you are. I see you on my microphone. I think you can be a delay. There you are. How are you, Dena?
I am doing great tonight. I'm doing great. We've got a lot to cover. And, it's true. With all of the evidence, the things that you mentioned on that list, why did people stay in? How do they keep hooking people, right?
Absolutely. How do they do it?
You want me to just start talking?
Please do.
All right. So how do they keep their hooks in people? How is it that with all of the evidence out there that people still stay and people still join? So I kind of thought we would start a little bit with how it is that they keep people in, some of the ways that they use to control people, which makes it so hard for people to leave. So one of manipulation is what it is. One of the first things that they use to keep their hooks in people is actually repetition. So repetition really keeps the mind kind of on track. It keeps it from diverting or anything like that. And think about how effectively the Watchtower cult uses repetition. How many thousands of times did we see pictures of Armageddon? You know, how many times a week, how much time a week did we have to dedicate to the religion? So you got 2 meetings a week that you have to go to and prepare for. We're supposed to what? Pray 3 or 4 times a day, pray before you eat, pray before you go to bed. You're supposed to read the daily text. You're supposed to read the Bible daily. You're supposed to do personal study. You're supposed to go out in service. I mean, seriously, think about the amount of repetition that helps reinforce the brainwashing that the cult gives. Encouraging commenting. Even commenting at the meetings is another huge manipulation technique because you're hearing it, you study it, you look at it, and then you repeat it back out. That's one of the way that they use to manipulate. What else? Well, how about this? Isolation. They take being no part of the world to an extreme. Obviously, we're not allowed to make any sort of friends or anything like that in the world. But there's also what I call kind of like cultural manipulation too. So not only are we socially isolated from everybody, but we're culturally isolated from anything that's other than the JW culture too. We're not allowed to participate in things like, so even if we weren't socially, if we were still socially isolated from the world, but we still did cultural things like maybe Mother's Day or Father's Day or, Veterans Day, Memorial Day. All of those things are kind of connect you to a culture. And every culture has something that's a little bit different, but the JW severs that too. So between using the tools of repetition and using isolation, those are two manipulation techniques that they've got down to a science. What else? All right. Well, we could also start talking about word manipulation, literally using manipulation and hypnosis in the literature. For example, they're always saying things like, clearly, we want to use our Bible trained conscience to make Jehovah happy, don't we? All right, so that phrasing right there is like straight out of Hypnosis 101. Anytime somebody starts off a sentence with words like clearly, obviously, of course, surely, all spiritual people would, those are what we call those are presuppositions. It's a word that presupposes agreement before a statement has even been said. So it really messes with the mind. When you say something like clearly, they've already prepped the brain right there to automatically accept whatever the next sentence is, and you don't even know what it is yet. Highly, highly manipulative. So clearly, we would want to protect our spirituality, don't we? Or wouldn't we? And then the question at the end, how it kind of wraps back in and automatically makes us agree. You're almost nodding with it before you even know. And they are just absolute 100% experts at the verbal manipulation, not just in the written literature, but also in talk outlines that brothers are given, in public speaking, straight out of Hypnosis 101. How about something else? Punishment. So that's another manipulation technique that the Watchtower organization uses to keep people in. People are afraid. They're afraid of what they might lose. They're afraid of losing family. They're afraid of losing their friends. They're afraid of losing everlasting life, maybe. Fear is a very powerful motivator for manipulation because it has to do with your own safety. Fear is closely related to safety. So when that emotion is triggered up in people, it really does tend to shut down the mind, so they're not really thinking as clearly, they're not rationally thinking, they're in a very reactive mode. And people that are in a fear zone are a whole lot harder to they're easier to control. It's harder to get out when you're in that fear zone. All right, what's another technique or another thing that gives them control over people? Actually, you know what? The very fact that they are considered a spiritual authority also works in their advantage, because humans in general have a tendency to want to follow an authority. Some of us might have some rebellious tendencies, but it also depends on how strong that authority is. It might be easier to rebel against a teacher or maybe a boss at work or something like that, because while they do have authority, somebody who's in the position of spiritual leader carries a lot more weight, because that authority works with the mind to make us feel like they're responsible for us, and we have a natural tendency to usually want to follow the leader. So those are some of the techniques that the Watchtower uses to keep people to keep people trapped. Should I keep talking? Should I keep talking about something else now?
No, you're doing fine. We're going to be opening it up after you finish what you're saying. We'll star six if anyone wants to talk to you about what you just mentioned. Thank you.
Okay. I know we were also talking about too is why is it so hard to break free? Well, we went over some of the manipulation techniques that they use, but those manipulation techniques only work because they're like gears that work in the mind. So the mind is really the other side of the equation. Sometimes our mind itself can be our own worst enemy, because once we've set our programming in, whether it's religious programming or life programming, our belief systems, they run on autopilot. We're not even conscious of the beliefs that we have in our mind that we're just operating off of. So it's hard to break out of a cult when you're not even fully 100% aware of the programming that you're just going follow la la follow la la follow la la la. You're just kind of going about life, and that makes it hard to make a change. I mentioned when we were talking about the manipulation that they use the sense of authority, and it works on both sides. Not only do they use that sense of authority, but our own human desire to want to follow somebody is also part of the reason why it's so hard for people to break out. And then the whole way that our structure and society is set up, people have a tendency to prefer being comfortable to trying something new, to going out into the unknown. So even if somebody recognizes that it's not the truth, it's a cult, even when they start recognizing that, the unknown, the fear of the unknown is sometimes even more overwhelming than being comfortably wrong, if that makes sense.
Well, it does. It does. All right. Anybody out there want to ask Dena a question? Star 6.
I have a question.
Please.
Okay. The biggest, I don't know. So being programmed all our lives about the end times, about the great tribulation that's coming, about everything from Revelation, and then now they have the go bags and all that, and then we actually are hearing all this talk about a new world order. We're hearing all this talk about, a one world government. All this stuff that we tried to reject but now we're hearing it again. And how do we? I have not been able to process this because, even though I don't believe what they say, but the thing is, I'm seeing some of what they said.
Okay, so that was another topic that I wanted to specifically talk about. Why do people struggle after they get out? So first, I'm going to explain why that's happening to you. So logically, you might believe that it's not the right organization. Logically, we debunk the truth. But there's a difference between being logically free and being emotionally free. So what happens is, as the Watchtower uses this brainwashing of repeated images, Armageddon pictures, dead bodies in the street with birds eating out people's eyes, it creates the emotion of fear in us that's attached to this concept. So when we decide we don't believe in Armageddon anymore, we logically know that, but in the emotional side of the brain, we have not disconnected the emotion from the idea. So we have a right brain and we have a left brain. The side of the left brain is what is responsible for logic, reason, fact, data. And as adults in society, culture tends to impose on us using that side of the brain more, okay? Right? We work in a logic side of the world. We go to work, we pay the bills, we're using our left side of the brain. But most of the power of what moves us to make decisions and everything is actually in the right side of the brain, which is the emotional side of the brain. Things that come up like fear is closely related to self-preservation. So when we see something that happens in the world, earthquake, we hear talk about the New World Order, all of these kinds of things, our brain is able to say, I don't know if I really believe that. But the other side, the emotional part of the brain goes, danger, danger, danger. Okay, so we need to start reprogramming that emotion. We need to take control of our own emotional state, and that needs to be reprogrammed because we have been conditioned to respond that way. Most of the rest of the world is not panicking when they hear news like that. It's people that come from high control religions, not just Jehovah's Witnesses, but even other religions that believe in hell, maybe, even a lot of biblical religion, any Christianity that's based on the religion will have some degree of having heard the word Armageddon and believe that God is going to step in. Obviously, Jehovah's Witnesses and some other religions more than others, but we have to start reprogramming that emotion. So does that make sense? Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, it does, but how do I do that?
Okay.
I don't reprogram that.
Okay. So there's a simple technique that you can do at home. Okay. So as we've logically decided that factually it doesn't make sense to believe in Armageddon, let's start thinking about the emotion, which is probably fear. Is that probably what it is?
I honestly do not. I don't know. All I know is that when I hear these things and I see these things that are happening, and I start thinking maybe they do have something. inside information. Maybe they are part of this new world order, and maybe the people that are part of this organization are going to get some type of special treatment, whereas the rest of us are going to suffer because we're not involved in this religion, but they happen to be a part of the Illuminati, or maybe whoever's running the world, and whatever the hell this reset that's going on is. You know, it's just really confusing because there's just so many unknown and so many questions that I don't even know if it's emotional. I think it's kind of, I don't even know. I honestly don't know.
No, actually, I would agree with you. From after hearing you talk about that, it doesn't sound like there's a ton of emotion there. What it sounds like to me is that you have not completely deprogrammed the belief in Armageddon. Here's how the brain creates a belief. We create a belief. Usually, critical reasoning doesn't come in when we're accepting something from an authority figure. So the first authority figures in life are usually parents. When a baby is born, whatever the parent said just bypasses any sort of critical reasoning kind of feature of the brain. When an authority says something, a belief just goes straight into your brain. So if a mother says, fire's hot, fire's dangerous, don't touch, a baby doesn't use critical thinking. The belief just goes straight in the head. Then the brain's job is to protect that belief by keeping it safe. It's like a firewall. It's a safety mechanism so that you can literally keep that belief intact no matter what evidence is presented to you. The brain will look for ways to prove that the belief is true. That's why Jehovah's Witnesses, every time there's a natural disaster, every time something happens in the news, they are immediately like, oh, see, the end. See, here's the end. Here's the end. You see, it's because their brain is filtering for truth. They could see a million good things, and the only thing they're going to see is what backs up their belief in Armageddon. Yours doesn't seem to be that extreme anymore, but it's still there, because if you're still thinking that there's an end of the world coming and your brain is seeing proof, it's because somehow you still believe that. All right, so let's talk about that belief. Who says the end of the world is coming?
World.
Jehovah's Witnesses?
World.
Jehovah's Witnesses are the one that taught that, right?
They did. But they're a new world order, though. They talked about a new world order.
Uh-huh.
Right? And a new system of things.
Right. So if the Jehovah's Witnesses believe in that and everything else that they believe is false, why would that one thing be true?
It shouldn't be. Honestly, it shouldn't be. And I'm ashamed and embarrassed. I'm embarrassed that I actually...
No, of course not. Because you know what? We don't know how to deprogram ourselves. We don't know how to recognize in ourselves whether we still have ties to some of those beliefs. It's easy for us to say, oh yeah, I don't believe that anymore. But here's how you know. When you start doubting yourself, you can automatically know that there's still some programming in there. So, okay, they're part of the Illuminati. They're part of the One World Order. But look at how many lies they've told. Look at how many things they've said that have been absolutely 100% false. So if they've said so many falsehoods and there's so much proof out there that they're nothing but a bunch of liars, why would this part be true? Right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, it's yes, right, correct.
Exactly. If they tell us, if 99% of what they're saying is a lie, why would this one little piece still be true? That doesn't make sense. If it's full of so much lies, then we should really live ourselves free of that. You know, there's another thing to think about too. about fearing something happening. Is it really useful to fear what might happen? A one world order, a global catastrophe? Does it really help, even if it were true? Does it really help to be in fear of that? Honestly, what are we going to do about it anyway?
Oh no, I agree. I actually, to be honest, I don't fear it. I accept whatever fate comes my way, and I will do everything in my power to protect mine and people that I love, and I am very well prepared for that. But the thing is, it's just what you does. I would really like to be able to do what you're talking about with this neurolinguistic stuff and get rid of these thoughts, and that. So I'm gonna keep listening to you. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in.
Rethink all of that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for calling in. Do we have another call in?
Marcy, Dena?
Yeah.
That brother that you were just talking to, you might want to give him, if you're willing, give me your phone number and maybe he could call you and get some help. Tell me
You know what I did? I put my email on the screen. So everybody has my email and everybody can see how to get a hold of me.
Alrighty, *6.
Hey,
Got a question?
Am I speaking to the one? Am I speaking to Deanna, the one and only?
Hello.
This is Gigi. Hey, what a great honor.
Hey, hi. How are you?
Good. And hey, I told Rick in the previous show, and it goes here. And I don't mean it as a criticism on anybody, because I empathize with all the Jehovah's Witnesses that are suffering when they leave. But I've noticed, I've been saying this for years, that Watchtower has set everybody up for failure.
Oh, for sure.
Mm-hmm. And so when you leave, they're a vindictive organization, so they'll even punish you after you leave.
Oh, for sure.
So that also, and the reason they do that is because I told Rick, I'm just going to use 3 examples: Moses, John the Baptist, and Paul. You see, they had an they had an awakening. They were like, their world came crumbling down. Their whole worldview, everything that they believed, crashed and burned. And then I told Rick, then the bell rang, like if you were in a heavyweight fight, and that's when the real battle begins.
Yeah. So
all I'm saying is, you don't have to believe in God, or you have to believe in religion. But what I'm trying to say is that you can allow yourself to be forgiven for the first 10, 20, 30, 40 years of your life, because everybody was on training mode. But the day that you learn the truth about the truth, the day that you learn Watchtower is a lie, then the fight begins. And a lot of ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, they get knocked out in the first seconds of the first round.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to say is, if you look at it from a different perspective, that you were trained for this heavyweight match. You were trained for this moment in time. And I will give this to Watchtower. Watchtower trained you. They gave you the theocratic ministry school. You're supposed to read the Bible every week. Mm-hmm. So when you learn that the Jewish leaders are full of every bad thing and demonic thing, like John the Baptist did, when Moses figured out that his Egyptian family was bad to the bone, and the same thing with Paul. When they learn the truth about the truth, now it's time not to cry, but to say, okay, I have been prepared for this. I have been warned that they went and killed everybody before me. What makes you think they're not going to try to kill me by disfellowshipping me, separating me from my wife, family, children?
Yeah.
I think that's what I get from learning the truth about the truth. And I was ready. I mean, I didn't cry me a river. I was like, all right, it's showtime.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think that, looking at it from that perspective, you don't become a victim.
Right.
like shame on you. What is it? Shame. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
And now I do that because I'm, it's a masculinity in me, the toxic masculinity in me. But I mean, what do you think about that? I mean, do you think, that's a good attitude to have? Like forgive yourself in the in those years. But right now, as an adult, now's not a time to be feeling sorry for yourself. Now's a time to be building and fighting back. And sometimes fighting back is just living a very happy and successful life.
Exactly. I think that there's a lot of people. Let me see, how do I put this the easiest way? I think there's a lot of people who, when they get out too, they end up feeling anger because of all the lost years, the anger at being misled, anger that they believed in it, frustration that maybe they didn't get out sooner. And that's not necessarily very helpful when it comes to moving forward. You know what? The truth is, they were master manipulators. And when you chose to believe the religion, whether you were born into it or whether you learned it after the fact, if you chose to believe it, it's because they were master manipulators and they used your mind against you. So cut yourself some slack. Forgive yourself for falling for it. Forgive yourself for believing it. Forgive yourself for not waking up sooner. You couldn't. You were brainwashed because you were in a cult. So now that you're out, you have to take full advantage of the freedom that you have now. Because, I lost 38 years in the religion. I can't afford to spend 10 years in the anger phase. I need to live my life. I want to hurry up. I want to accelerate my learning and my thriving on the outside world because I already lost too much. So our attitude is everything. Our attitude determines our circumstances. Our attitude determines how much we enjoy this new freedom that we have. So it's super, super important to focus on our emotions and focus on how much we're moving forward. Like you said, cut ourselves some slack, forgive ourselves for not doing what we wish we could have, should have, would have. That's all under the bridge. We have now. Focus on now so that you can create a new future.
Right. Because my grandfather, Mexican grandfather, with the serape and the straw in his mouth, old Mexican guy, and he would tell us, and we thought he was joking, but we didn't know he was so wise, because he would say, half the world is trying to screw you. In Spanish, it would use a different word. He goes, and the other half is avoiding the first half.
Yeah.
And I find out that it's so true. Is that, I lived the first half of my life being manipulated by that other half, and so, you have to run away. You have to be like the rest of us. You have to be running away from the people that are trying to take advantage of you. And he simplified it. Like there really is two types of people. One that's trying to put you in chains, and one that's trying to free you. And let's go hang out with the people that try to free us.
Yeah. Well, and then the other thing to remember too is that the brain is going to see what you want it to see, according to what your beliefs are. So if you believe that half the world is out there to manipulate you, you're going to see it. That's what you're going to find. That's what the brain's going to focus on. Or you can choose to focus on the ones that are empowering and freeing. If you believe that the world is empowering, you're going to find and create more of those opportunities for yourself too.
Right. And the last thing I'll leave you with is, man, I just had it, and I.
Do you hate that when that happens?
Yeah, I hate it when it happens. I'm so glad you're on. But I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it was nice talking to you. I know we've chatted back and forth before, but nice talking to you in person.
Okay. Oh, you too. All right, bye.
Bye-bye. Do we have another call in?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello.
Bill? Yeah, can I speak?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just want to say thank you. I'm a third generation, but according to JW definition, I'm first generation.
Mm-hmm.
In their definition generation. But what I wanted to mention was that the thing about the anger and like, after you kind of like discover that, the the man behind the curtain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of struggled with that for a while, but then, it's still kind of triggering every now and then. But I also kind of have a little bit of forgiveness for those that are addicted to the power drug. I think that like the people at the top are just, when you, power over 8 million people is a hell of a drug. It's kind of like being addicted to some very strong, drug or something.
It's true. It's true.
So, but what I was, what I'm like currently going through is like, how much can I really like, share with others without getting alienated, and that's probably the hardest thing, is because I don't want to be alienated by, any family members or, I mean, some know about it, but like, I'm not trying to alienate myself from people that I've known and struggling with that right now. So, yeah.
Okay. So,
But,
so you still have family that's in?
yeah, but barely. I mean, yeah, I do, but like not many.
Okay. So I wanted to talk about this too. I wanted to talk about some tips for helping other people wake up, tips for fading and stuff like that. So I think one of the most important things to do, whether you're open about your fading or whether you're being quiet about your fading, is the way you act. Everybody assumes that when somebody leaves the organization, we are going to lose Jehovah's Holy Spirit. We're going to become drug addicts and we're going to fall on our faces and we're going to be absolutely miserable. Like all of those pictures that we've seen in Watchtowers of people in the world, right?
Exactly.
Probably the best witness that you can give to them as an apostate is to be happier than you have ever been. It is to smile more than you've ever smiled and laugh more than you've ever laughed, and just absolutely show them by example that you are actually really having the best life as possible. I think if we come out and we're bitter, we're angry, we're depressed, we're scared of hurting them, all of those emotions are, you can feel them. And people don't always know why. So if you're angry about time lost in the religion, they could easily, the only thing they're going to interpret is anger. They're not going to know why. All they're going to know is, "Ooh, he's angry. He's angry at something. I can sense it on him." And they're not going to understand why the anger is. So it's going to be easy for them to say, "Oh, you know what? He's angry because he's lost Jehovah's Spirit." You see how they're going to justify the anger in their mind? You see how they're going to, so if you get depressed when you leave the organization, if you get depressed because you don't have the friends, because of your future, you're depressed because of that. All they know is, all they register is depression. And so what's the first thing they go? "Oh, well, you know what? He's depressed because he's not serving Jehovah anymore. Woohoo, see how smart we are?" So our emotions that we portray to people as we're going out, I think are probably the greatest, I'm not going to say witness, they're probably the greatest testimony that we could give. Because being a bright light, laughing, having a great life, that's probably the best attention grabbing thing that you can probably do.
Well, that sounds like great advice, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, thanks for calling in. Did you have any other questions?
Yeah. That's it for me. Thank you.
Okay.
Hey, Dena?
Yeah.
I remembered, and it's very important, because I remembered, and I just want to get it out. This is GT again. What I learned about the truth about the truth, and I preach it all the time, that you have to get rid of this competing, because in the reasoning book, it would say, when you're talking to Dena, ask her this question, and when she finishes answering, reply with this.
Right.
So programmed us to always be right. And so a lot of times I see these ex-Jehovah's Witnesses, and then they become Bible scholars. They're at it again. And like, for example, you and your show, and I may disagree with you on something, but I tell myself, that's good. I literally have trained my brain to say, Gilbert, stop competing. Because if I compete with you, I'm not your brother. But if I let you, and I just listen to you, then I can treat you like a brother-sister relationship. And I think that's the way it's supposed to be. And I think with that reasoning book is a perfect example of how Jehovah's Witnesses have trained their people to always be right, never say they're sorry, never apologize. And that is one of the greatest things that I have been able to like constantly tell myself, stop doing that. You know, even though my voting ballot says Gilbert is right, you know, but it's okay to be right sometimes. But I've noticed that it'll destroy friendships, it'll destroy marriages, it'll destroy relationships with
Absolutely. Absolutely. They trained us too that our way of thinking is the only way of thinking, and any other thinking leads to death.
Correct.
All right. So then we now have like this task. We have this responsibility of the other person's life on our shoulders to convince them to believe the way that we believe. And that's a horrible strategy for having friendships out here in our new life. You know what? I don't care what the other person believes anymore. It's none of my business what the other person believes anymore. I can say what I believe, and they can believe something completely different, and more power to you, because I don't have the responsibility to convert people anymore. I think that's a skill that we do need to unlearn, because we, like you said, we were taught from the reasoning book conversation stoppers, how to overcome conversation stoppers, how to keep going. I mean, we were like the kings of rejection because we're just don't take no for an answer. All right, so you should probably go into sales, but as far as friendships go, in the world, it is completely acceptable to not agree with somebody. There's no need to convince anybody of anything. It doesn't matter what somebody else believes.
See, so what I've learned, just to add to that, is to share. So if, say, for example, I believe in God or Jesus, I'm not going to be like, be preachy. But if you and I have a cup of coffee and you ask me a question, I'll just share it. But I'm not going to like try to convert you. But I'll share my thoughts, or you'll share yours. And see, that's the difference, because brothers and sisters share. And Jehovah's Witnesses taught us to be like mortal enemies.
Exactly. In the JW religion, there is no agree to disagree. It's agree with me or you're going to die. And that mentality is something that we do well to change right away, because the truth is that finding other people's beliefs, listening to what other people say, might give us a grain of knowledge to enhance and improve our own beliefs about life, about religion, about spirituality, or whatever.
So I'll just sum it up by saying this. I for me personally, I just use the phrase, stop competing, Gilbert, when I talk to myself.
Yeah.
Stop competing. And everything that you talked about right now, and it encompasses all that. But I really think if people just get in the habit of reminding themselves, stop this, you'll find everything improves, your relationships and stuff. Yeah. Okay, that's what it was. Thanks, Dan. I really appreciate you for letting me steal so much time.
Thank you for calling back. Do we have another call in?
Yes, you do. How you doing? This is
Hi.
Mark Taft. Mark Taft from Chicago, Illinois. How are
Nice
you?
to meet you, Mark. Good. How are you?
I'm okay. Just trying to hang in there the best I can. I'm okay. I'm glad you're doing very well. And your name again was Deanna. Is that right?
Dena.
Dena. I'm sorry. Okay. I'm sorry, but well, I almost had it right. But yes, Dena. This your first time on Six Screens, or have you been on Six Screens before?
I've done the Spanish program a couple of times on Six Screens, and I did a live interview with Barbara a couple of weeks ago too.
Oh, okay. So you've been on a couple times. Okay,
Yeah.
very good. I don't think I've heard you on Six Screens before. But yeah, so you're doing a show tonight. So far, your show sounds really, really good. It's really good. It's
Good.
been very, very, very encouraging, very inspirational, and very helpful, and very motivating. It's it's very motivating. It is very helpful. It really is, because you had some strong points while you're pointing out how because I was in the Jehovah's Witnesses too, and I got the hell out basically when I was 16, but 100% when I was 18. You know what I'm saying? And you're right. When you try to get out, or when you leave, and you're having a miserable life, you're right. You had such a strong point about that. That really, really just totally caught my attention every way, 100%. Because I remember living those days where if you're miserable, you're sad, you're depressed, nothing's going right for you, your life is a big mess. You're pissed off, you're angry, you're just full of anger, and you've got all this resentment, and you got this hate, all this hate and everything. Because I felt all of it, 100%, 500% of it. Understand me? 500%.
Yep.
All of that. I had it all in me. A lot of anger, a lot of resentment, a lot of hate, a lot of sadness, depression, miserable, everything, because they think you're right. That's their whole game, and I knew it ever since I was a kid. It's their whole game.
It's another manipulation technique.
It is a manipulation technique. Very manipulative, total manipulation, total mind games. Oh, total mind games. Gaslighting. Freaking gaslighting every step of the way. It is god darn gaslighting. I was so pissed off at them, and I've had anger and resentment toward them and hate toward them and the Watchtower and the governing body ever since I was 16 years old. Even before that, I did. They just really just pushed me right over the edge. They just totally just damaged me. They really pissed me off. They hurt me in every way, not 100%, 500%. Does that sound a little more accurate? Yeah. Well, I sure as hell hope it does. Because they pushed me right over the edge. They drove me right over the edge, and living with them was my worst nightmare. Hear me out. My worst nightmare. Okay? And I don't give a shit that they say, like my mother and her being in that bullshit religion, and my brother, and then all that, saying, well, come on, you got a place to live, you got a house over, roof over your head, you got clothes, this, that, and the other. Okay, fine. I'm still not happy. Big deal. A lot of other people have that too. Are they happy? No. That doesn't mean anything. What about a life I really want and deserve, like everyone else, has and deserves it, and come on, you want me to just be happy because I have all that? Screw you. What that is? Would you like to correct me on that?
We can't change what happened to us. We cannot change the trauma. I came from 5 generations in. I stayed in for 38 years. 20 of those was as a regular pioneer. I lost absolutely everything. I went through abuse. I lost my kids. I lost everything. The trauma is intense.
I lost almost everything too, for the most part. I did too, and the trauma is really bad. And
the trauma is super intense. So we can't change what happened, though. We can only change our point of view of how we feel about it.
I agree with that. I agree with you 100%. But just remember what I was saying. This manipulation game. It's a mind game. It's gaslighting. It's total freaking mind games. Mind games with 100%. It's total freaking mind games. And mind games, and that's what they did with me, those Jehovah's Witnesses. That's what my mother and my brother and the stepfather did with me. They played this game with me to manipulate me. It was a real manipulation game. And they're saying, well, they didn't understand. Well, you're right. They didn't understand why I had all this, why I was acting and behaving and had this attitude and was being this way and had all this type of behavior and action. They couldn't understand. The only thing they were saying is the only answer they had that they had in any way whatsoever is because you walked away from Jehovah. You walked away from Jehovah. You left the Jehovah's Witnesses. You left the Watchtower. You walked with Jehovah. You left the truth. And since you walked with the truth, that's why you are the way you are.
So if you're unhappy, that's the reason why.
That's what they said. And that's a lie. That's a big lie. We know that's a big lie, but that's exactly what they said. And I totally disagreed. I said, I disagree with you. I wasn't happy when I was in that stupid religion. So if I wasn't happy when I was in that stupid religion. Come on. I wasn't even happy I was in it. You think I'm going to be happy in it if I go back into it? Absolutely not. Because I wasn't happy at all when I was in it. Not at all. Not one freaking bit. Not one freaking bit. Come on. It was a big manipulation game. That's all they did. And you're right. They didn't understand why, other than that, why I'm depressed, why I'm miserable, why I'm sad, why I'm full of hate, anger, resentment, and I got all this anger, and I'm angry, and I lose my temper. They had no understanding. Zero. They didn't know how to deal with it. They didn't know how to deal with me. They didn't know how to deal with anything. I mean, anything. Their only answer was because you walked away from Jehovah and you walked away from the truth. You left the truth.
Yeah.
This is the consequences you get. And that was their big manipulation game. That's what they all would constantly tell me 500% of the time. It just got me even more and more angry, and more and more off and sad and depressed and angry and full of hate and resentment. Even, got me, filled up with a lot of vengeance too, and a lot of, revenge on people. Because this is it. I'm to the end of my ropes with these people and a lot of other people in this world on top of that, but especially though the Jehovah's Witnesses too. And I was ready to go to war. I wanted to actually go to an actual war with them. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's common. It's a common phase when you come out of the high control to feel the anger and the resentment and everything. And so how long has it been since you've been out?
Well, it's been many, many years. It's been 20-something years I've been out, right? Maybe, it's been a long time, but, actually probably over 30 years, but, because I was like 16, but, my point is it left a lot of damage. And the biggest mistake I made was even going in my adult years was still living at home and still living with my mom and living with these Jehovah's Witnesses, actually living with them. That was a major, 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 major mistake. Should never have done it. Living with them was a major mistake. I should never have done that and stayed living with them and living at home. You can't do that. You can't live with those people. You just can't. It's a major mistake if you do. But you cannot live with those people. And that was a big mistake I made that I totally regret for the rest of my natural born life.
Well, but you know what? You can look back and you can resent the choices that you made. But the truth is, cut yourself some slack. You made the best choice that you could. You can't change the decision that you made. But which feels better? To be pissed at the choice that you made, or to just go, well, damn, that was a dumb choice. Oh, well.
Yeah, it was a dumb choice, no question about it. It was a big, bad, very bad, horrible, very dumb choice. But
you did the best that you could. You can't change it. You did the best that you could. And so, how does viewing that choice? How's the healthiest way to view that choice today? Honestly, the healthiest way to do it is to forgive yourself. You made the best choice that you could. Yeah, you picked the best out of a bunch of dumb choices.
Exactly. And it was probably a major, major mistake. No question about that. We know that. It was no doubt. I should have been thinking straight and I wasn't. But there was a major, 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 major mistake.
You were also being manipulated, though. You cannot think straight when you're being manipulated.
I agree. You can't. You never can think straight when you're being manipulated. You never can think straight at all when you're being manipulated by anyone, period. You never think straight. So you're right. You can't think straight. And I wish I had, and I wish I was much smarter, but I wasn't. And I was rather naive and maybe stupid. But it was a major, major mistake. And I wish I hadn't done it. But now I look back on it and say, hey, if I could do it all over again, I would have done it totally, totally different. I would have done different, in every way. I wouldn't have screwed around like that. It would have been done differently, and I wouldn't have stayed living with those idiots under no circumstances at all. They ruined my life, and I'm telling you the truth. They ruined my life in every way, 100% to 500%. They ruined my life completely. They didn't care. And when I would tell them, how I feel, like, come on, you people are hurting me. You hurt me. You offended me. You insulted me. I'm very hurt by that. That kind of stuff you do and say makes me very upset. And it makes me very, very angry. You're hurting me. You say you want me to be a better person. Look what you're doing. And did you care? No, they didn't care. They didn't care at all. They could care less. Like, we don't care. We could care less. That's not our problem. That's your problem. So it's your shit. Is basically what they're saying. They're telling me tough shit, and that's just the way it has to be. And just too bad. You got to live with it. Because we are. We're not. They are who they are. They're not going to change for anyone else. They're not going to change for me. They're not going to change, period. If they hurt somebody, they do. and they don't care, and they're proud of it. They're very, very happy and very proud of it. They've heard them. I mean, and I will tell you, my mother, the bottom line is, my mother was a sociopath and a narcissist, and my brother was too. But and then I had a stepfather who was a real sociopath and narcissist also. They made my life totally freaking miserable, and they didn't care what damage they did. I mean, my God, there was no peace in their freaking house. There was no peace in their house ever. Constantly arguing, fighting, back and forth. Somebody wants to fight, fight. That's all it was. There was no peace in their house. So therefore, there was no peace in any JW household, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
There's no peace in any of their goddamn households. Okay?
Hey, Mark.
Does that make sense?
Hey, Mark.
Okay. Well, if it doesn't make sense, that's fine. But I'm just saying it. That's the way I see it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Mark, can you hear
And
Mark?
if you have no comment, then so be it. But if you do, I'd love to hear it.
Well, I know that you've got a lot of frustration and anger in your voice.
No two ways about it. I've had it my
You
whole
speak
life.
with a lot of passion
Well,
because it's intense for you. It's a very intense topic.
hurt me.
Yeah, I know. I know. They hurt a lot of us. That's the truth. We can't change that either. But if you've been dealing with this level of anger for the last 30 years, that's not healthy. Even though it's true. The thing is that, like I've said before, we can't change what happened. All we can do today is decide that we're tired of feeling that way. All we can do today is say, you know what? I refuse to let them continue controlling how I feel now. Because the truth is, by staying angry, you are continuing to let them control you. You are letting them steal your peace.
Right. Well, I know I'm getting hurt, not them.
Oh, you need to learn to be happy in spite of them. Because you know what? The best vengeance is happiness. The best vengeance is peace. Showing them that you can have what they never, ever, ever gave you. And every time you feel angry, it's because you're letting them reach from the grave. You're letting them reach from the past and haunt you today. And you know what? They don't deserve that control. And you don't deserve to spend 30 years angry. It's not healthy for the physical body, don't you think?
No, I agree. But when someone has done so much, freaking damage, think about it. Now, think real hard. When someone has done so much freaking damage, like major damage, okay? It could be permanent damage, like permanent damage you have to live with for the rest of your natural-born freaking life. So what I'm saying, when somebody does some real serious, permanent damage, it's almost impossible to just forget about and overcome and just totally forget about. Like, you can't forget about it that easy, or you can't forget about it at all. You can't really.
Or you can. So think about the word permanent. Permanent damage is something like cutting off an arm because your arm is not growing back. The human brain is amazing. The human brain absolutely has the ability to heal and release trauma, the worst trauma that you can possibly ever imagine. I work with people all the time that have suffered from extreme abuse, sexual abuse.
Okay.
I've experienced horrific abuse in my life, and I refuse to let it haunt me every single day. Abuse and trauma is an event. It is not a life sentence. And it is up to us to decide in our brain to make sure that we are not condemning our life because of something that happened to us. What happens to us does not define us. We choose what defines us, not the event.
You're saying what happens to us does not define us. Is that correct?
You get to choose what defines you.
Okay. So what happens to us does not define us. Doesn't define us at all.
It's an event. It's an event. It's like falling down in the mud. It's like falling down in horse manure. It made us dirty, but it is not who we are. We
Right.
rise above the ashes. In spite of what happens to us, we thrive.
Well, yeah, that's a strong point. I see what you're saying, and you may be very right about that. But, what happens to us maybe doesn't define us. Maybe it doesn't define us at all. That's good.
Mhm.
It doesn't define us. That's good to know at all. I used to actually think that. I used to actually believe that and think that. I used to think that almost all the time. I used to actually think that. But you're right. You got a strong point there. Maybe I shouldn't be thinking about that. Shouldn't matter. Shouldn't matter at all. But I see what you're saying, Miss, and that's all fine and good. And I see that you are right about a lot of what you're saying. And maybe I shouldn't let these stupid idiot Jehovah's Witnesses, control me and and I get hurt, not them, and they win and I lose. I shouldn't allow them to win like that. I shouldn't allow them to win like that at all. I should never allow them to win. But that's what I'm doing.
Exactly. And you know what? The truth is, I can almost guarantee you are thinking about this 1,000,000% more than they are.
Oh, I'm sure of it.
They're not thinking about it at all. And your brain continues to spin over it because you haven't. See, here's the thing. The human brain is the most amazing computer out there. We've created AI. The human brain is amazing, but we don't come with an owner's manual. So I have people saying here in the comments that, oh, it's easier said than done. That, yeah, you're right. But that's because we've never been taught the how. It's super easy to say, oh, you should just, feel a different way. Well, that's dumb. Sounds right, but how? Putting it into practice is another thing. And that's what this tool, this neurolinguistic programming, teaches you how to do. It teaches you how to rewire the brain so that anger is no longer there. I mean, you can keep it if you want it. If it enhances your life and makes your life better and happier and more beautiful and brighter, then keep it. But if it's not, if it's holding you back, you are the one that can choose how you want your life to be. It's up to you.
Right. No, I understand, and I agree. Maybe I'm the one getting hurt, not them at all. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the one who, I'm letting them win, and I shouldn't do that. And I'm letting them win, and then when I let them win, well, that's not good. So
we've got another voice on the line here. Hold on just a second.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. Go ahead.
Hey, Mark, it's Angela Clark. It's so good to hear you.
Hi, Angela.
Again.
Hi, Angela.
Thank you, Angela.
Hi there.
Hi, Angela.
Dena. Hi, Mark.
Great to hear from you.
Mark, yes, you too, Mark. It's lovely. I really missed your voice, Mark, and
thank
you used to really encourage us greatly with all those wonderful sayings all the time. And oh my gosh, it helped us all so much. I really missed that a lot. I wish you could do that again. But
thank you.
I think one thing I wanted to just kind of give a little spin on it was you're talking about the whole thing defining us, right? So my way of interpreting that is that it defines us if we choose to allow it to define us forever and ever and ever. But I think that she's right, Mark, in that you're not permanently ruined. You just have made up your mind about it, but you are allowing it to define you, but by your choice, because you just don't want to let this go, put it that way, because it's so painful. And I get that, Mark. I really do get that, because it is painful, and you're absolutely right. It's been a very painful road, but
no doubt.
This is kind of how I figured it. I've only got so many years left in my life, because I'm going to be turning 65 in about 6 months. And it's like, you know what? If I keep on letting this get to me, then I'm really, I'm going to define the fact that I've chosen to allow this to stop me from doing any of the other wonderful things that I could do, because I'm just going to keep on thinking about it all day long, letting my mood and my attitude be sour and further keeping me in bondage to what they put me in, instead of saying, you know what, I'm not going to allow them to do that to me anymore. I choose to spend my time like you were doing for a long time, really focusing on a lot of the positives and how you can turn that around. And really, I have to be honest with you. I've even had to say, Mom, you know what? You are absolutely just dragging me down by your daily little drip of negativity. And I'm in bondage because of your drip. And I have to say, I can't do that anymore, Mom. And I had to shut her off In other words, I'm not talking to her, maybe possibly forever. But I come to realize that like your mother, my mom's a psychopath, narcissist, borderline.
Oh yeah,
now.
I'm sure of it.
And
I'm sure she's a real narcissist too. I get it.
Because I can't fix that. I can certainly pray, and so it's what's kind of cool about not having the drip every day anymore is that I suddenly realized that there's things I can do to help, and because I don't want to just not care about her anymore, because she's a beautiful child of God who loves her very much. He knows what she's been through. He knows why she is the way she is. He knows what caused her to get into that condition, which is really, really, I feel sad that it is that way. But my attitude not being positive, because it was a daily drip and it was just making me unhappy and not be able to thrive and rise above it. But now at least I can pray for her, being out of the way of her daily abuse, like as if I was in a daily war. Now I'm starting to feel this freedom, and now I can pray for her honestly, and I don't know, somehow I feel like I got something to give, because I do love her. I'm sure you do too, because you're a loving man. You're a very loving man. And not just that, Mark, but you're highly, highly intelligent and so talented. But
Thank you.
Right. You're allowing this to define you, having made up your mind that I'm never going to amount to anything, is what it kind of comes out sounding like. But I don't believe that either. I think this lady is right. I think you're letting it define you that by your own choice. And I believe that you're much smarter than that, and you are so freaking talented. I just think maybe that you can make some changes to stand up for you. And I don't know what you got to do, Mark, but I just know that you're so smart you can figure it out. And I think that you could be all the things you've ever said that you want to be. And I have a feeling it's like literally closer than you think. And
Could
so,
be.
But you only have so many hours in a day. Yes, but you only have so many hours in a day. And you're choosing to spend a good bit of that regretting the past. The past is gone, and there's nothing you could do to change that. But you can change right now and today. And by positive thinking, like you were doing, I believe that you can make everything you want and have always wanted. I believe that you will still have it, Mark. I believe you still will be a fine, fine actor on a fine, fine movie or whatever. And I really do believe that. And matter of fact, Dan and I are working on a movie right now, and maybe, just maybe, you'll have a very important role in that. Who knows? But that would
be great.
But you're spending your energy. Yes, but your energy is like creating. Your energy is creating. Literally, I believe this. I believe our thoughts are creating exactly what we're experiencing today. We're experiencing what thoughts were tomorrow and the week before, and by changing our thoughts today, we'll create our tomorrow. And you have done this, and I believe that you still are capable of doing that. So anyway, I just want you to know I love you. I miss you.
Thank you.
I think you're brilliant, and you are. You have a brilliant mind. That's probably why you were brought into this world with very, very difficult parents, because God knew that you could rise above it in the most brilliant way and grow in character and every wonderful thing, because you are just capable. And I believe in you, Mark. I believe in you.
Thank you.
And I know that God
thank you very much.
Too. That's why He gave you the parents that He did, because He knew He believed in you, that you could do it. And I believe that you can and you will, Mark. I do. And
I know, and I think you're right.
I know.
I'd like to share a story. There were two brothers.
Go ahead.
Biological brothers, not witness brothers. And one of the brothers was a highly successful businessman. He ended up being very well educated, very well off. He made smart choices. He took great vacations. He really set himself up really nice. And somebody asked him, why are you so successful in life? What's your secret to success? And he says, because my dad was an alcoholic. My dad was a loser, and my dad was an alcoholic. And that's why I decided to become this, in spite of the man that my dad is. Well, the other brother was a total loser. The other brother was an alcoholic. He'd filed bankruptcy multiple times. This other brother was the complete opposite. He was a wreck. And when they asked him, why is your life such a mess? He said, because my dad was an alcoholic. So you see, they came from the same background. but our background does not define us. We become something because of our background, or we become something in spite of our background. Maybe doing something in spite of the background, becoming bigger and better, no matter what they try to do to us. Maybe that's the best answer possible.
I have a hint. Hello.
Thank you.
Hi, Mark. It's Pixie.
Oh, hi, Pixie. How you doing? I'm calling Pixie.
I have
Yeah,
a
good to
hint
hear from
that I just learned because I relate to Mark's bitterness and anger. I had that for a lot of years because I did have some permanent damage.
Thank you, Pixie. I appreciate that.
But I'm going to tell you how to undo it, and it's real easy.
Okay.
Did you ever have a pet that you really talked nice to?
A pet? Like a dog?
Oh, well, yeah, if you're a dog person, a dog would be a good example.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I've had a
Or
couple
maybe you were in love and you
Sure.
used a beautiful tone with a partner.
Sure.
You know how you first fall in love and you use a beautiful tone at dinner?
Yep.
Start using that with yourself.
Sure, if it'll actually work, absolutely.
It'll work like a charm.
Well, if it actually works, absolutely.
I'm doing it with
I
myself.
gotta make sure it does. That's important
It
to me.
does. I guarantee.
Okay, because that's my concern. But yeah, I can take your advice on that as long as it actually.
That tone you're
works,
using
then
right
that'll
now, that nice tone right now, use that.
sounds like a plan. Yeah, sounds like an actual plan. I think I would have to do that more often.
Jersey calling. I have a question.
Hello.
My question is the people that write the advertisements and the scripts for Watchtower must be truly wicked because, in my view, they're using things that the late, great, fabulous Orman McGill knew, things with NLP.
Mm-hmm.
They use those too, but they don't use them for good.
It's true. Everybody, all communication is a natural trying to persuade the other person. Anytime you speak, please do this for me, or can we do this? All communication is manipulation. I mean, that kind of has like a negative connotation to it, but it's all persuasion. They take it to a different level, though. Some people do it naturally. There are some people that are not trained in NLP at all. They just do it naturally. Just notice some little kids. There are 3 and 4 and 5 and 6-year-olds that can sweet talk. And it's also in the form of persuasion, and it's because it is a natural skill. So with something like NLP, we didn't invent anything. We just noticed what already worked and put it together. That's all. So the processes that I use with people to change our perspective, to speed up belief change, to speed up emotional release, all of that is naturally what the brain is going to do anyway. For example, when somebody changes a belief, there's a very specific process that the brain goes through. The brain has their current belief, then it goes into a process of wondering, questioning, and doubting. The next phase is data gathering, and then there's the comparison phase, and then we can change a new belief. That's how the brain does it anyway. The problem with leaving it up to chance is sometimes we get stuck in one of those phases. If you think about when you started waking up from the religion, you'll notice that one of the first phases that you went into was this, really? This kind of like questioning kind of phase. How long were you in that phase? There are some people who get stuck in that phase for like months or years before they go to the data gathering phase. So saying that they are purposely using NLP to be manipulative, maybe not. They're probably already just very highly motivated to manipulate and coerce. Therefore, some of these techniques come naturally to some people better than others. Like I said, this isn't anything new that we've invented. It's just patterns that we've picked up that we can either apply on purpose to accelerate things or notice in other people how they're using it too. But the brain is such an amazing tool when it comes to protecting our own beliefs, though, because funny enough, I learned NLP in 2005. I was still a regular pioneer. And when I would read the Watchtower back then, instead of looking at it and going, oh my goodness, look how they're manipulating us, this is highly manipulative, I went, oh, Jehovah's the best psychologist. Look how he's using this to help us further along in our beliefs. Look how he's using this to cement our beliefs. That was my brain not being in an open zone to consider that we were being manipulated.
Yeah. I'm really good at grammar from the time I was about 9 on. So I had questions about their headlines and those strange sentences from a very young age.
Right. Well, because it's a natural part of speech, I believe that there is a part of our unconscious mind that has the red flags go up. It's like, I don't know, that sounds funny. Yes, because you speak English and you understand that that's how somebody speaks when they're trying to influence. I think there's a large percentage of us that does recognize that, even though we may not verbalize it or even be consciously necessarily aware of how we're being brainwashed in the literature.
Right. Well, there's a part of me that I need to work on, because so often I was given a door with tremendous light, as Julia Cameron calls it in this way. And I will walk up a steep hill on shards of glass rather than walk through a door of dazzling light. For some reason, and I think it might be my witness-born-in upbringing, I make it too hard on myself.
Yeah. Well, we have all kinds. So there's doctrinal beliefs, but then there's also lifestyle beliefs. What do we feel about ourselves? Our self-esteem is horrible growing up in the religion or being in the religion. We are born sinners. We're never going to be good enough. The road to everlasting life is narrow and cramped, and the wide and spacious path leads to destruction. So even after you leave, are we visualizing our life being a wide and spacious path? Probably not, because that leads to destruction. So what does our mind want to do for us? It wants to give us a cramped and narrow and a hard path, because we believe that that's the way to salvation. That's horrible and not at all necessary.
Take that apart for me. Thank you very much.
It's necessary if you're in a cult. But when you're out here, it is not necessary to believe that whatsoever. You know, we are not sinners. It is not undeserved loving kindness. It is not probably maybe you'll be concealed in the day of Jehovah's rage. No. We are made in God's image. What about that scripture? We never focused on that one very much, did we? Well, we are. We are creators. We are love. We are made in God's image. So are we embracing that?
Right.
Because those are the things that we should be embracing.
Right. And
that's what makes our life easier.
Many wonderful things in store for us.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a prosperity in there too.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
New Jersey calling.
Hi.
Information, Jan.
On the very, very important question, namely, why does a person become a Jehovah's Witness in the first place? And the corollary to that is, why do they stay? Well, this simple, brief answer is that we humans have a tendency to govern ourselves and make decisions according to emotion, sentimentality, feelings, passion, desire, instead of using strict reasoning and rationality to make the decisions. Now,
well, I'd like to add something to that too, because I believe that of all of the religions out there, Jehovah's Witnesses present themselves very well logically. Not that it's accurate. I didn't say 100% accurate. I said they act logical and they act educated. That's what attracts a lot of people to them. They can explain away scriptures. They can quote scriptures. They have literature that they do in a study learning format of question and answer. We were so confident anytime we went to the doors with our beliefs and our list of scriptures to back it up. And we could ask somebody, oh, what do you believe? Oh, you believe in this? Where's your scripture to back it up? Because we got a whole bunch to back our scripture. We got a whole bunch to back us up. So Jehovah's Witnesses do appeal to logic. Now, I didn't say they were right because they're brainwashing people, but they do appear to be logical, rational, and reasonable. Then they apply pressure on the emotional side. They do the love bombing. They appeal to your emotions about living forever in the paradise, a resurrection. So they're doing a combination of using logic and rational and then using those heartstrings too, because you asked, what is it that makes people get into the religion? And those are two of the things that Jehovah's Witnesses are really, really, really good at doing. Okay, and so why do they stay in? There's a bunch of reasons why they choose to stay in. One is habit. Humans are creatures of habit. We like to do the same things. And for a lot of people, change is very hard. Even when you know that what you're doing is wrong, it's easier to do the same things over and over again than it is to try something new. Not only is trying something new hard, but the unknown is scary. Staying in the religion becomes easier because it's familiar. We know what to expect. We know what the rules are. We know what's going to happen if you do this. We know what's going to happen if you do this. So the habitualism of it, the structure of it all, and the habit of it makes it easier for people to stay in, because what's going to happen when you leave? I don't know. And that's scary to people. So that's one of the major things that keep people in. Fear is another thing that keeps people in. They're afraid of Armageddon. They're afraid of what if it's the truth? They're afraid of losing all of their family. They're afraid of losing all of their friends. They're afraid that they won't be able to make new friends. They're afraid of failure. That's another reason that keeps people trapped in the cult.
Well, I have to admit to you, you beat me to the punch there with that, because that's where I was going next. I was going to say, it is true that if you ask any Jehovah's Witness about their religion and their beliefs and their doctrines, and you bring up this issue, are you going by mere emotion and feelings and sentimentality, or are you going by strict reasoning and rationality? Of course, they're going to say, oh, no, this is not just feelings and emotions. This is reasoning, rationality.
Exactly.
But the facts, wait a minute. The facts are just the opposite. They, in fact, reject reasoning. They don't have reasoning. They don't have rationality. Let me just give you two items of proof. For example, the one particular doctrine they have, the 144,000. Okay, now I'm not going to go into all the details now that show why that 144,000 doctrine is complete falsehood as they teach it. But it's very obvious to show that from the Book of Revelation that it's unreasonable, it's irrational, their doctrine on 144,000, and that can be easily proven in the Book of Revelation about symbolic language and et cetera, et cetera. So,
I know. I'm pretty sure everybody on this show, we already believe you. We're already on your team.
And so there's at least one example where they're not going by reasoning and rationality, but they're just going along for emotion and sentimentality. And on top of that, then they refuse to examine it and to look into it and to even research the matter on their own, because they're told, don't research it, don't go on the internet.
Exactly.
Second doctrine a second teaching that they have that proves they don't go by reasoning and strict rationality is their whole doctrine about the Battle of Armageddon. I'm not going to go into all the details of it, but it can clearly be reasonably shown from the Bible that there's absolute.
Yeah, so when it comes to trying to use logic, logic is not the way to wake people up from the cult. I had prepared a little segment here for some tips for waking people up. We talked a little bit about how our happiness is a great testimony for how great it is out here. And I thought too, when it comes to helping our family members wake up, logic is never it. Because like I said, the brain's job is to filter information. There is a firewall there. Information will not get through the brain to cause somebody to wake up. So what can, I know we've got some interference here. Okay.
Hold on 1 second. We're just getting this telephone line hooked up once again.
Okay.
So hold on. You guys can keep.
Okay. I'll keep going here. I think that when we learn and when we start waking up ourselves, I think we become very passionate about that. We become very passionate about this information that we've just learned. And it kind of pushes us to want to dump it on our JW family that's still in. That's normal, that's logical, but I want to talk a little bit about how we used to suggest that JWs win over their unbelieving mate. What strategies did we use to encourage people to do so that they could win over an unbelieving mate? Didn't we tell them to win them over without a word? Didn't we say that by our conduct, we might gain them back? Right? It was suggested to women that had unbelieving husbands that the best thing to do is not to beat them over the head with religion, with the JW doctrine, but rather to let their conduct do it. So that's why my advice to the previous caller about letting his life be happy, letting his joy be what his family could see instead of anger and depression and everything like that. Emotion will go through the brain's firewall much faster than logic will. Excuse me. So if you're wanting to help some of your family wake up, I would suggest that emotion is a good way to do it. By demonstrating a lack of judgment, by being more loving, by being more accepting, by being happier, those are all great ways that we can show people how leaving the truth has benefited our personality, how we've become a better person because of it. And if we're wanting for things maybe that we can share with them or things that we can say that might help reach their heart. Because notice, when we were teaching somebody the religion, our purpose was to do exactly that. It was to reach the heart, not reach the logic center, not necessarily reach the brain, but we wanted to reach the heart. So if we want to help our family wake up, that's what we need to do, is we need to reach their heart. When Jesus was trying to reach people's hearts, he used story. He used metaphors and he used story, illustrations. And today, humans work just the same. One of the best ways to be able to reach somebody's emotions is life stories, real life stories. If maybe there was a way that you could play some of the real life stories in the background, some of your ex-JW family could hear, some of those can be heartbreaking, what people have gone through at the hands of this religion. Sometimes that can wake somebody up when pure logic will not. I had a family contact me from the UK, and the husband had said that he had been trying for years with logic to get his wife to wake up, and she wasn't having any of it. She was born into. And he said that he heard my life story, which is actually fairly traumatic. It's like the JW version of Game of Thrones. There's like lying and deceit and all kinds of stuff in my life. He said that when he saw my life story, he thought that maybe his wife might be willing to listen to it. And so she did. And he said that after she cried with me, she stood up and said, you know what, maybe you're right. Maybe this isn't the right religion. And they ended up having a whole night of conversation together. And by the next morning, she woke up. She had started on her track to waking up. So not just my story, there's lots of life stories out there that can really move people to maybe consider something about the organization that logically they may not consider. When you're talking to them too, you know what? We already have the skills to convince people. We spent our whole life career in the religion doing it. We already have these skills. So what else did we do in field service when we were trying to convince somebody to, join our religion? We asked questions. Questions are part of how we bypass the brain's firewall of logic. So we would go up to the door and we would say things like, oh, you know what? Hi, how are you? Have you ever thought about this? Or, what do you think about this subject? We would pose a question. So as we're trying to help our friends and family members wake up, use effective questions. Say things like, what do you think this means? I've stumbled across this information. You don't need to say where, but I've stumbled across this information and I'm confused. Can you help me rationalize this? Can you help me understand? What does this mean? How do I connect these dots? How do I reconcile this? What do you think? Think about how much better that strategy would work versus just showing them flat out facts and data. Okay, do we have any other calls? Do we have any other people calling in? Is anybody else out there, or am I here all by myself? Okay. Are you there, Rick?
Now, otherwise,
here.
please wait,
just
and
hold
you
on
will
one
be
second.
joined into the
Okay.
conference. Please.
Looks like we might be.
Your input is invalid. You
Okay.
entered
Hold
5-1.
on. Just
Please enter
hold on
your
one
PIN
second, Dena.
followed by the
Okay.
hash. Thank you. There are
Okay.
13 participants in the conference. Recording did not start because your storage is full. Please log in and delete recordings or purchase more storage from your account.
Limited now, so.
Okay,
I hope you get the
hold on one
opportunity
second. Can you
to
guys
figure it
hear
out.
me on here?
God bless
I
you.
can hear you.
We can. Thank you, Mark. Yeah,
Mark-
Rick, it's okay.
Okay, Mark,
You're welcome.
let's go. We got Dena on with us now. Can you guys hear Dena? Go ahead, Dena.
Hey, guys.
Yep,
Hey,
Dean's
Dena.
here.
Do we have a caller calling in with a question?
Yeah, Dena, I just wanted to thank you for the good advice and information you gave me tonight, and I appreciate it. And thank you so very much. And it was very good advice you gave me, and thank you for your good help and support and good assistance and everything. And give me the good advice I probably really needed for a very long time. But thank you so
Well,
much. For your
you
great
know what
support.
I want you to know too is we wasted so much time in the religion. I don't want to be angry
Yeah.
anymore. I don't want to be angry anymore. They don't deserve that. They can't take that away from me. They took a lot away from me. They took away over 50 family members. They took away everything from me. You know what? I'm
Yeah,
not going to let them
yeah,
take away my happiness. I'm not going to let them take away my smile. I'm not going to let them take away the
agree.
joy. They can take away a whole bunch of stuff, but you know what? That belongs to me. That's on the inside.
That's right.
Right?
Right. Well, the same thing happened to me too. The same thing happened to me too. So I'm
Mhm.
with you 100%. The same crap happened to me too in every way. So it's hard to deal with, but I agree with what you're saying, and they shouldn't allow them to control you. You shouldn't allow them to win. You should never allow them to ever win. And you should, and the bottom line is, if you stay with the anger, you're getting hurt, not them.
You're hurt. Yeah. It's like drinking poison yourself and waiting for the other person to die.
Exactly. And that doesn't
They're
make
not
sense.
they're not ruminating the way that we might be. We're the ones who are using this
Right.
anger, and it's going to affect our physical health. I mean,
I
being
agree.
angry can affect our digestion. I mean, it can lower
Everything.
your immune system, and they actually just don't deserve that.
Everything.
We cannot change the trauma. We cannot change the trauma,
No.
but it was a lesson, not a life sentence.
Right.
This
There's
is
a
not a
lesson,
life sentence. It was something that
Total
we
lesson.
just have to look at and go and decide how we want to view it.
Right. It's not a life sentence. You're 100% correct. And you're right. I should not let them win. I should not let them win at all, which I was doing. I shouldn't let them win. I should just, move on and just, say the hell with them and know that I have the victory, not them. I have
Exactly. Well, you know what? You're the one that's free.
I have the victory, not them.
You're the one that's free.
I'm
They're
free.
still trapped in a cult.
I'm free. They're not.
Exactly.
Right. I'm the one with the victory, not them. I got the victory. So I know what you're saying, Deanne, and I agree with you 100%. And you're right. And I should always look at it that way. And I got to remember too, if I get angry at them, they got to catch myself and say, no, wait a minute, I'm the one getting hurt. I'm the one getting hurt, not them. So stop it right now. I'm the one getting hurt. So stop it. They're not getting hurt. Just I am. So instead of me getting hurt and they're not, why don't I just know that I don't give them, like you said, the power to control me and to win over me and that I'm and not to be the one getting hurt and not them,
right.
but I'm the one with the victory. Does that make better sense?
Yeah, exactly. You know what? When you notice that anger coming up, notice to yourself too, first of all, exactly like what you just said, that they do not get that control over you. But think to yourself too, this is poison. I'm poisoning myself with this anger.
Correct.
The antidote to anger is peace. Peace, love, and letting it go. When I talk to people a lot, we talk a lot about forgiveness, forgiving other people, forgiving the past. And people have a hard time with that. It's hard to forgive them because they don't deserve it. They don't deserve forgiveness.
Exactly.
Right. They don't. They
point.
don't.
Exactly.
And we don't forgive them for them. They don't even know we're forgiving them. It's none of their business. We're forgiving because we're letting go of that anger and resentment in ourselves. Forgiving somebody is what we do for ourselves. We don't let them know. We don't tell them. We don't have to treat them any different. It is none of their business how we feel about them. So when we can look at them and say to ourselves, you know what? It really sucks to be them. They are in a cult.
Yes,
they are brainwashed. They are crazy.
Yes,
or you can say that stupid, I hate them. They don't know either way.
Right.
So when we can carry in our heart a pity for them, an empathy for them, a damn it sucks to be you feeling for them, it's actually healthier for us. Our life has more room for positive emotion because we've decided to look at it through a different lens of pity, because the truth is they can't do any more than they are doing.
Right. I
got a question.
Thank you, Dena.
I got a question for you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dena.
You're welcome, Mark.
Yes, thank you, Dena. As far as this is concerned, in Mark's whole story there, he's just put in there. Like, if you looked in the mirror every day and you said these nice things, kind of like Pixie was saying about talking to your animal, wouldn't that be the same as looking in the mirror and just saying, Angela, you know what? You are a wonderful, talented human being, and I love you just the way you are. And you said this every single day. Would that be the NLP, the reprogramming of your brain? Is that what NLP also is? It's just trying to recontextualize, taking what was the lie and turning it into, what you now believe is the new truth, and you're just trying to set that as stone in your mind by saying it every day. Is that what that is?
So under the umbrella of neurolinguistic programming, there are about 40 different tools that I use to reframe and rewire the brain. What you're talking about is probably in a little bit more in the category of affirmations. That's not one of my 40 tools that I use in NLP, and here's the reason why. When you look at yourself in the mirror and you say, I'm beautiful, I'm skinny, I'm rich, I'm wonderful, I'm whatever, sometimes there's this little voice in the back of your head that says, no, you're not. There's this feeling that comes up and says, that's not true.
Very true.
I'm lying to myself. And that's why affirmations don't work. You can tell yourself in the mirror, I'm beautiful, I'm smart, I'm pretty, I'm beautiful, I'm smart, I'm pretty. And when there's this little voice that says, ha, 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 who are you kidding? You see? So NLP, I'm going to work with that voice in the back of your head, because that voice in the back of your head is where all the power is. You can tell yourself anything you want, and that voice is what's going to control whether you believe it or not. So NLP is this fantastic tool for diving into the unconscious part of your mind and paying attention to the voices that are controlling us anyway, and reprogramming it from the root. Using things like affirmations ends up being a little bit more like trying to put lipstick on a pig. We're not really fixing the problem. We're just covering it over. Does that make sense? Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah. What we have to fix is the voice in the back of our mind. That's the voice that we have to figure out, okay, what's the programming there? Where is this voice coming from? What's the limiting belief that I have to change? So when you stand up and you say something like, I'm beautiful or I'm wonderful, and this voice says, no, you're not. Then we want to think about that voice and we want to say, okay, no, I'm not. Why? What does that voice believe? The voice believes I'm unworthy. Okay. All right. So what we need to work with is the belief that you're unworthy, combined with the emotion that you're unworthy. Because when you recognize what the limiting belief is, so in this case, the limiting belief is this little voice that says, no, you're not. And it's because the truth, what that part believes is, I'm unworthy. Well, yes, you are worthy. That's not how it works. We need we need another tool. We can't just argue with ourselves. Sometimes we can convince ourselves that we're believing something that's not true, but just rationally reasoning with it's usually not enough. We need a tool that's a little bit deeper and stronger. Maybe one of these days, hi Ephraim, maybe one of these days we could do I know we're going kind of over on time, so one of these days, maybe we could do a session where I could do some live demonstrations.
Yeah. Can you give us a clue on what some of those tools might look like, kind of, sort of? Because, right now, there's no reason to believe that it works, because you're just simply saying, this is what I do. I go in and I work on your subconscious mind. That sounds really scary, because Jehovah's Witnesses, as you very well know, are fearful of that being a demonic way of doing things. So why would you not explain the things that you're utilizing? That just makes everyone frustrated.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So this is a way of being able to combine the right brain and the left brain. I talked a little bit about that before. So this is not like a hypnosis or anything like that. Hypnosis is only minor. It can be effective, but the brain can resist it because the brain doesn't want to be programmed. You can get in the way of that. So what this is a way of doing is it's a way of using the imagination and our creative side to help reframe and create other ways of looking at scenarios and adding extra information in so that we can create new outcomes. This is probably this topic. I should have started talking about this at the very beginning, because this is probably something that needs about an hour to an hour and a half of explaining with demonstrations, because it's a highly, highly effective method, because we're getting to the root of what we believe. You're not unconscious. I'm not using demonism. We're delving right into your brain to figure out what the programming is. The problem is that sometimes with our behaviors, we're not consciously aware of why we behave a certain way. So one of the techniques with NLP is anchoring an emotion. So you're feeling anger. In order to reprogram anger, we need to go to the root of where anger came from. That's not as hard as what it sounds, because we're going to trust that unconsciously, somewhere deep in the other 95% of your brain that we don't really use, you know when was the first time you ever felt that anger. Usually it comes within the first couple of years of life. So that conversation would probably go somewhere around like this. All right, so think about that feeling. Notice that feeling that you feel, whether it's anger, frustration, low self-esteem, whatever that is, and let your mind trace it back to the very first time you felt that feeling. And then usually somebody will be able to remember various times. 16, 14, 13, I felt this all through this time frame. And eventually the mind will be able to go backwards and backwards and backwards in time until we can remember when the first time we felt that was. We don't have tons of conscious memories before we were 7 and 8 years old. That's when most of our memories start being formed. But most of the time, we did feel these memories, we did feel these emotions much earlier, when we were 2, 3, 4 years old. So that's where we have to trust the imagination, creative, and emotional side of the brain of when that root was. And that's where we start combining the two. So I will suggest that you just follow your intuition and guess, when was the first time you felt that? And 99% of the time, maybe even 100% of the time, somebody will say, I think I was probably 3. Well, you're probably right, because your brain knows exactly when the first time you felt that feeling was. So now we have to start using the imagination a little bit to start accessing what that memory was. So I'll say, okay, pick it up, imagine it. What happened in that event? Okay, so now the critics are going to say, well, if you're using your imagination, how do you know it's true? Well, because the details are weird. When I ask somebody to make it up, use their imagination, within seconds, they'll come up with freaking weird details. Like, my mom's wearing red high heels with a white blouse in the kitchen. The details are usually so specific, they're never generic details. It's crazy. I mean, I've got thousands of examples of it. When I tell somebody to make it up, they pick the most bizarre details. Everybody's is different, which helps support the conclusion that we're actually accessing a memory. All right, well, even if they're making it up completely, it's still reprogramming the brain. It still works. Exactly. So you create this with your imagination. You create this scene with the imagination. And let's say it goes something like this. Okay, you're 2 or 3 years old. The baby's screaming, you're crying, and mom is ignoring you, and it makes you mad. That feeling comes up of mad. And the brain will try to interpret this belief, and it becomes something like, nobody loves me. Nobody takes care of me. I'm all alone, or something like that. All right, dude, the 3-year-old part of you just interpret what this feeling means for the rest of your life. You're going to leave your brain programming up to what a 3-year-old interprets that scene meant? That's a kid. They don't even have great vocabulary at the ages of 2 and 3. So here's where we start having to restructure around where this emotion first came from. So we can also use critical reasoning now and go, okay, Let's imagine that we have X-ray vision, and we can look at what's wrong with mom, what's going on with mom in this particular event when the child felt that emotion. All right, we can use our X-ray vision and probably assume that she's rushing around trying to hurry up and get dinner. Or, maybe here's where people also come up with weird details. A person might say something like, "Oh my God, that was the day she found out my grandfather had cancer." How's the imagination making that up? The details are always very, 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 very specific. Okay, so with this new information, once we take all of this into consideration, or maybe if we play the movie forward 5 minutes and then realize that what mom does is rush over and embrace the baby and feed the baby. Okay, you see how this was a miscoded memory? It didn't have anything to do with the baby. Of course, mom loved the baby. And so there's a bunch of different ways that I can reframe that memory. But then when we grow the memory up until now, it doesn't feel the same. It literally doesn't feel the same when we've reframed it from the very beginning. So it's hard to do an example without doing some live examples. So if you guys want some live examples, I know it's getting late here where I am. I'm already at 11 o'clock. So maybe we could do an entire program where I could have people call in and do demonstrations. That might be the best way to explain how it works.
That's good. That's pretty good. Yeah. It would be great. Yes. Thanks for all your help, Ian.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
Thank you so very much. God bless you in every way. Thank you so
New
much.
caller, a new person. I want to compliment you on your show.
Thank you.
Dena, I had to compliment you.
Thank you. I'm glad you're enjoying it.
Thank you so much, Dena. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome. Have a good evening.
Well, Dena, I can't believe the amount of people that are still listening in to the conference call here tonight. A lot of people still. It's amazing to me. So you're connecting. You are connecting with. So if you would like to say hello to Dena, I mean, she's coming from Ecuador. She's a former Jehovah's Witness. She has a lot of things figured out that maybe you folks are hearing for the first time, but she can help you. So go ahead. Let's hear from you. Go ahead and hit *6 on your telephone pad. Would like to hear what you have to say. Go ahead and speak up. Say hello right now. We got a number of people on. We have 603-717-798. So go ahead. 603. Go ahead.
Hi, Kevin in New Hampshire.
How are you doing?
Hey, good. Sort of. My mother's not well, but it's all right.
Here, Dena.
So I wanted the neurolinguistic programming. I've seen on like Nightingale Conant has programs. And I suppose you could find some on Amazon. Is there any particular program you would recommend to learn more about neurolinguistic programming?
I could probably recommend some books. I know that there are courses that you can take. Actually, you know what? In my opinion, I think probably the best way to learn is to experience it yourself. I think sometimes it's kind of hard to read from a book. I think sometimes when you experience it yourself, that's probably one of the best ways to do it. But this is a highly, highly beneficial tool. This is what people like Tony Robbins, Joe Dispenza, this is what they use for their motivation and for their healing, because these are very, very, very powerful techniques. Let's see. I know I've got books here. Hold on just 1 second. I'll bring one of my favorites over.
Okay.
My mirror's backwards. There we go. That's a pretty good book. Ooh, The Emotional Hostage.
Okay.
Core Transformation, Reaching the Wellspring Within. That's a pretty good book too. Those are some older books, but there's a ton of books out there on NLP that can kind of start getting you an idea of some of the principles and everything. And experiencing it yourself might be probably one of the best suggestions. I know that helped me when I was learning a lot.
Okay. I want to ask, I know we have a subconscious and a conscious mind. So is this programming, it's reaching your subconscious to change your programming?
Yes, it works with both. It works with the unconscious and the conscious mind. Combining them together. That's why it's so cool, because working with the logic mind isn't enough. We work with the logic mind, and then we have emotions come up. So in order to do the true programming, we have to combine the feeling with the logic side. And that's what NLP allows us to do.
Okay, very good. So a lot of these programs, like on Nightingale Conant, or I don't know where else, that's the only one I look at, or maybe I might find it on Amazon. These are legitimate programs on NLP. Most of them are.
I don't know the platform that you're specifically talking about. I did a live class when I did mine in 2005.
Okay.
Actually, okay, so this is also kind of the type of technique that is not a degree or anything like that. This is in the alternative therapy kind of field. And so I've actually had people wonder if I would put together a class, because I have taught it before. I've taught students before. So maybe stay in touch, save my email address, and if it ever sometime I decide to put together a class, I can let you know.
You'd have a class like a Zoom meeting. We could talk in the Zoom meeting. Okay. All right. I'll send my email. Sure.
Okay. Cool.
I'd like to see you come back too for another hour or so program.
I'd love to. We've talked about doing that too.
Okay. Thank you, Dena.
You're welcome. Have a good evening.
Thank you too. Bye-bye.
Do we have another caller? Okay, while we're waiting for somebody else to call in, there's a couple of other points that I wanted to make. They say that we have between 60 and 70,000 thoughts.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing good. I see you have a lot of books all around you, and books, right?
I love to read.
Right. Me too. I'm going to tell you a little bit about myself. I wasn't raised as a Jehovah's Witness, but my mother and my father divorced, and she ran to her family, who were all Jehovah's Witnesses. Mm-hmm. And little Mexican family, little ladies, bunch of ladies, and they, boy, I mean, talk about some powerful women. Okay, sad. I think more than anything, the stories that play out, that we could see the stories that play out over time. I was baptized in federal prison in 1983. Mm-hmm. And because I didn't know anything else, I didn't grow with my family, and I was going to parole to my family. Heroin addict, because I didn't have mom or dad, or because of the war, because of religion. Right? My father's family, Red Bone Catholic, my mother's family, Jehovah's Witnesses. They divorced because of that. There was a lot of domestic violence and alcoholism. Mm-hmm. And I've been in recovery for 36 years now. I've been clean and sober for 36 years.
Nice.
But I left. I stopped going to meetings and doing all that in December 15th, 1919, because my mother died. I took care of her. I was the
the black sheep that fed that lady for 7 years
Mm-hmm.
before she died. I took care of her. Helped raise my kids, helped raise my grandkids, was there. I mean, just a whole bunch of stuff, but I've never seen, and you know, like you said, we've gone through a lot of trauma, a lot of stuff that goes on in our lives, just a lot of stuff that we throw underneath the rug. There's a big elephant in the living room, but you never look at it because I'm a very quiet person. I mind my own business. I live my own life, right? Just overlooking a lot of really ugly things that happen in the family. But when my mother died, my sister came from Florida. One of them came from Florida. There's 6 girls and 1 boy, and they were all elderettes in my living room, all elderettes, right? And I wanted to bury my mother. I did not want to burn her because she'd been paying for a hole for a long time. One of my sisters left because of the molestation. As a matter of fact, they just offered her $925,000 if she would be a part of a lawsuit that went down because of the Maravilla congregation. She didn't want it. But a lot of girls, they got $925,000 on that. And just a lot of stuff like that, a lot of history of stuff like that going on, right? But I believe in God. And I was able to learn about the Bible in prison by myself. And I believe it, and I've always loved God. But the Watchtower, I read Crisis of Conscience from Ray France. Oh, my God. What? Oh, my God. You know, it is a corporation.
Yeah.
It is a corporation. They do have free slaves. Okay. The agenda, I don't even know what the agenda is. Okay. Yeah. But I see a lot of narcissists. I just been learning a lot about narcissists. Okay. I know God is love. He's forgiving. He sent his son for sinners.
Yeah.
Jesus himself said when they hit him up about hanging out with people that were prostitutes and dope fiends or whatever, you know, he said, well, a sick person needs a doctor, not a well one. And you know, I've been gone, and the way I separated was my family didn't come to my mother's funeral. Okay, and I'm an old. We come from a real strong Mexican family. Okay. And, but there was nothing but elderettes in my living room, and they were fighting because they wanted to burn her and I wanted to bury her. She had been paying for a hole since 1971. So I said, no, you know, we're going to, and the fight was because one of my sisters left, the one that had been molested. All of them were molested. They just don't talk about it. With the congregation. They don't, I wasn't, because I was out there doing my thing. Okay. I didn't grow with them. But they didn't come to my mother's funeral. A lady that, when she divorced my dad at 11, took care of, raised all her kids, all of them, other than myself. And they didn't go to her funeral because my sister that left the organization a long time ago because of the molestation, and just stuff kept happening, right? And she left, and she's doing well. She's doing real well. And they just say, oh my God, I can't believe it. Well, I hope one of my sisters said, I hope she enjoys everything she has, because that's all she's going to get. You know, like, she's not going to get everlasting life, so enjoy it now. You know, just that attitude, that thinking is so sick.
Yeah, it's toxic. It's toxic for sure.
It's so toxic. And I've been gone, you know, like I said, since all that blew up. You know, one of my nieces called me. She said, you know, I love you, Auntie, I love you. I told her, you know what? Stop being fake. Stop being fake. Love is a verb. It's an action word. You don't drop in on someone 3 years later and say, I love you.
Yeah, yeah.
It's an action word. Okay. And you know how I'm dealing with it? And it's so wonderful. Each one of them, I text each one of them after they didn't show up to the funeral and all that, right? And I told them, please respect my privacy. And that's what I've been doing. Please respect my privacy. Because I'm not having any of it.
And my daughter doesn't even talk to me, and her husband, who's an elder, elderettes, elders all over. And you know what? It's okay. I told my daughter, you know what? You need to deal with all the undercurrents that are going on in your life. Once you deal with them, we can have a healthy relationship. Because you know what? I'm 67. I'm on the clock. I'm healthy and all that. But you know what? I'm not going to give 1 second of my life to toxic, ugly, people with no empathy. None, you know?
You know, it's true. Sometimes they, as they disfellowship us and they stop communication.
No, I'm not disfellowshipped. I walked away.
Well, but when they cut off communication because of whatever reason they cut off communication, the truth is they can sometimes be doing us a favor.
Please cut it off. Please cut it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you another little thing that just happened up here in the Inland Empire. A little 20-year-old little girl just committed suicide.
Yeah.
Okay? The stepfather is a big shot, circuit overseer or whatever, and that girl. And you know, I talked to my friend, the mother, and she was like, "Oh yes, I'm going out on service. Everything's fine." And you know, I was like, she just killed herself.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know what? That's common, and there's lots of reasons why that happens, and it's sad. It's really sad, especially knowing that therapy and treatment's not encouraged, which could literally save people's lives. People get depressed when they leave the religion.
Wrong. If they don't think there's anything wrong, if there's nothing wrong and you're going along with the program, you know, whatever program it is that, you know, it's not the program that I learned from the Bible. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah.
It's not what I've learned from the Bible, you know. So what I'm doing is I'm starting all over again, and I picked up my Bible and I'm reading it again, you know, without any paraphernalia, you know, and I would like to suggest, or for you to suggest, for people that have not read the book Crisis of Conscience, to read it.
You know, what happened to me when I left the religion was backwards from what happens to most people. Most people wake up. Most people read books. They find data. They find facts that makes them wake up, and they leave the religion. And that's not how it ended up happening with me. With me, I ended up getting accused of being an apostate, even though I wasn't. I had not committed any sins. I was not disfellowshipped. In fact, I was still a regular pioneer. And I was accused of being an apostate, treated as apostate, and pushed out without having done anything. So I used the coaching to create a future for myself, create a new family, create a new clan, and I got moving forward in my life. I started getting my life together so that I could be happy. But I hadn't actually done any religious deprogramming. In the back of my head, I was still kind of thinking that, oh, it's the true religion. I'm not good enough for it or whatever.
Any what programming?
I reprogrammed my life. I used the coaching to reprogram my life so that I could thrive and have a good life. And it probably wasn't until 4 years after I left that I read Crisis of Conscience. And Crisis of Conscience was a huge wake-up call.
Oh, yeah, Ray France. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Ray France. Oh, yeah. But more than that, it's the action. It's the action. It's you know, the greatest identifier of a true Christian is love.
Yeah, that's true.
And you know, I'm in recovery. You know, if someone's getting loaded or doing their thing, I don't bother them. Hey, go do what you got to do. I'm not going to judge you. You know what I'm saying? I worked in recovery for 7 years. You know what I'm saying? And I help people with a blindfold on. And, you know, because in Malachi it says, give me a tenth. See if I don't bless you with the floodgates of the heavens open up. You know, so I do what I can for whoever. I don't even know them. You know what I mean? That's how I live my life. And quietly. 1 Thessalonians 4:11, live quietly, mind your own business and work. I love it. You know, and you know, I did my due diligence. I helped raise my grandchildren. I stayed with my kids. You know, I did all that. Did everything I was supposed to do. You know, and you know, I'm not having it. I'm not having this cold-blooded, ugly, ugly. You know, and if that's what's in the new world, I don't want it.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I don't want to serve that kind of a God.
Yep.
I said, no, sorry,
true.
let me die. You know what I mean? He's not like that. You know how I know? Because he says we have no excuse from the very beginning because of the creation. Everything is beautiful.
Yeah.
And he gives it to everyone. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to share a little bit, you know, and I'm in recovery.
Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
Oh yeah, and thank you for sharing.
You're
You know,
welcome.
keep up the good work. I hope somebody listens. You know what I'm saying? I'm real leery about talking to people because you know how they are. You know what I'm saying? But I love a lot of people that are still in the religion. I love them. But I don't want to, you know, discourage anyone from doing whatever they got to do. Okay.
Well, that's good, because that's what heals us on the outside, is dropping the judgment. What people do on the inside of the religion is judge other people. And the same as we don't want to be judged for leaving, we set the example and don't judge them for staying. They have their brainwashing. It's up to them.
They could judge me. I will sit down and talk to the governing body, and I will tell them, you know what? You guys are out of line.
Yeah.
Big time. What I learned in federal prison, what you guys came in and taught me on the little Bible studies, isn't what's happening out here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Different. Okay? No. But I never paid attention because I've always just minded my own business.
Yeah. Yeah.
In my own living room. But when oh no. I'm too old already, you know?
Well, thank you for calling in. We appreciate it.
Okay, you take care.
All right. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Well, Dena, I have to tell you, we have a lot of people calling in tonight. It's amazing. You really got people's attention. It's really wonderful. So you can kind of tie it out there in Ecuador.
I am exhausted. I got up at 3:00 this morning. I'm going on.
Well, let's
ran out.
let's cut you loose here. My goodness, you've been on all night long, and we really
But I'd
appreciate.
love to come back and take some more live phone calls. That's fun.
Well, yeah, it is fun. We get a lot of people call in here to 6 screens. So why don't we bring you back? I think Dic and Connie will bring you back in a couple of weeks.
That'd be awesome.
We really appreciate your presence here on the 6 screens. You're a big hit. I think we should have a program of your own. I mean,
Let me know. We'll set it up.
I think we might do that because, boy, you have really made a difference. People are connecting with you. They really, well, let me put it this way to you. You're a very intelligent woman. And I'm saying that from the bottom of my heart. You're connecting with people. And what I notice here, I mean, being involved with the 6 screens for 20 years, there's certain characteristics that would make someone connect. You have that. So I want you to know that. You can walk and chew gum at the same time. You come on in a way that the thoughts that you present here are very encouraging. So I see this. So you and I are going to connect here.
You know what, too? I love people. I loved people when I was pioneering. I suppose that's what made me a good pioneer. I loved people, and healing has been in my heart for decades. And so now I'm doing it in a way that really matters, you know? So I guess I come across good. I guess I connect with people because I love people. And I know that when people leave the religion, a lot of people struggle, and there's no need to. There's no need to struggle. We spent so much time a week in the religion. I just want to say this because I thought about this earlier. We spent so much time in the religion, dedicated to the religion each week. By the time you go to the meetings, by the time you prepare for the meetings, by the time you pray 1 billion times a day and read the Bible every day and do personal study and go out in service, we must have spent at least 10 hours a week in the religion, don't you think? I think we probably spent at least 10 hours a week, maybe more. So now we're out. What did we do with all of those extra hours? what did we do with the extra time that we have by not having to participate in the religion? In my opinion, we need to be taking that time and we need to invest it in ourselves. We need to invest it in our education by, reading books, by reprogramming ourselves, by getting help, by getting therapy, by learning. Yeah, somebody says, yeah, it was a full-time job. I know I'm way underestimating by saying 10 hours. I spent way more than that. I mean, it's like all your waking hours you spend on it. So how much of that time are we spending on our mental health, our mental and our emotional health? Because I spent 38 years in the religion. I don't have time to take the slow track to healing. We need to accelerate our healing. And in my opinion, probably the best way to do that is to invest time, your newfound time. You need to invest it in yourself. That's my concluding speech, Rick.
Well, good concluding speech. So you and I can connect. We're going to be more involved here. We are going to get you to have a program.
Okay.
Because what I do here at the Six Screens, in 20 years of doing the program, I notice certain personalities, certain ways people present themselves connect. And I'm seeing that. And I'm not trying to over embellish it, but I mean that, Dena. You are connecting with the people. I will be in touch with you.
Okay.
You're going to have a program here on the Six Screens. I mean that.
Okay.
Hey,
all right.
thanks.
Sounds good. Everybody have a good evening.
Hold on. Hold on 1 second. We got.
Okay.
Go ahead, Eric. Go ahead. What do you want to say?
Yeah, this is Eric, and Dena, you have really good vibes, and if you ever want to come on my show too, I have one next week, and we can do something together. You're really good with the people, and that's what I try to do on my shows, just connect with the people, and we have people come on the StreamYard. But yeah, just throwing it out there.
If you I know earlier in the replay I had my email on the screen. So send me an email so that I can contact you.
Does Rick have it?
Yeah, Rick has it too. Yeah.
Well, do Eric? I'll send it to you.
I'll get everything from Rick.
Yeah. So maybe next week, if all goes well, she feels like it. We're gonna get her. She's gonna have her own program. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I'm like a scout.
Definitely. She's a natural at it.
Yeah. I'm like
Theocratic Ministry School.
On Barbara, I just wanted to say, even though I haven't called in on you yet.
Yeah. Well,
cool. All right. That sounds good.
She's amazing. She can walk and chew gum. She's on the ball. Dena, thank you very much for coming on here tonight. Thank you, Dena.
All right. Everybody have a good evening. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay. Get some rest. Yeah. So there you go. So that's Dena. My goodness. What amazing. Isn't it nice? Isn't it really good to have people coming on that can really walk and chew gum at the same time and talk about the Trek and the Watchtower? Well, friends, you're with us here tonight. Rick Farron at the control panel. I want to keep the program going. What we try to do here is, a lot of people right now, I mean, they're hurting, they're suffering, they've been touched by the tentacles of the Watchtower, as we say. So we'll keep the program going here. Is there anybody out there? I mean, now listen to what I'm saying. Is there anybody out there who would like to kind of host? This is your chance. We're always looking for new people to come on and do different things. So is there anyone out there who would like to keep the program going? Go ahead, speak up right now, and you can be the host. I'm not sure who you would be, but anybody has a shot. Would like to have you host the program here tonight, your own podcast as it would be. So why don't you speak up and let us know, hey, Rick, I'll host the program tonight. Now, you don't have to go all night long, but a couple of hours if you could do it. So I'd like to hear from you. Would you like to do that? Would you like to host the Six Screens program here after midnight? Well, my goodness gracious, I'd love to have you do it. There's so many things you could talk about. A lot of people have been touched by the tentacles of the Watchtower, as we say. So if you would like to come on here tonight and host the program, you're on with us. Don't be bashful. Don't be I'm sure most of you have said, look, I could do a program. I could speak up. I could keep things going here. So I know I know it's something that maybe you haven't prepared for, but if you'd like to do it, come on right now. Would you like to do that? Yeah, go ahead. You're on with us. Who's this?
This is Tom.
Tom, would you like to take the program over tonight?
I wouldn't mind trying. Yeah.
Well, no, well, I mean, you're the first contestant here.
I'm right here if somebody needs to stay up tonight. I took a nap today.
Okay, so we got Pixie, and we got a good friend Tom from New Hampshire. So why don't you guys?
Yeah, and I can help out too.
And we got Eric. So we got, let's keep the program going, because I mean, a lot of witnesses, they're, maybe they're being shunned. They need the help here on a Saturday night. So we got Eric, we got Pixie, we got Tom coming in from New Hampshire. So why don't we keep the program going?
Eric, you and Tom start, and I'll be back in about 3 real minutes, okay?
All right, Pixie. So let's go with Eric and Tom. You're on with us, Eric and Tom. Go ahead.
All right, sounds good. This has been an excellent show. Thank you, Rick. That neurolinguistic stuff, I'd like to learn more about that. I definitely would. That was interesting. How about you, Eric? You ever done any of that? Are you familiar with that? The NLT? Am I familiar with what, brother? The NLT, the neuro-linguistic stuff that Constance was talking about earlier.
No, I'm not too familiar with that. No, sir.
No. Yeah. It seems interesting. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all new to me for sure. Is it frequencies and stuff? I don't really understand it. Yeah, I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, me neither.
Well, that's good. We're not alone.
Yeah. Hey, have you heard of Laconia Bike Week or Weir's Beach Motorcycle Week?
Motorcycle Week. What beach? Where about?
Weir's Beach in Laconia, New Hampshire.
New Hampshire. I've heard of it.
Yeah, it's 100. We've been doing it for 101 years this year.
Wow.
It's huge. There's a lot of people. They come from all over. I mean, it's crazy. And they used to just do it on, it used to be motorcycle weekend when I was a kid growing up. Now it's a whole week, and they have all kinds of bike stuff, hill climbs and all kinds of rallies and races and all that stuff. So the people just pour in from all over the country over here. And today is like the tomorrow everybody's heading home. So, but today is like.
Do you ride?
I used to. I don't anymore because it's too many near-death experiences, and it's just not worth it to me anymore.
Yeah, I never got into a motorcycle because I'm a hemophiliac, a bleeder. On top of that, when I was a teenager, I had a BMW 325i, and it was like 93. And I don't know, man. Even though it's a small car, that thing screwed. And I was a speed demon with that car. I got 2 tickets, one going to the bar and one coming back. And the cop's like, really, again? He called me Mario and Teddy. He goes, hey, Mario, you again? What the heck is wrong with you? He wasn't even mad. He was just smiling ear to ear as he gave me the ticket. And I just, a motorcycle would have been the worst thing for me. Absolutely.
Tom has the voice of a biker, though. If I was going to do a radio ad with a biker in it.
Well, I actually,
Tom does sound like a biker, yeah. No doubt. I can picture that long beard with the chain.
You know what's good on YouTube? They've got the soundtrack.
I've seen you on Fran and Joe's show, I think.
They got the soundtrack to Sons of Anarchy on YouTube. That music is great. The music was
I didn't watch Sons of Anarchy. It was a little too much for me.
Yeah, but the music is really
And that's
good.
coming from someone who watched Breaking Bad.
Oh, I love Breaking Bad. Breaking Bad was my favorite. That was Shakespearean, man.
We'll figure out, like, I can't handle Sons of Anarchy, but I can handle Breaking Bad, a guy that poisons kids.
Did you see Mad Men? Did you see Mad Men?
I did not. No. Is that a good one?
Watch Mad Men and think of the Watchtower Bible
It's a series, isn't it? The series.
Yes, it's about New York advertising in the 50s.
Oh, okay. I never knew it. Yeah, I faded away from TV for a while, and I just got back into it. My wife and I didn't have a TV or furniture for many years.
I didn't have a TV. I worked in TV and I didn't have one. Most of the people that work in show business don't have one.
I bought my 42-inch TV at Walmart in the small TV section, and it's the biggest TV I've ever owned. And I'm like, how is it?
Sounds like mine.
Well, I went and got myself a 65-inch TV.
Oh,
and I'm telling you what, it's wonderful because it's just wonderful. Yeah, it really is. Because I could and I wanted it and I did. But
I don't have a wall that big. I don't have a wall that big, Tom. I really don't.
It really fits. Honestly, it really fits. It's awesome, though. It really is. It's nice. It's like being into movies. I love it.
Isn't it nice to be free from Watchtower and be able to watch a rated R movie without having a guilty conscience? Or
rated R. Let's go for X-rated.
Well, honey.
I didn't know what Hey boys, I didn't know what OnlyFans was. Somebody had to explain it to me.
Saying, "Gee, I hope so and so doesn't see me." Hey, because I used to. If someone would come around the corner and I'm coming out of a radar movie, hi.
X-rated movies, Pixie. X-rated movies are bad unless you watch them for educational purposes.
Well, I had to do that.
Vote for TV.
You're doing research. That's all.
That's it.
Yeah, this is okay.
I'm doing research on the human genitalia.
That's right. I didn't understand a lot of things. You know, coming out of the Watchtower, nobody told me the right stuff. They really didn't.
That's right.
Young people ask.
Hey Tom, what's the weather like? Are you guys like
today is like a dream. Most beautiful weather, blue skies in the low 70s. Just a wonderful, beautiful freaking day. I mean, you couldn't ask for a better day today. Yep. As far as weather goes, yeah. But I didn't get to go.
The weather was so good, I went out and looked at my tomato plants 3 times.
Nice.
Yeah. How far are you from Lebanon, New Hampshire?
Lebanon, West Lebanon. No, that's about an hour and a half. Yeah.
Oh, do you know the restaurant Louie Louie's?
No, I do not.
All right. Well, if you ever end up over there, it's a fantastic pizza joint. Wood fire grill. I've been to New Hampshire, Vermont a lot. We talked about that before.
Yeah. No,
really great pizza place.
Yeah, I work up in Lebanon once in a while. I did actually this spring. I was up there looking, but
what do you do again?
Yeah, I work road construction. I build roads.
Oh, cool. No doubt, man. You make it happen for us. All these feminists the unhealthy ones that say they don't need men, you make the roads for them.
That's right, we do.
I'm sure there's some women that do it, but not many.
No, we have a few women. Yeah, we have a few that
I'm put up with them. I knew a woman who did the ladder work, on like for Comcast and stuff. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot. My wife likes doing skills like auto body. Like I taught her a little bit. She likes she likes more jobs that are, I guess, I don't want to say meant for men, but more man-driven.
Well, hey, Eric, guess what I've been doing? Guess what I've been doing today all day and yesterday. I have a tractor and I had a bad tire, but I pulled the tire off and I'm going to replace the tire, but the rim was rusted like crazy. So I sanded everything really good. And then where the valve stem was, I had to use some JB Weld to fill that up. And then I primed everything and I painted everything today, and I'm waiting so I can put the new tire on. And then at the same time, I'm working on restoring, the tractor and painting everything else. So anything that I could, I've been sanding it down, priming it, and painting it today. Yep.
Nice, man. I wish I lived near you. I was a master auto body painter.
I know. That's why I'm telling you this, because
I'm sure you can do it just fine yourself.
Well, it's just that, the cool thing is it's a tractor, so it's not like
it don't have to be special. You can have a little run. Just make it tiny. Just make it tiny.
Right. Yeah. But anyway, getting rid of the rust.
It protects from rust and stuff like that. Putting a new
because basically it's so old. The paint, it's like an 82. The paint has turned to all rust. You know what I mean? It's like, except for the blue, everything else is like, we're gonna rust.
I haven't painted tractors, but I've painted a cement truck, boats, yachts. I haven't painted helicopters or planes. No aerial. Lot cars, limos, but not to the planes.
Nice. That's cool.
But I've done a lot of what do you call it? Why am I having a brain fart? Semi trucks and different stuff like that. The semi trucks suck to paint. Oh my gosh, I hate working on those things.
You need a freaking scaffolding
to the job. They're like, "Can you drive a stick?" And I'm like, "Yeah, but I've never driven a truck." And they're like, "Yeah, you'll be fine." And I'm like bucking, and I can't. I don't know how to drive a semi truck. It's
they are good animal. I definitely,
I called my father up because he's a cement truck driver, and this is when I was still in the organization. And my dad answers. He's like, "What's up?" He's like, "I'm busy." I'm like, I can't get this truck moving. I'm like, I'm in first gear. He's like, that's your problem. Put it in second and third or fourth.
Really?
He's coaching me through it, and he actually helps me. I'm literally on the sofa with him, like, okay, it's going. He's like, all right, I gotta go.
We had the most beautiful vintage truck in my neighborhood, Eric. You would love it.
Yeah, what year?
Maybe 1948. It's a beautiful truck. But what made it beautiful was the paint job. Let me describe it to you.
Nice.
When I first saw it in the parking lot, I thought, what a beautiful truck. But they didn't take the rust out of the truck part. So I walked over to it, and I was wrong. What they did, they used a carrot-colored paint with glitter in it and repainted the truck bed in a rust-colored, glitter, beautiful orange.
Okay. So
the rest of the truck was like a navy blue, and then they had like orange little detail on it. And then kind of like as an homage to the rust, they used that color with glitter in it. It was gorgeous.
That's awesome.
Nice. Yeah, I love old trucks.
Me too.
Yeah.
A buddy of mine had a 66 Ford. I don't think they were F-150s. I think they were F-100s back then.
Yeah, they were. Yeah.
Yeah, fast truck, nice V8 in it. Don't remember which displacement, but yeah, he
probably a 6-cylinder.
He kept it. It was an 8-cylinder.
It was an 8-cylinder. Oh, really? Wow.
This guy was a mechanic. He might have swapped something in it. I don't know. Because he was always tinkering and always swapping motors out in his vehicles. This thing was a piece of crap and had a wooden bed for the longest time, and then he restored it, and it was like the most beautiful truck. Everybody was shocked. Is this the same truck that you had all these years?
That day, everything was V8. When I was a child, everything was V8.
Yeah, I thought everything was V8 back in the 60s.
Everything was a V8.
V8 and the
everything
stick
was
shift.
a good ride.
I think in your generation, Pixie, they had the stick shift on the steering column, which was very difficult to drive. Am I correct?
Well, mostly we didn't have stick shift cars. We had V8 luxury with chrome, and then the other model of what we had would be the muscle car, which was just slightly more sporty. But we always had the best car on the street.
Wow, you're lucky.
and then in about the time the elder arrangement came in, and about the time the world was going to end, then they started wanting to have these cheaper motors in all the cars. Because before that, pretty much everything was a V8, except for the Volkswagen Beetle. We had one of those.
Oh, that's a cool car.
And that was a cool little car to get groceries in.
What year was that? Was that the 60s, honey?
That was the 60s, and then we had a Carmakia
that was that like Dic one with the motor in the back. That's a really nice car.
Yeah.
I know that they remade that in the 90s. They replicated it in the 90s, and I just saw the car. My mechanic had it, and he said, "Come check this car out." And it's a Volkswagen Beetle from 1996, and it's got the motor in the back. It looks just like the original Bug, but a little better finished and like different. But it's the same thing for the most part. And I said, they don't make them in 96. He said they did in Mexico, and then he showed me the tag, and it's a Mexican car, and they made a limited amount of them. But there's enough of them to buy. It's just that you have to get the paperwork and everything to bring them to America.
I thought get one to go to the supermarket in.
It's fuel injected. It's not carburetor. So like a modern motor in it.
When I first got my license at 16, I worked for an elder who had a cleaning business, and so
I did too. That's really weird. Yeah, Arnold Broccoli. He was an Italian guy, and that was my first job. I worked for him.
Okay. So this guy, he had a service master business, and actually, he lives right in the Weirs where the motorcycle stuff is going on right now. He lived right in the heart of the Weirs. It's really cool. On a steep, stinking hill too. It's called Tower Hill, and wicked steep. So I had to drive this.
You already know one there.
I had to drive this van.
Good.
Yeah, well, no, I'm okay. I had to drive the van to go clean.
I love
and it was standard, and it was not it didn't have like the power assist for the and it was on the column. I had to shift on the column. And that was a trip. That was hard. I was a little guy when I was 16. I was actually I was a foot shorter than I am now when I was 16. So I was like, the seat was all the way forward. I had all I could do to hold the clutch down and everything. But anyways, that's the kind of truck that I drove back then. You were talking about on the column, yeah. That was fun. Not really. I stalled a lot intersections and stuff like that. I'd stall a lot.
As witnesses, all we were really allowed was fashion and cars.
Yeah, I got my beams busted because I had I was in a really bad car accident. I wasn't driving. I was 13 years old on my bicycle, and a woman didn't see me and hit me at like 35 miles an hour. So I got a settlement from it, and I bought a BMW with that. And
how did you survive with your hemophilia after that?
I almost died, actually. I had two blood clots in my brain,
thinking.
which is very bizarre that I had blood clots, considering that I'm hemophiliac. The doctors were stumped by it. They're like, how does he have blood clots in his brain when he's a hemophiliac? They should just bleed out. They found it very bizarre. But I lived through it, and I wasn't directed with the money, because now that I look back, you know what I would have done with that money? I wouldn't have spent the time on it. I had a Toyota Camry. Well, I shouldn't have bought a BMW. I was a stupid kid. I should have taken that $18,000 and invested it in gold and waited 10 years and been friggin' filthy rich.
And you probably should have even settled.
Or use the money to go to school and get a better trade, because I'm a hemophiliac and I shouldn't be working on cars with those repetitive motions with my joints. But, you know, it is what it is. See, this is how Jehovah's Witnesses, my family, they never taught me anything, because they always thought that the end was going to come, and they just didn't prepare me for it. I had to learn everything the hard way. I had to land on my ass, everything. And my parents, they didn't even teach me how to pay bills, nothing. I had no direction. No direction.
I agree.
I'm not bitching. I'm just explaining how Jehovah's Witnesses how to raise.
We never saved a dime. My parents never saved a dime. They just lived in and out. And because the end is always coming, so we just had no need to plan for the future ever.
And who wants to live like that, right? Right, Tom, and right, Pixie?
It's crazy.
I did learn to save, and when I was 6 years old, my mother took me to the bank. It was the most exciting thing to learn what a bank was. It was like my mother she didn't usually, contribute like that, but it was like this field trip of my mom's idea. And I had questions about the bank, and I learned to save money. And I said, well, we don't celebrate Christmas, but I want to know, what is a Christmas club? And the lady explained that you could save money for the end of the year. And I said, well, could you do that for something besides Christmas? And she said, yes. And my dad always said, save for retirement. Because my dad was an adult when the market in 29 crashed.
Was he a witness?
Yes, he was. They were Bible students before that. And he taught you
to save for retirement?
He did, because they had seen real hunger in the Dust Bowl of America that grew all the wheat. And they had seen people starve to death before there was Social Security, before FDR. And he thought FDR was like next to God. And then later, as an adult, he changed and said, well, my family used to be Republican. Maybe Reagan's okay. But they had a whole different world that they don't even teach in the history books now. And, I made my own barbecue sauce tonight, and I'm looking at these food
prices. Good for you. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Barbecue sauce, Pixie.
That's awesome.
I used a cup of champagne to thin out my tomato paste. It was perfect.
And you still have access to the money you saved, right?
Excuse me?
You saved money, and you're using the money that you saved growing up?
No, I made my own money.
Oh, you never saved it? You didn't save it for retirement?
I saved enough to put a down payment on a house when everybody told me I would only be a renter all my life. They said, we know the neighborhood you come from. You're just going to be a renter. And I said, maybe not.
Does the witness say that to you? Who said that witness?
So, but we had a very fine house. And
see, Eric has a good question. Were the witnesses that were saying that, or other
yes,
people?
The witnesses would say it, because most of them were not homeowners, and my parents were. But again, they started. In the old days, you got married and you looked at buying a house. That's what you did in that order. And prices were cheaper on houses then. I don't know what the younger people are going to do now. I've talked to some people in their 20s and 30s, and I'm like, I feel sad, because, my goddaughter, she did marry an accountant, and they did get a house, and they're in their 30s. But most of these young people will never own a house.
Yeah, I don't own a house. No, I never have.
I lived on peanut butter sandwiches for years so that I had enough for a down payment. And that was the smartest thing I ever did.
It's going very good. After I got divorced, I lived in a camper for 5 years and saved. After I paid off my child support, I saved up enough money so I could buy. I had a down payment, and I bought a house just before the pandemic hit. I bought it in December, Friday the 13th, December, 2019, just before the pandemic hit. And I actually believe I caught COVID when I signed all my paperwork because I had a room full of people that I shook hands with, and I was sicker than a dog for a week after that. I think I got COVID then. But anyways, then all of a sudden, now, if I hadn't have bought that house, because within friggin' 6 months, you could not buy a house around here at all. Exactly. Nobody could afford one that lived here. So I squeaked in. I lucked out just on the line. You know what I mean? So I'm very fortunate. Very fortunate to have that happen. Very fortunate. Because right now my house is already over more than doubled in value since I bought it.
That's
because
wonderful.
of that pandemic.
That's wonderful.
Well, no, it's terrible for my kids. It's terrible for people that are trying to start out up here because the house prices are ridiculous up here.
Oh, mine's doubled, and I haven't done anything to it.
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. It was awesome though. I lucked.
Yeah. They want to push everybody into this you'll own nothing thing.
Yeah, what's that about?
Well,
what is that about?
This New World Order phrase goes back to H.G. Wells before 1914. And who's the guy that wrote
H.G. Wells wrote 1984, didn't he?
No, before that, before 84.
Oh, before 84. Oh, okay.
H.G. Wells, before World War I, used the term New World Order. And he was what's called a Fabian socialist in England. And the Sherlock Holmes writer was at a meeting with him. Rudyard Kipling did not show up, but a couple other these super male men of that time, real macho guys, they were there before World War I. And they used that term, New World Order, and they were Fabian socialists. So they've been having a plan for a long time.
Yeah. Well, they've been trying. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
They've been trying.
It's happening.
It is. And hopefully this year, the elections will turn that around because I think that that it should not be happening, and I think that that this is not the way to go. It really isn't. I don't know. Hey, I have a question. Have you noticed where you live that there are all kinds of storage units being built now?
I saw that story on YouTube, and my old neighborhood
across my street.
My old neighborhood had that 20 years ago, and so I'm going to be on the lookout now for what you're talking about down here.
Well, I didn't know there was a YouTube thing about it. I just have noticed because I work. I travel a lot for my job. And it seems like everywhere I go, there's like, holy crap, there's another big, huge storage unit place going up. Holy crap, there's another big, huge storage unit place going up. I mean, they're just like left and right. A lot of them. I'm talking a lot.
The guy across the street from me, he had a very small storage unit, very tiny. It was insignificant. Then he put an addition on it. Then he put another addition on it. Then he put a final addition on it and just paved. I guess he owned all the land. He mowed it all down, and it's all storage units. The big ones, small ones, medium ones, all that. They have power. This guy's legit, and there's storage units being built all around. I don't know the significance of it, but it is weird.
Well, people are losing their homes. People are.
So that's what I'm thinking. I think they're planning on people losing their homes because people are paying. they're paying way too much money for their homes, and the interest rates are so high that they're going to lose their homes, I think, and they're going to have to pay for storage to put their stuff in. And, I mean, somehow something's going to happen. I don't know. Somebody knows something that we don't know, because there are a lot of those things going on. I don't know if people are going to plan on living in them or what, but I just was wondering if you guys noticed that.
Living in them. I saw one on YouTube where they had a video camera. Poor guy, he was living in one. So,
and this just goes to back to the New World Order thing that we were talking about earlier tonight with Constance, and and the JWs, do they know something that we don't know? Is what I'm wondering.
They might, because they're in New York.
I don't know.
They only know the Jehovah's Witnesses to the government. They are useful idiots, and the Jehovah's Witnesses only know what they are allowed to know. I do believe that they have some information, and that's why they're like telling people that, like, but they're also just predicting and grabbing things out of their behind. They're telling people to abandon their home, and you're going to have to go to a refugee camp or whatever the heck they're trying to portray in these videos. It's weird.
Is that real? Is it real, or is is there something to it? That's what I'm wondering, because it seems like
Africa is under a lot of situations. Africa is a huge continent with lots of countries, and so maybe they were talking to the African brethren. I don't know. Did you ever hear the funny rumor that the witnesses were going to be the maids and butlers of the very, very rich?
No, never heard that. That's funny. That is funny rumor.
From several people in several locations over several years.
Well, I can see it happening.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
This is Susan. I just wanted to share something with you. You know, this New World Order, just briefly, I wanted to share something with you. You know Klaus Schwab? You've heard that name?
Yes, I have.
Okay, well, they've just fired him.
What?
Yes, they have. He's been fired. They said they're giving the New World Order a bad name. He was. They didn't like how he was directing it. The bankers are the ones that are directing even him. And who knows, well, I know who's directing the bankers, but that's what's going on right now. So the world is really in a huge vortex of upheaval. So
they're trying to imprison Donald Trump, and they're trying to, they're not trying to, they are seizing Alex Jones' assets.
Right.
They're after Alex Jones. They're after another guy that's like Alex Jones. And they're after all kinds of people. They're after the Twitter guy. What's his name? Mark Zuckerberg. Excuse me, that's the idiot. Elon Musk. They're after him. They're after anybody that's in their way. Sorry, Susan, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, they want to assassinate Donald Trump. Truly. They see that as
absolutely
one of the last. In fact, they don't want Joe Biden to run. They're changing it. So things are in kind of a upheaval right now. So I just wanted to share that because Tom was asking, and I think one of the things that's happened is the firing of Klaus Schwab.
Wow, that
I didn't know that. Thank you, because I do know who that evil man is. Thanks for telling us.
Oh, you're welcome. It's big news, really. Very big news.
So, Susan, in your opinion, who's behind the bankers?
Well, I believe it's the devil. I do. I'm sorry. I know.
Yeah, the devil's their boss. I absolutely agree with you, Susan. That is beautifully said.
Well, I don't know if you ever listen to Tucker Carlson, he believes the same thing. So does Alex Jones. All of them. They've all come to that conclusion because everything that they're planning is verbatim in the book of Revelation and the book of Daniel. You cannot deny that. It's not.
That's their playbook for sure.
Too many coincidences. I don't believe in coincidences. If there's too many, then there's something you should look at.
Have you seen that painting, Susan, and everybody, of Prince, whatever his name is, from England? Sorry, I care so little about the royal.
You mean from Norway? No.
No, the king of England. What's his name?
Yeah,
the king, not
Charles.
Prince, the king. Yes, King Charles. That demonic portrait that he has of himself, where he's the devil, and he's in hell in the background. Have you seen that?
I didn't get that out of it, but now that you mentioned it, maybe I'll look again.
Oh yeah, there's people that broke it down and they use microscopes, and it's all devilry. If you put if you duplicate the photos and put them side by side, there's a Baphomet in it.
Wow.
The goat head of Satan, or whatever that is, with the star.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's a total Satanist.
That makes me shudder. Oh God. You know, Diana used to say certain things that, you know, his first wife, that she's the one that they had killed. She used to say things like that.
Oh, poor Diana, right?
Really,
she was a sweetheart.
Well, if you listen to what she really said, she knew what was going on.
She did?
Yeah. Well, later on, yeah. And she didn't want to really be a part of it because they're demonic people. They actually believe they are better than others, that they are one step above human beings. They all believe that.
One of the members of the royal family, and forgive me for not remembering who, but he said that his dream is to die and be reincarnated as a deadly disease to wipe out mankind. If that ain't devil worship,
considering what happened 10 years after he died, isn't it?
Yeah, but it didn't take on the toll that he wanted it to. They want to wipe out 90% of the population.
Yes, they do. They
vaccine helps.
Cows fart too much, and so we have to stop all that. It's just absolutely ridiculous. It's just a green cult religion, is all it is. There's nothing to it, and all the things that they point to as facts are not. They're just manufactured. It's just like saying Trump was Russian collusion. There was no such thing. They fabricated all of that. And made 50 people sign it to say that, well, this is true. Yes, it's Russian disinformation. There's no such thing. So they can make anything appear any way they want. And it's hard to find what the truth is, and it takes time today. And a lot of people don't take the time. They're going to care for who, you know.
The good thing is that we have so a lot of people are learning the facts. It's not just the media now, as there's many other information outlets that are exposing these people, and so it's harder for them, and I think they're really just doubling down because it's so hard. They cannot keep lying to us like they have been and get away with it. And so they're just really just pulling all the stops off, and just it's so stinking obvious that they're just doing everything they can.
Look at all the people that are rioting for the Palestinians, and they're crying, Infantata, Infantata. Do you know what that means? It means kill the Jews. Now, if it was the other way around and the Jews were saying kill the Arabs, oh my gosh, the whole government would shut down for them. I don't understand it. I can't. It's beyond my capability, but yet there it is.
But the thing is,
there's one other thing that's happening, Susan, that you're onto, but it's happening in our country. It's kill the white man. It's slowly happening, because we hear it all the time that white supremacy is the greatest threat of America. Biden says, no, it's not. You know what? Not too far from where Tom lives in Maine, there's a town there, and I'm not trying to be racist, but this is statistics, so facts matter. It's 99% white people, and they have no crime. It's just completely peaceful. And I'm not saying that it's because of the race. It's just that politics and certain people that have peaceful mindset keep the peace, you know. And it's not bad to own guns. It keeps criminals in check, and it's not bad. It's not bad to tell people, no, you can't just rob a store. You know, you can't. You know, we do need law and order. We do need peace and security of the best.
Hasn't that been the craziest thing where they've been letting these people rob stores?
It's retarded.
I mean, yeah.
That is beyond me. That is beyond me. Unless it's over.
And then you wonder why they shut down. Well, why is Kroger or all these shopping centers, Walmarts and stuff shutting down?
But you know what? I'm going to have to give a shout out to New Hampshire because it's a right to we can carry. We don't need a permit. We can carry concealed, and we don't need a permit. And guess what? Nobody's going to mess with you because they don't know if you have a weapon to protect yourself or not. You know what I mean?
Same in Tennessee. It's the same in Tennessee. I have a 38 and I have a holster that's concealed on my waist. And when I have money on me or I go into the ghetto or late at night, I bring it with me, and I have the right to. I just can't go into a bank or a hospital with it in a police station, you know.
I don't even feel the need to. I am well armed. I have many weapons, but I don't feel the need to because nobody messes with us. You know what I mean?
Well, the thing about Tennessee is we have migrants. We have migrants coming here, so that's what.
Yeah.
That's why. The crime has risen a little bit in our neighborhood, and we have a peaceful neighborhood.
Yeah,
we really do. Gallatin, Tennessee is so peaceful, but there's been some murders and some shootouts, and they're not covering it in the news for whatever reason. Because I know some of the police around here. My neighbor's an ex-police officer. He just retired, and he's like, "Dude, they're not covering it because they don't want the people to know." And I'm like, "Oh my God." That's a false sense of security that we have here because we've always been known to be. I've been here 7 years, and we've been known to be a really peaceful, quiet town. But there's certain parts of this neighborhood that have had a lot of crime.
They can never cover it all.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I have to admit, you know, Rick and I have not known what to do, and I actually got some stun guns. Yeah,
good for you.
Well, I want to learn how to use them though, and that's the thing. It's a big step to take, especially at our age.
Especially in Massachusetts, because Massachusetts is very, very tough. I am not.
Blue state.
Oh yeah.
Blue state.
Oh, it's so democratic here. It is. No, it's very given. It's very.
I was in Rhode Island, honey. I know all about it.
The amount of people, the aliens that are coming over the border and coming into Boston, they have overloaded Logan Airport, which is the hub of Boston.
Really?
Oh,
wow.
It's covered. No, every night they have.
How is your town? Is it still okay?
Where we live?
Yeah.
There's Lowell, which is not so great, and all of a sudden it's just pure border people, people, and a lot of African people, the people from Africa. Yeah. So, and it wasn't like that 10 years ago. So
is there a lot of homelessness down there now in your town?
Yes, huge amounts of homelessness.
Really?
We had some homeless people living with us until about 3 months ago, and it was hard. But
my brother told me that Providence, Rhode Island, that there's a lot of homelessness, and there's a famous street, Wickeden Street in Providence and Fair Street, and it's just like so cool to go there. So much culture, different restaurants, different kinds of like record stores. But my brother said it's like I don't mean to offend anybody, but it's overrun with the LGBTQ community.
Providence was the gay Mecca in the 50s. That was back when nobody would admit it.
It always kind of was like that, but it got way worse. It's so bad that you can't bring kids there, Like it's just too much out in the open now.
I have a hard time with people changing their children's sex and not feeling that it isn't abnormal. I just don't understand why they would do that. If they're an adult, what can you do? What can you say?
Yes, if they're an adult, you know, like say in their 20s, then make your decision. But that's your decision. But a kid,
I think they're harming. I think they're harming a lot of children that don't know who they are yet. And,
of course, this is child abuse.
I read the New York Times paperback bestseller called Trans, and it talks about the Olympics in one chapter. In another chapter, it talks about how much the medical doctors make. So I think these children's bodies and souls are being sacrificed on the altar of medical greed.
You know, I don't mean to go too off topic, but it's really good to hear that Dr. Phil has come on board and he's against all this now. He's changed. Yeah, he's changed his position and he's actually on like the right side now. You know, like he's more conservative than ever, and he's really calling things out.
There's a lot of people.
He won't give the LGBTQ like when they're like you're a man, like he's like, or you're a woman, like he won't go there.
Well, what I read, the medical
he calls it mental disorder.
The medical literature is still not out on what causes a person to have some of these issues.
Right.
And I had doctors, this is journalism, I did some journalism, and I had doctors and undertakers tell me there's more intersex people being born now. But
what is an intersex?
A person who has when they're an infant, they don't know whether to check M or F.
Oh my God!
Are they born with both organs?
They're born all kinds of ways, and they're seeing more of it now, just like with the frogs being messed up. But the thing is that they're not waiting to see what these people's brains would rather be. Okay.
The problem is that a child should never be introduced to any kind of sexuality at all whatsoever. That's the problem.
Well, no, it's much more complex than that. It's much more complex than that.
I'm saying a child. You know, at some point,
I agree, but this issue is a medical one, and the thing is that it's been politicized. It's been financial. It's become a financial issue. And many, many people that have this change done, they later regret it and say they had mental issues and wish they had not harmed their bodies. You can dress however you want. You can
there's all kinds of videos
however
on
you
YouTube
want.
of men and women regretting.
But even within the subculture of gay people, there's lots of people that are saying this is just wrong.
But guess what? They're doing what's being accomplished? What's being accomplished is less births, less reproduction. And that is the biggest problem with our, the world that Eric brought up earlier is the population explodes and they want to depopulize, right? And so instead of killing everybody off, we just get people to not take their natural course and procreate. We get them to change their sexuality, and we no longer have to worry. So that person doesn't procreate, and the other one doesn't procreate, and the other one doesn't procreate.
And also some of these boosters probably changed that for straight couples that wanted to have children.
That may be true too, but it's almost like there's many different facets of them trying to accomplish that, and because that is true, because they said since this vaccine thing came out that the birth rate has gone way down in the United States, and
lots of women had miscarriages from that in Scotland. And the doctor, he kept records, and he said he was an older doctor, and he says, I've been at this hospital for decades. I've never seen anything like this.
Yep. So you do that, and then you encourage people to change their sex and be gay and not have kids. And guess what?
Yep, they want to kill us all. I've been saying that for years.
They're just
to go along with.
No, it's
what
not,
they
it's
found
not
also.
To go along with what Dixie was saying. Oh, go ahead.
Well, just to throw in, what they've also said is the child's first sexual experience will show with their preference for the rest of their life. So if
But
they can mess that up.
Susan, that in the medical literature, that's not what the medical literature says. The medical literature says, and they're still not in agreement, but Freud said when we're 7 or...
does say that the child's first sexual experience will show preference.
Okay, but let me give you additional information. Freud was right. When we're about 7 or so, a girl gets a crush on dad, the boy gets a crush on mom. It's a harmless crush. They need to win. They need to say that's, you can have this crush for 3 weeks or whatever. They're about 7 or 8. Then let's say they're worldly children, and let's say their first sexual experience is, 17 at the prom, let's just say. Those two will determine it. So even if the first one didn't go as planned, the second one is going to determine it. So there's 2 chances there, which is kind of interesting.
Is this would this be? Oh, go ahead.
I'm still waiting on my second sexual encounter.
That's right.
Yeah, so what happens if you can't go to the prom? That's what I'm wondering. So Jones, what if the student go to the prom? So what happens? How do we know what sex we're going to go for?
Well, then you have to be 25. You're in missionary service, and you meet some sister, and then you get married, and then you're straight because you had a crush on mom when you were 8, and you married a virgin, and he was a virgin too, and then you'd be a straight guy.
Okay, good. Ooh, that's good. Thank you.
But if you're in a car group and some brother gropey is there, all bets are off.
Oh, yeah, now you're screwed. Yeah. Oh, boy.
But that New York Times paperback was very interesting.
This might get dark for a second, but I had a theory about Watchtower, and it's kind of linked to the movie Mystic River. I don't know if anybody's seen it.
Did I see it?
Yes,
I'll watch it tomorrow.
Good. With Sean Penn and some other actors. Forgive me for not knowing on the spot. But yeah, it's a really good movie. It's kind of a murder mystery gangster movie, if you will. Okay. It's really weird and bizarre, and there's a touch of a subject where there's child molestation on it, and one of the main actors in it, he was molested and abused by men, and he likened child molestation to being bitten by a werewolf, and he said, but I didn't get the disease. And what happened is he ended up in his older age, he saw a child molester abusing a kid just by accident, and he killed him, the man over it. And that's kind of the murder mystery. And but I found that interesting where he said that it's a disease, because it is. Personally, from being hurt by Watchtower and people in it. One person gets molested and then they turn around and do it to someone else, even if, as a child. So they're not really guilty. Like they don't know what they're doing. And I think that the powers to be, the Illuminati, the New World Order, whatever you want to call them, I think that they infected our churches with this, including Kingdom Halls, and they're trying to make people homosexuals over it. And it does happen. My cousin Billy, he was raped by his father, and go figure, he's gay. He had no brothers, all sisters, and he was semi-raised in the organization. his mother found the organization, because I don't like to call it the truth, the lie, like later in life. So the kids were all older.
That can happen. I'll tell you a little story.
My cousin. I just want to finish my story. He was.
Yeah.
He's a really smart kid. Like really smart. He's my cousin-in-law. He learned Russian. He knows the Russian language better almost than English. He's. I've told people have told me that speak Russian that he is absolutely 100% fluent at it.
Oh.
And the kid was like a pioneer. He became a ministerial servant at 18.
Wow.
And then he became gay, and he lost everything. He lost his family.
Right.
Gone. But it's just that it's like Watchtower will just throw you away. They don't understand. The guy was raped by his dad. But can you guys have any empathy? What would Jesus do if he knew this information? Would he throw him away?
How terrible.
He would want to kill this young man. Sorry, I felt like I needed.
I have a dear friend, and I won't name names, but when he was 7 or 8, he had this crush on a girl, and it was normal, and he had the crush for a couple weeks, and that's that imprint. We'll call it an imprint for straight male, crush on girl at 8, okay?
So
years go by.
I was 5.
Let me finish, because this was textbook. His father dies when he's 11. He has to take care of his mom and the bills and everything at 11. His mother, I guess she's not paying attention. He goes to live with another entertainer when he's 13 and is raped and seduced by this person. And he tells me this when he's 50. Now, he still wants to get married at 50. And he knew how to squire a girl around. He knew how to kiss a girl. He knew how to dance. He knew how to do everything a straight male knew how to do, except that one thing. And I said, well, we're not married yet, but I'd kind of like to know if that's going to be part of this. And then he explained to me, the imprint was good at 8, but the imprint at 13 was danger. So I didn't marry him. But this was textbook for what the medical lit was trying to tell me.
Yeah. So, if I could just jump in, I don't know if you can hear me or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that. Oh, thank you. And I'm not ex-JW, but I hold on to my. I'm all like too denominational, but I hold on to what I have, and I deal with my own issues, right? With whatever kind of let's call them doctrines that somebody wants to put out there, and I'll stop in a minute on that, and then get to what the conversation was. But doctrines are taught, and those people who are leading whatever flock they're in charge of, right? There's like 7 churches in Revelation. And there's also, the saying in the Bible that says those who are teaching will receive greater lashings than somebody who doesn't know any better, let's say, right? And so I'm going to stay put, and I'll leave it at that. But then for somebody to be, because the conversation before the CSA stuff, which I never knew that was an acronym for that or whatever, but the people that are like that, they're not really supposed to be involved in teachings. You know what I'm saying? And I understand.
Jail.
Yeah, oh, for sure. I mean, believe me, I have family members who have gone through this, so I know what you're saying. Like, I had a family member who, I think it was something like his mom went away and, there was a babysitter or something, and something happened. And, that messes people up badly, but they still have to do their best to somehow battle through that and be like, I'm not going to give this experience to the next person. You know what I mean? Like, it's almost like people when they say, oh, when I have kids, I want my kids to have a better experience than my kids did, or than I had, right? So, I mean, just because you had a horrible experience in whatever manner it may be, I mean, you want the best for everyone else, kind of thing. I mean, I don't really understand.
Complex. It's very
super complex.
And it's above my education. And there's people that specialize in it as therapy, and there's all kinds of things. And you can't pray the gay away. And these people are imprinted for good or ill, and they have to deal with what happened to them.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily, but I mean, I don't necessarily like buy into that per se. I just think that.
Well, read more of the method.
It's super complex.
It is. It is. It is.
Mm-hmm. I have to agree with you, Carl. I agree with you. I agree with you very much that just because that happened, you're right. It doesn't mean that has to be their past. Right? That what you're saying?
Well, I mean, they can't change their past, right? But then they also have the decision to decide that what happened to them was, we'll call it evil, and don't project that on someone else. You know what I'm saying?
I meant their future past, not past, their past. It doesn't have to define who they are going to be because of something that they had no control over happened to them. And they decide they do not want that in their life. They do not want that to be, and they don't want that to define them, and they don't want that experience to actually, so they learn to deal with it somehow. And I believe that you're right, 100%. That doesn't necessarily define who you're going to be just because of something.
I completely agree. You know, I mean,
but
it's
again,
like,
keep in mind that there's two determining.
You're going to science. I heard that. Yeah, you're going to science to appeal to.
And so if they're harmed later in life at 15 or 17 or whatever, it also depends on what was it like when they were 7 or 8. Okay, just
I don't necessarily know. Well, I mean, I'm hearing you, but the thing that I'm trying to think is like because you're appealing to science with this. You're appealing to science. And
I'm telling you of situations of gentlemen that I knew that it happened to.
No, I'm telling you, I have a family member that happened to as well.
Okay.
So for that guy, the way it was, but I will tell you that I was very much into girls when I was a kid at a very young age. But then also, guess what? When I moved to Virginia for a little while, and my neighbor happened to be I don't know if he was gay or what, but he used to play with dolls and all that stuff, and I was young, and I was exposed to this, and I remember we had a yard sale, and all the toys that he sold were Barbie dolls.
Yeah, okay.
And that's what we played with when we played with him. We played with his Barbie dolls. So does that make me gay? No, not at all. I was exposed to this, and I didn't, so I don't know.
Whatever. I mean,
when I was meaning imprint, though, I was meaning that the teen imprint would have been a sexual encounter, either with a man or a woman, boy or girl.
Oh.
Okay, and then you have this dream. You have a dream life when you're 7 or 8, and then later at prom age, you have this other encounter. And how those two encounters compare is going to determine for the person quite a bit.
Okay.
But I think you're also right. That doesn't have to be. That doesn't necessarily 100% have to be the story if you have a different idea.
Here's the problem, if I can present it to you. Here's the problem. And the problem is basically, if you're going to come at it and try to go from like a scientific perspective, then what they're just doing is they're gathering data And whether their data is complete or not, or if it's bullshit or if it's just propaganda, you won't know. And then they're going to push it out into the media.
This is not people that have an agenda saying this, but I understand that there is an agenda publicly. But this is counter to that, and this is the old way of thinking about it, and there's boatloads of things that are saying this. But then, of course, gay men and gay women, that's one thing. That's going back to Kinsey's documents in 45 and some of the things I shared. But then this book, Trans, that's another kettle of fish entirely. And the New York Times book on that was very insightful. And it's a cheap paperback, and it's a bestseller right now. And I learned things in that book that I didn't even, alleyways I didn't even go down before.
When I don't know, when I was a kid, that was something that wasn't even heard of. I mean, we heard of it. We heard of it because of there was a song, there was a rock song that talked about it, but
Melton Berle was on TV in a dress. That's all I knew.
Yeah, right. So it just wasn't, it wasn't a thing, and it wasn't pushed on people. And now it's being pushed on kids. It's crazy.
Have you guys ever seen the movie? What's it called? Gosh, it was Michael J. Fox, and The Secret of My Success. It's like, have you seen that one?
I haven't.
Oh, okay. It was like back in the 80s. And he's going in, he's just I think he was just out of college or something, right? No experience, he's looking for a job, all this stuff. And he's going in to do an interview, and the lady goes, "Can you be a black minority woman?" And it's just so funny because you project it from the 80s to today, and it's like, yes, I can be, as a matter of fact. Let me go get the surgery, and I'm black now, you know what I mean? Oh, shit. This is so funny, man.
Well, you wonder if he's very talented. You wonder if Dustin Hoffman in Tootsie, I think he got the Oscar. You wonder if that comedy would be considered insulting now, and it was very funny.
Isn't it crazy how comedy changes over time now? Everyone's all
because of wokeism, comedy is dead.
Oh, I know.
Oh, yeah.
I know. I cry about it.
Because you can't say anything without offending a group of some sort.
I hear you. I hear you.
Whatever the group is, I'm not like discriminating. Whatever the group may be, you're gonna.
No, come on now. See, because wait a second. You just
remember the 90s though with John Panette. He was this fat guy. And he was talking about how he would go to the Chinese buffet, and he's like, the owner would come up and like, "Son of a bitch, still here? He been here for 4 hours." And he's like doing the act. A white guy can't do that. He can't put it. But it was the funniest. It's the funniest skit. Check it out. He goes, "You go home." He goes, "You so big. Why you eat pork? Eat carrot. Eat broccoli." You scare my wife. I don't know. I love 90s and 80s humor. It was pretty good.
There was a lot of, in the history of America, the Vaudeville Museum at Library of Congress is real interesting. They have a vaudeville room inside the Library of Congress. And back when comedy was king, each immigrant group had to be made fun of. They had to walk this comedy gauntlet on stages around the country. And a new group of immigrants would come, and they'd make fun of them, and then that would be passé. Then another group would come, they'd make fun of them, then that would be passé. And people just became Americans, and they took the comedy in stride, and it was part of it. And
it can get ridiculous if you watch Gilligan's Island. They have a caution in front of the show saying that the mores and the attitudes of that around that time do not reflect what's done today. Gilligan's Island.
Oh, goodness. I guess you can't make fun of rich people now either.
A 3-hour tour. A 3-hour tour.
There's something wrong with the 3-hour tour. Good grief.
Wow.
Yeah.
Things are kind of strange nowadays.
It's beyond strange, man. I mean,
It's
yeah,
like everything's topsy-turvy. You know, the pendulum is swung. I didn't think in my lifetime I'd live to see everything swing like this. And now the political parties have switched. I mean, everything is.
Oh, yeah. You're 100% correct. I mean, believe me, I watch more than, my fair share of YouTube videos. I know a lot of topics. I'm only in on this XJW thing because I recently moved, and to be honest, I'm around Mormons, and they have their own thing, you know what I mean? But it's been great, like, chatting with you guys and stuff, and I'll probably be on here for a little bit longer, but I need to...
Before you go, those poor people. Remember that?
You know what?
From Gilligan's Quest, they believed Gilligan's Island, and as soon as they said, "What? Haven't you seen Gilligan's Island?" And everybody looks down and they go, "Oh, those poor people."
I mean, I don't know. Like, it was funny. This is funny. Let me tell you a little story, right? So, I'm over at one of my neighbor's house. He's an ex-Mormon, or he says he is, or whatever. But he's got some, I don't know. He's a special person, right? So I'm like, I see him walking around the neighborhood when I first got here, and I'm like, yeah, come on over, or whatever. Have a couple meals together and a couple beers, chilling. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. The guy's walking around with his dog. He looks kind of lonely. Mormons came over to his door, and one of the Mormons goes, I started rapping with him, you know what I mean? You got to rap and babble a little bit. You got to learn how to do that. You know what I mean? Stick up for the word, whatever you want to, whether you want to associate with something or not, you got to stick up for the word. But I hope you all didn't drop it. You know what I mean? But anyway, so the guys over there are saying stuff. We're rapping a little bit. And one of them, because they go in twos, goes, "Hey, call me like Zacchaeus or something." And I'm like, that's a funny one. Jesus loved Zacchaeus. How do you like that? You know what I mean? And this kid's just got this smile on his face permanently, and he doesn't get it. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, yeah, okay. Like, I'm not going to get through to you guys really at all. A week later, that kid's not there. There's another kid in there. And, like, 3 weeks later, guy drives down the street and goes, "Hey, Zacchaeus." And I'm like, you still don't get it, dude. You know what I mean? Like, you can call me whatever you want. I don't really, I don't really give a shit. But, I mean, they just don't know any better, and it sucks. I feel for you guys, for what the church that you guys were involved in has done to your families. It's fucked up. Excuse my language. It's messed up.
No, you're right, 100%. Don't you know Mormons that have gone through the same thing?
I do know that they do the same thing. And I've been trying to put it, I'm in the chat. My name's Dub. I'm in the chat all the time. Not all the time, but lately.
Dub. Have you watched the show with John DeLynn about the Mormon Church on YouTube?
I watch Mormon Stories a little bit. I don't know if that's the same person.
Yeah, it's a good show.
Yeah, I watch Mormon Stories. Yeah, no, it is. It's a really good show. Great presentation.
Hey, Doug, before you start going, this is Rebecca. Talked to you before in the chat, and it's good to finally hear your voice. Yes.
Rebecca Wise? Okay. Yeah.
Bravery, man. It's bravery. It's good to hear your
man,
voice.
We gotta stick up, dude. And that's what I'm trying to say when I'm saying stuff in the chat. It's not to be like, I know this and I know that. It's just like, don't drop the book, man. Because to be honest, I'll tell you the real reason why is because I'm going to say this. I don't really want to say this because it makes me want to fucking cry, to be honest. And again, excuse my language, but there are Jewish people out there that want to believe in the Talmud. And the reason why they want to do that is because they want to drop the Old Testament. And once they do that, it's like we're in big trouble because, you know what I'm saying? If they want to go by Talmud, we don't go by that. We're taught Isaiah, it says it in Isaiah, wrote teachings, which is oral teachings, it says something like, they honor me by their mouth, but they,
Do you know what we go by?
follow their oral
we go by the law of the nation we live in.
No, and we do to an extent.
We do. That's all we have to do is death and taxes and the law and the nation we live in. We don't have to have a religious book at all.
No, that's true. That could be your truth, but that's
I respect
okay.
it if you want to have that, but it's not required.
But it's not that way.
Listen, yeah, to an extent, again, you're correct. Because here's what it says in the Bible. It says, God will have compassion on whom he has compassion. In that sense, I can give you something. You know what I'm saying? Whereas I'm not trying to sit here and condemn you or anything like that. God will have compassion on those whom he wants to, on those whom he wills, right? So I'm not trying to condemn anyone, but I'm just trying to say, don't drop the book. You know what I mean? Like, don't let anyone steal your crown. Just because somebody mistaught you doesn't mean that you have to give it all up and say, this is bullshit. Because I'm telling you.
What do we do? Where do we go? You know, who do we believe? Because we know in our hearts, okay, the stuff that we learned in the Bible, the morals are true, and we learned all that, and we believed it. We wouldn't have done that if we didn't. We would not have stayed. So the reason why we left was different reasons, because it's definitely not the truth. But we wished it was, because that's what we were told all our lives, and we thought it was, and we lived by it, and we tried to be good people, and we tried to be good boys and girls.
Yeah.
Okay? And we still want to be good boys and girls. But the thing is, who in the fuck can we trust to tell us?
So, yes, good question. I have the answer. I have it. I hear exactly what you're saying. Where do I go? Which church is the right church, right? This kind
You
of
don't
where
need
you're going.
one. Bob Dylan wrote a song. He says, if you want to trust somebody, trust yourself.
Ah, you have that as your answer. And then I have, look at Revelation 3, 18. I'm only going to read 18. I could read 17, but I'm not going to. Okay? This is Jesus talking. I advise you to buy from me gold refined by fire, so that you may become rich, and white garments, so that you may clothe yourself, and that the shame of your nakedness will not be revealed, and eye salve to anoint your eyes, so that you may see. It's basically saying, go back, because you were lied to, read the Bible, and you
I don't know what Bible you're reading from, sir.
That's you can read from any Bible on that. Revelation 3:18. Pull up any version you like. I read the NASB because I like the most word for word translation in English. I don't read the ye old English, and there's a reason for that too. Because if you go back into the KJV and you go look up the word grove. So I got in a tangle with somebody who didn't believe in Christmas at all, right? And so they're like, "Can you
don't celebrate Christmas?" Just so you know.
Okay, great. Okay, so this is somebody else who basically says, "Can you bring a grove into your house?" And I was like, "Why is this person asking this question?" Okay, and then I looked at it, I'm like, you read the KJV. Okay, so go to, what is it? I think it's, I want to say it's Exodus 33:21 or something like that. Abraham planted a grove. Groves in general are awful. That's like idolatry, something like that. But the actual word grove, which is listed in the KJV as grove, means tamarisk tree. So can I bring a tamarisk tree into my house? Yeah. Abraham planted one as a covenant with God. So, I mean, it gets kind of ridiculous when people get into like KJV versus all these other arguments. You know what I'm saying?
I respect the First Amendment, sir. You have a right to believe whatever you choose to believe. I
No, right on.
ride for the
You do.
Constitution. But
I know. I really like that scripture that you mentioned in Revelation 3:18. I'm reading it from the ERV, which is called the Easy Reading version, because sometimes you just want to read stuff fast and understand it. And I do understand your word for word. I like phrase by phrase better myself, but it does say that what you have needs to be cleaned up. You need to buy white garments, which means you're dirty. You need to clean yourself, clean up what you're believing, and that you need your eyes need medicine because they're not seeing properly. So it's going to take a little effort on your part, time and effort. That's a very good scripture. Thank you.
It doesn't say, it doesn't say, I advise you to buy from me. What are the first couple words in that, in 18 on yours?
Well, like I said, this is the ERV. It says, I advise you to buy gold from me. Gold means...
There you go. Ours are the same. Yeah. Ours are the same. I advise you to buy gold from capital me. That means read more. Yes, because you were lied to earlier. That's why.
Right. You won't be rich until you buy something else that you don't have. Because then I tell you this, buy clothes that are white. That means you need to be, you got to buy something cleaner than what you're taking in. It's dirt. What you've been putting in yourself has been dirty. You need to whiten yourself up, and not, I don't mean racially. I just mean,
No. Come on now.
Okay. Well, I just don't want to offend anyone. Then you will be able to cover your shameful nakedness. I also tell you to buy medicine. Medicine is to cure. Medicine to put on your eyes. And until then, once you put medicine on your eyes, then you will be able to see. You cannot see now.
Okay. Let me give you one more verse because we're on point right now. If you can go, I'll trust your version because it sounds pretty much dead on. Let's go to Zechariah 11 and 5.
Zechariah 5?
11, 5. Because we were just talking about what? Buy from me, capital me. That means Jesus will talk to you through the scripture. Look at Zechariah 5.
You gotta buy gold.
5 says.
11, 5.
Yeah, all right. Zechariah 11, 5. The Lord, no. Buyers kill their sheep and are not punished. Those who sell the sheep say, praise the Lord, I am rich. The shepherds don't feel sorry for their sheep. I don't get that one.
Ooh, because they're talking about buying and selling. So, the buying and selling thing, you should probably think of, and I'm not going to break it down right now because you guys can look at that later. They're talking about buying and selling. Jesus says, buy from me. That's because that's pure. You read the book and have no one else really try to tell you what to believe. That's safe because Jesus and the Holy Spirit will guide you when you're reading the book. But the buying and selling that they're talking about in Zechariah 11, 5, that's people telling you garbage and then they're selling you like, okay, you're disfellowshipped or whatever they want to call it. They're assholes. 1 Timothy 5:8. You can't stun people. Give me a break. You can't stun your own family members. You tell me you're going to kick your 10-year-old out of your house? Who are you? Like, that's disgusting.
But they do it. Yeah, they do.
I know they do. They are horrible. But you can see, I mean, I don't want to hamper on it too long, because I know you guys are having fun and all that, and I want to have fun with you guys too. So I'm going to kind of shove my...
You said to hear...
Well, thank you for your input.
Yes, it is. It's interesting to hear somebody's, experiences and their thoughts on that is, similar. I mean, it relates. We relate to it, and thank you for that. That's really.
Hey, Deb, are you still there?
Hey, Debbie, are you doing okay?
I'm in a lot of pain.
Oh, Debbie, we love you. We love you. We love you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I love y'all too. But I wanted to talk to Deb for a minute. Are you still there?
Yeah, go ahead, lady.
Hi. I had to go to the hospital this morning. I had a bad fall.
I stood up and leaned over to turn off my oxygen, and when I went to straight up to get in my wheelchair, I got dizzy and I fell, and I went head first into the metal and into the floor.
Wow.
And got a bad burn on my arm, and from hitting something yesterday, and then today I did that, and I tore the other rotator cuffs, and now both of them are torn. And I had to drive my wheelchair with my one that I just injured really bad 3 times. And it turns out all this dizziness is caused from the antibiotics that they had me on. So I could have been prevented, and I wouldn't be in such a horrendous amount of pain because I'm already in enough pain. But I talked to you the other night, Deb, and I apologize because I did think that you were just a Watchtower operative planted there to argue.
Oh, heck no, man. And it's all good. Like,
you know who I am then, right?
Deb, I saw your name was on there because somebody was talking about you earlier that you were not feeling well, and I'm sorry to hear that. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to go through your trials and tribulations as well. I just hope you're able to hang on. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's really, it crushes me inside to know that people are just kind of dropping the book. You know what I mean? And I just don't want that to happen. And shit. You know, like, I have nothing against you. Believe me, let me tell you, Debbie, whatever you know, was going on in that chat or whatever, I wanted to be understood. And if I'm not, that's okay. Why? Because I battle Black Hebrew Israelites, Jews, some JWs, not really though, Mormons, you know, other people who claim to be Christians. I mean, it's all good.
Yeah.
What's that?
Can I interrupt for a second?
Go ahead.
Debbie, tell him how you needed a wheelchair or no, you needed a recliner, right? And
I needed a lift chair, yeah.
A wheelchair. And how soon did that happen with this XJW community came together and you were able to...
Came all in less than 3 hours. They raised the money to get it. Okay, let me tell Deb, I'm handicapped. I am confined to an electric wheelchair. I'm 63 years old, and I've broken over half the bones in my body from falling. I moved to Nebraska from Mississippi, so my first experience in the north was black ice, and I fell on black ice, and in one fell swoop, I broke both the humerus bones, both my shoulders, and my neck. And then I broke my spine, and I continue. I mean, I've had multiple surgeries, but I was also diagnosed with lupus when I was 23, and I got put on steroids. So I was on steroids now for 40 years, and at that time there wasn't any other treatment for lupus except that hydroxychloroquine, which would have treated, C19 had they allowed it. But then I couldn't take it because I started losing my vision, my color vision. Anyway, so now I'm also diabetic, and the steroids irritate that too. Well, I've been diabetic for like 30-some years, but it's just really, everything is really catching up to my body now. And in the last couple of weeks, I've had 3 major falls. And then a few months ago, before I got the friends went in together and got me a lift chair because then all I had, because I lost my home, my family, and everything in 2019. Not to be in witnesses, but I've been out of that for a long, long time.
Wait, Deb, 1 minute. This is Becky. Okay. Just one, really fast. You had those recent falls twice from reaching over and getting back up on your chair from turning on or off your oxygen. Is there some system out there in that area that will work with someone in need, or something we can let Fran look into, because she's got all the connections by now, to help you get a better oxygen system to turn it off and on? Like,
no, I only use it at night. So I just had my regular, it wasn't so much that I just had to reach over. The way I did it, I reached over, I guess, a little too far. But since I've been on these antibiotics the last couple of weeks, I've been having a lot of problems with my depth perception. And even with driving my wheelchair, knowing how close I am to the wall and stuff, everything has been off kilter. But I do have, my daughter's my full-time caregiver.
Yes.
And I mean, she tells me, just wait till I get there. Well, I'm not real patient. I don't like sitting still. I like doing stuff because I feel like I wasted the first half of my life, if not more than half my life, being stuck in a cult. And I don't want to waste any more time. So I'm handicapped, which makes everything go so much lower. It takes me 10 times the amount of time it takes normal people to do anything. And I spend half the day leaning over and picking stuff up that I just dropped. And I might pick that up and then knock something else down or something. It just slides through my hand. I don't even feel it. I'm paralyzed part of the way down my leg, my right leg.
A lot of this. I'm stepping out. You keep going. I understand a lot of this. Keep going, Deb. I'm out.
Anyway, so now neuropathy is spreading up my left leg, which I depend on that leg. My right leg was injured during surgery, where they got screwed over so bad with surgery. I'm telling anybody out there, don't let anybody touch your neck or spine unless you are and I know when you're in horrible pain, it feels like you're dying. But you take I've had so many surgeries, and I've had 4, 6, 8, 7 or 9 surgeries total on my neck and spine. They crippled me even worse. Actually, especially this last time, because when they operated on my neck, they severed my carotid artery, and I nearly bled out. And it wasn't because I said no blood. It was the one time I didn't say no blood. I said, whatever would be fine. But the guy bleed out. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. And let me say this, and then let me point to this, and let me give the crowd of people that are helping you out, let me give them a little bit of kudos. Now, this might not exactly read the way that it's happening, right? But is there's somebody on there that had that? What version were you reading? Are they still here?
The easy reading Bible.
Here, let's go like this. Can you read? Everyone's always religion. You want to see the word religion actually in the Bible? Go to James 1:27. And this is how much I appreciate the XJWs for what they're doing for you. Because it ain't going to read exactly that way as your scenario, but we can go ahead and infer that that's what's being said. James 1:27.
James 1:27. The worship that God wants is this: caring for orphans or widows who need help, and keeping yourself free from the world's evil influence. This is the kind of worship that God accepts as pure and good.
Good. That's your version. Now, let me give you this though before, and then whoever was jump in. Definitely. Mine says this, and what was that?
I said, amen.
So mine says, pure and undefiled religion in the sight of our God and Father is this, to visit orphans and widows in their distress, and to keep oneself unstained by the world. So it's not going to orphans and widows. I don't know if you're a widow or whatever.
Yeah,
but
Sam.
it's the same idea that even if I didn't even know you were, but man, I mean, for the XJW community to even understand that that's what they're supposed to do anyways, that's pretty amazing. And for them to actually step up and do it in 3 hours, that's ridiculous. You know, compliments.
I really appreciated it so much. It just,
yeah.
I was overwhelmed, but I needed it so bad. Because all I had
out right there.
Civil rocker. Because like I said, I lost everything right down to my furniture and my pets. My husband,
Didn't somebody give you? And didn't you get an air conditioner too?
Yeah, Dan and Angela years ago got me an air conditioner. Yeah, a little window
What a
unit.
community! What a community! You guys are doing it in a way that, you know. I mean, you still feel the spirit in a way, you know.
About the tornadoes. Deb, tell Deb about your tornado story with your daughter.
Oh, you mean
tell Deb
about her wanting to be with me? Oh,
well, tell him about the tornado. I don't know if he knows about it or not, even that it happened in your area.
Well, I mean, okay. We just had two different times with the tornado. That doesn't have anything to do with being a JW or XJW. I guess that doesn't matter, but what, Rebecca, what, Becky, what?
It just explains the kind of person you are, how loving you are. And I want him to know that if he hadn't felt it already.
Well, okay, my daughter is my caregiver, but she lives a few doors down from me. And we had a tornado a few weeks ago. And she came to my house and was trying to help me. And because down south we had tornadoes all the time, and we always, went and got in the bathtub or bathroom, which, I live in a house trailer, a mobile home, and I don't have a bathtub. I just have a shower because the state made it handicap accessible for me. So there's really not any safe place in a mobile home when there's a tornado anyway. Of course, no place is 100% safe, but it's really unsafe. But my daughter ran down here, and she was like, "Give me a shower, hurry, go." And she started throwing pillows and stuff at me, and I was telling her to leave, and she's like, "No, I don't want to leave you." And I'm like, "Well, I don't want you to stay with me." And she's like, "But Mom," I'm like, "No, you leave. Go," because they had a shelter to go to. And she goes, "Yeah, but Mom, I love you." She goes, "I'm so sorry." And she just kept apologizing to me and telling me that she really loved me. And I was telling her to get out, go away, just go, because you're in the shelter. And we were just kind of saying our goodbyes and our love yous. And I finally made her leave, and she left. And I had always said if I ever got it, if my daughter really loved me for sure, I found out that day. And if she got it, if I loved her, she found out that day too. It was a sad situation, but it was a beautiful thing that came out of it anyway. Is that what you're referring to, Rebecca?
Yes. Deb, how do you feel about that story?
How do I feel about it?
No, Deb. I was asking Deb.
So I'm trying to gather because the audio is a little bit scratchy, so I can't really. But so you're saying that there was a tornado that happened, and then your daughter told you to leave, and
no, I told my daughter
to leave.
Yeah,
and then
because
so she left, and then so did she pass away?
no, but what it was.
Oh gosh! Thank goodness.
No, my daughter was trying to save me.
Yeah.
And I didn't want both. If one of us was going to die, I didn't want it to be her. She's about to become a grandma for the first time. I'm about to become a great grandma for the first time.
Good job, Mama. Good job, Mama. You did a good job.
I wanted her to go and not try to be there for me because
now that I understand what you're saying, what it reminds me of, and I don't have the exact Bible verse, would be comparable with the Old Testament verse, and basically it's like instead of taking the tribe, God taking the tribe because they're rebellious people, you stepped in and said pretty much, take me, if someone's gonna pass away, take me.
So what's your name, man?
Doug.
So Doug, why you seem to be very, very knowledgeable about the scriptures, and you can.
I'm not, but I appreciate the compliment.
Do you come up with these scriptures off the top of your head, or do you look them up while you're talking to us?
No, I read them. No, I've read them before, and I've read them, and I don't know how good my memory is, but it's not good enough to become a lawyer. Okay, and at least a worldly lawyer. We'll put it that way.
Yeah.
Have any of you ever looked up the word scribe?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying I am, okay, because I don't want to get ahead of myself or try to be pompous.
I'm familiar with the term scribes and Pharisees, and scribes.
Do you know what a scribe is?
Write down everything that was happening and stuff.
Is that all they did? So yes. Let's go there. So then, if you look up the word scribe,
that's all.
If you look up the word scribe in Wikipedia, and you look back at the ancient times, they weren't just people who wrote things down, and I can prove it. I don't memorize this stuff, so it's tough for me because when I'm on the fly, it doesn't work that way.
Stop. Yes, you do memorize it. You're a genius. Now we've already.
No, I'm not. Thank you very much. But if you honestly, if anyone's in front of a computer, can you look up if Jesus said that there was such thing as a scribe, and that they would bring out both the new and the old?
Nobody said. What are you teaching? I think that was the question, because we've gone off this trail and you never answered his question.
What's the question?
He'll have to ask you again.
I'm sorry. Can you re-ask?
I was just wondering, like what, your education as far as the Bible goes, because you seem to be very knowledgeable, and you have kind of like, I would say, as growing up as a Jehovah's Witness, there were many, many scriptures that I would memorize because they were repeated often, and that's the only reason is because it was repeated so often. It wasn't okay. I wasn't able to think of a subject and then think of a scripture that would back up that subject. But you seem to be able to do that, and that's pretty impressive, and that's it's like,
that's a rare talent. That's a rare talent.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
I'm complimenting you, man. That's all.
No, I get it. No, I understand fully. I respect it and I accept your compliment. Is what I'm saying. The way that I was able to do well, I got hurt. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's like you're going to get wounded in this game. You know what I mean? What do they say? They say it's spiritual warfare, right? So you got wounded. You all got wounded. You know what I mean? I got wounded too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
What happened? No, I'm not going to give you my story now, but you all got wounded just like I did. I got wounded too. Hold on, I got wounded too. And then what I did was, I went, wait a second. Well, I'll just put it this way. I don't believe in divorce. And there's a reason for that. Who's the one with you got the, what are you reading, the ESV?
Yes. Yeah.
All right, so let's go to 1 Corinthians 7:14. 1 Corinthians what? 7:14. And I'll tell you exactly why. Well, this is exactly why. I learned something from Book of Wisdom chapter 2 as well that really opened my eyes, but I know that I can't use that as scripture. That's fine.
Okay, it says 1 Corinthians 7:14. The husband who is not I can't see. The husband who is not a believer is set apart for God through his believing wife. And the wife who is not a believer is set apart for God through her believing husband. If this were not true, your children would be unfit for God's use. But now they are set apart for him.
Perfect. And then let me read mine. For the unbelieving husband is sanctified through his wife, and the unbelieving wife is sanctified through her believing husband. For otherwise your children are unclean, but now they are holy. Okay, so where I come from, what's that?
That is in the New Testament?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a letter. Yeah. That's Corinthians. That's Paul. That's a Paul letter. So
that sounds like a Mosaic law type thing, but that's wow. Huh. Well,
so anyone who's teaching, let me get the point on that and then go ahead. But anyone that's teaching divorce, that's me. You're talking with somebody who taught divorce, and I'm a broken home kid. So 1 Corinthians 7:14 kind of pisses me off. And then I'll go read. And I'll go, how much was I lied to? How much was my family lied to? Now you're starting to really piss me off. Then I'm going to read more. Then I'm going to read more. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do.
That's kind of how I got to where I am.
Well, I want you to know I appreciate very much that scripture, and I tried to live it. I spent 23 years in my family. I refused to get divorced. I refused. I would actually get so lucky and sleep in my car and stay on the property and take care of my family that way, but avoid the arguments that way, because I did not agree with divorce. And and I did it for 3 years, and she finally was able to come up with some excuse and get a divorce, but it was her that did it. So I appreciate that scripture very much. I tried to live by it. I really tried to make it work. I really did. And man,
it's not to say anything about anyone else, but when you say, well, you know some things, and are you getting this off the top of your head and stuff like that? Well, it's because, again, I've been injured just like you have, and I take it personal, and I'm like, no, I'm not dropping this book. I'm going to read it like 4 times through. I'm going to use cross-references from the internet because they're still available. I'm going to write them in my Bible. You know what I mean? Right next to, in the corner, just write it in little handwriting. Do all the cross-references I can, because what if the internet went down? I got my Bible. It's right here. Somebody wants to come knock on my door and they want to do a battle. Oh, I don't exactly remember the quote, but I kind of even remember what page it's on. That's kind of weird, you know? And then you shuffle through it, you'll find it, and you'll be like, get off my doorstep. You know what I mean? Don't come to me with this BS about what you think about. I mean, like Mormons, for an example, right? 1 Corinthians 15:29. I just know some of these because it's like I have to be able to use them. Says they think they can be baptized for their own dead. Okay, so those people are already dead. Okay, but with the if you read 1 Corinthians 15 beyond 29, who wrote Corinthians? Paul. So he points to Isaiah 22:13-14. Does anyone can you read that, please? Does somebody have that?
Yeah, Isaiah 22.
I don't like to hear my own voice. I'd rather hear yours. Isaiah 22:13. Isaiah 22:13-14, please.
Okay. It says, but look, everyone was happy. The king rejoiced, saying, kill the cattle and the sheep and let's celebrate. Let's eat meat and drink wine. For tomorrow we will die. And 14, and the Lord all-powerful said to me, and I heard it with my own ears. You are guilty of doing wrong, and I promise that you will die before this guilt is forgiven. The Lord God all-powerful said these things.
Okay, now keep in mind we're talking about the subject of baptism, and back in 1 Corinthians 15:29, it's talking about baptism. Why are they, the dead, baptized for them, the dead? It points to that. Now let me read mine, because mine's a little bit different. It says that basically, if they didn't get baptized, then what happens? Instead, there's gaiety and gladness, killing of cattle and slaughtering of sheep, eating of meat and drinking of wine. Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we may die. If you don't get baptized, basically, that's what he's saying, is if you don't get baptized, who cares? Eat, drink, be merry. We're not going anywhere anyways. There is no resurrection. But the next line says, but the Lord of hosts revealed himself to me. Surely this iniquity will not be forgiven you until you die.
If I may,
says the Lord God of
it's
hosts.
going way too fast for me. But if I may, the Epicureans were the ones that believed that way. Eat and drink, for tomorrow we might die, and be merry. And there were letters written about them. And the letters.
I don't know that. I'm not you can continue to speak on that, because I'm not a historian. Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's in the Bible. So it's there. Anybody can remember that. Don't be like these that say eat, drink, and be merry. Y'all know which letter that is in. I don't know if it's Paul's or Timothy's, or I don't know. If somebody can figure that out for me, because I don't have a computer or anything like that to look at. And
cool,
my Bible.
If somebody can put it in the chat or whatever, do that. But then let's deal with 14 here. So but
wait. Are you? We don't do battles here. I asked.
No, I'm not doing the battle.
Let's just listen. Let's hear him out. Okay, come on. He's almost done.
I only have a. So, because you wanted me to slow down.
Hell of a good job answering. So we're not battling nothing.
No, I'm not battling anything.
Exactly.
But I'll read because the version that was read before isn't as clear to me as mine is. Let me read. So keep in mind, what I'm saying that 1 Corinthians 15:29 is representing is dead in their sins are baptized, for the dead prophets. So we believe the prophets. That's why we get baptized, because we know we're dead in our sins.
Who's we? Who's we?
Him and his.
I think a lot of that stuff needs to be read in context.
Sure, yeah. So let me read it. Let me read it from the Old Testament.
Oh no. See, you can't, all of this, and you can't find something in the letters that I asked you about that's very important, because it's on these points that you keep hitting out, and you're not allowing anyone to ask a question.
an answer. It's just like a study in which scripture travel you want to take us on today.
Hey.
I hope Debbie is not on oxygen. I really hope this is not going to. She complimented you in everything when she came in.
No, you have to. So listen, you're not. Well, hold on. Just let me finish. Let me have one more verse.
Okay. This isn't your story. It broke off again. You broke off from your story, Doug, and you went to an agenda. Please go back to your story. It was interesting.
Hold on. So, again, listen.
You started talking about your hurt, and then you got uncomfortable and went back to your agenda. All we're wanting is you, man.
Hold on, wait a second. This is written to the Jews. It's not written to you. All right?
Oh my gosh. How do you know that? How do you know my lineage? How do you know I'm not an Akanaki? How do you know? How can you even say that to me? That's awful.
Stop. Just let him finish.
There's no difference between Jew or Gentile. None. No difference between Jew or Gentile. None.
I'm just saying, if you know the Old Testament, you'll know what I'm talking about. If you know the new one, you'll know what I'm talking about. Never mind.
No,
It's okay. I don't think it's really. Excuse me. I don't think.
Oh, it's not personal to me at all. Oh, no, wait. It's not personal to me at all. I just don't want to laugh too loud to Debbie. She knows, she would know what my laugh meant. That's all. I'm just being polite.
Can we continue this some other time and just discontinue this conversation just to maintain the peace and go on to some other subject? Is that okay with you?
Go ahead. No problem. That's perfect.
Let's do that. Let's find some other idea to talk about because.
Awesome.
Okay, good.
Let me look. Just, and I'm not trying to push. It says, surely this inequity you shall not be forgiven until you die. When you get baptized, that's when your sins are forgiven. You're born again. You're born again. That's the point.
We're done talking.
Unless he blesses you with Holy Spirit when you're a child.
I'm good talking about it after that, because that was the whole point. So I'm sorry if I was.
He's just saying that the whole thing about being baptized. If you can't baptize yourself for someone who's dead, you can't. Like the Mormons
I'm understanding what you're saying. I'm ready to move on to.
Are you a father? Happy Father's Day if you are.
Happy Father's Day, Dub.
Oh, no, I'm not. Actually, no, I'm not. Thank you very much. So, all you all fathers out there, happy Father's Day to you. I hope you have a stress-free day for yourself. I hope your family experiences all the joy they can. All that stuff.
I'm going out to breakfast with my dad. We were going to chicken fishing, but he doesn't want to. He's 80-something years old, and he doesn't want to go fishing. So we're just going to go out for breakfast and just have, I guess. Yep.
No, I hear you. 80 something, dude. That's old, bro. You know?
Yeah, 81, I think.
Yeah, that's old, man.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Well, can I just say something, guys? Hello? Can I just say something real quick?
Awesome.
I wanted to let Dad know that I do admire his knowledge of the scripture. And that the other day I didn't mean to just blow him off, but I really thought that he was a Watchtower insider or troll. Honestly, that's what I thought that he was. And I wanted to apologize to him for that. That was my main reason for even coming on.
No, you apologize for it because obviously you still think that. So definitely apologize for it. And
it's not healthy to be paranoid. We shouldn't be paranoid.
Right. Okay, it's okay. And you know what? This is not really, we don't need to, we're not.
Hey, Listen. I'm sorry. Let me just interject real quick. I know that, again, y'all are coming from a hurt standpoint. You need to understand that I've felt the same pain, and I'm not trying to get over on any of you. It's pointless. You've already been there. Would you not be able to sniff someone out who is trying to feed you lines of BS? I think you would be able to. So,
hey, guess what? If you were a Watchtower insider, that would be a fucking I think
I'm a Catholic, dude. I'm a Catholic.
I know, but that would be cool though.
Well, you're a bad one because Catholics usually don't read their Bible. Because I used to be one, and so you're a very bad Catholic. Reading your Bible.
So bad. Bad is good and good is bad, baby.
That's good. It's good that you read your Bible, but I would suggest you read the Sermon on the Mount and learn a tiny, tiny bit of humility, because I still wanted to listen to what that brother had to say. And yes, he's my brother. I don't care what faith he's in. Can I hear you, brother, please finish your comment?
As long as we don't have to argue about it. Please, I'm sick of arguing.
That's why I thought we were changing the subject. I thought we were all changing the subject, and I don't understand why it keeps going. I'm trying to get back to.
Okay, can I interject one more time, please? I don't believe that Deb is trying to get anything over on any of us. I think he's genuine. I could smell bullshit if it was bullshit a mile away. And I mean, because Lord knows I've trumped.
Thank you, Auntie. Thank you, Auntie.
Who is Auntie?
That's my auntie.
What?
I hear you. You're speaking truth. Thank you, Auntie.
Oh,
I can call you sister if you'd like. That's fine too.
Okay. Yeah, Auntie sounds weird. I mean, I'd rather be called sister. But I'm just saying, I think you're genuine, and you're trying to find. I think you're trying to find some people you can relate to, and maybe witnesses, ex-witnesses, or some that you can't. But the thing is, as witnesses, we cherry pick scriptures out to fit what our agenda was at the moment, because that's how we were basically taught to win people over to our opinions or to our understanding at that time. I think that was what Rebecca was hinting at when she said you weren't reading it in context. And I don't think she was trying to get anything over on you. I think it's not necessarily a meeting of the minds for everybody. That I think everybody's intentions are good. And with Tom doesn't want anybody to argue over anything, and that's understandable too. So everybody, I think, is coming from a good place, and I don't think anybody wants to do any harm to anybody or to distract.
I got you. I got you, lady. Check this out. Like, here's to show you. You can cross-reference it yourself. I said 1:15, 1 Corinthians 15:29. Now, if you look at 1:15, 1 Corinthians 15:32, it says, "Let us eat and drink, for tomorrow we die." Because that's the cross-reference. It points back to Isaiah, exactly where we already were. Isaiah 22, 13, 14.
Okay,
I'm trying to bullshit you.
Okay, before everybody gets upset again, I was just trying to smooth it over for everybody. We don't have to rehash anything else.
You're trying to smooth it over for yourself, to be honest.
What?
I'm just saying, I'll point you out because it seems like everyone else is trying to point you out, but you're kind of like you have a lot of influence here. Okay. But I was trying to point it out just to point it out. And then I have no agenda. I can say I'm Catholic. I can say I'm baptized Catholic. I can also say I disagree with annulments because we already read 1 Corinthians 7:14,
what are you getting?
which
What are
condemns
you
me.
saying? What are you saying to me? That I'm trying to smooth it over myself?
No. Well, what I'm saying to you, you had a question. Let me answer it. What I'm saying to you is that I think you're being a little sensitive, and that's fine. You think people are going to lie to you on Bible verses, what your friend just told you, and I get it. You're wounded. That's fine. And you,
okay.
Now you
just lost.
I understand.
You just lost me there. Okay, I'm done. Y'all can go ahead and argue. I'm not saying another word. I'm done.
No, I'm done. I'll mute myself.
Deb, you got too much freaking pride, and you have a bad attitude. Okay.
You got too much JW pride, and this is what they do to people to silence them. That's the problem.
Actually, if I could intervene a little bit, this is Eric. The problem is that being Jehovah's Witnesses all our life, I'm turned off by this conversation because it's preachy. Scripture. Listen, no one has a complete understanding of the scriptures. Yes, we can understand them a little bit, but the Bible's been watered down, and we can't fully know it. We just can't. The revelation means to be revealed, so no one can fully understand the Bible, really. No one can. And when people preach and throw scriptures out there, I want to turn the program off. I do. If I'm going to listen to preaching, I'm going to tune into Six Stream Sunday because there's really good guys that really know their Bible, who are Bible scholars, and I'll listen to that. But this is Saturday night, and it's just turned into a preaching seminar, and I think we're all tired of that because. We did, Debbie and I, we were around when we had to go to the Kingdom Hall 3 days a week. Ugh. And then service on Saturday, so that's 4.
And Tom's here too. Yeah.
Yeah, Tom knows too. Tom's older than, both y'all are older than me. But we did our time. We're done being preached to.
No, let me say I understand that.
Sir. That's all. I was just trying to be respectful and let you get your point across, and it just didn't work out. It just got a little out of hand, and I hope you understand that, and I hope you appreciate that. And Eric is right. We 100% agree with Eric. We do not need to do that. That is what Sundays are for. So let's find something else to talk about. Anybody got any ideas? Let's talk about something else.
I've got an idea.
I think to talk about that. If
okay,
a woman is saying anything, then you tell her that she is sensitive. You would probably not say that to a man. And I don't think Debbie comes across as she's more sensitive than anybody else on the show. So
I'm sensitive. I'm a man, and I can admit I'm sensitive.
I mean, Debbie is not more sensitive than anybody else on the show. That's what I'm saying. Just because.
Oh, I'm sensitive too, for sure.
Nothing to do with Debbie. Nothing to do with Debbie. This is all about the scripture stuff. It's all about.
No, but he told her. No, he told. I don't know who this guy is, but I don't know his name. But he told Debbie that she comes across as sensitive, and I don't think that's true.
Are we changing the subject
I'm sensitive too.
Yes,
let's change
that women is not more sensitive than men. I think women should be able to talk on the show without being pushed down. I don't accept women being pushed down on the show. That's the subject.
How many women want to change the subject right now? Anybody want to agree with her?
Who was just talking? Who was just talking? Somebody was just talking. They got interrupted. What did she have to say?
Yes, my name is Grace. I'm from Sweden.
She's Grace.
How are you?
From Sweden.
Hold on, let her speak, man.
So what's your name?
I'm Rebecca. I'm Rebecca, hon. I've talked to you before. Yes. Hi, babe.
No. Let's let Grace talk.
Well, I was going to let Grace.
You come across as a little strong.
No, I just want, excuse me, I wanted to make it needs to, Grace, can you pick a subject that we can change to?
No, she wanted to talk about something. Why does it have to be changed? Because you want it to be. I mean, I heard the other people too.
No,
hold on,
not me. Not me.
Let Grace talk is all I'm saying. Is let Grace talk.
Of course. You just ask her a question, you're interrupted, and then you say, let Grace talk. You're the one interrupting. She just asked her a question and said, what do you want to talk about? And you interrupt. And then you say, don't interrupt.
No, Grace was just starting to talk, and then she got interrupted, man.
But, dude, shut up and let Grace talk. Grace, go ahead, honey.
I want to know, then, what is the name of this guy who tells me that I should talk? He's a new one here on the show. What's your name, the new one?
My name is Dub.
Dub. Okay, so where are you from?
I'm from America.
Yes, but America is a big place, so what state?
I prefer to keep myself to myself on that one.
Yes, I'm sorry, I shouldn't ask you. You don't have to answer.
Well, no, you're not insulting me, but that's okay.
So anyway, I'm from Sweden, and about being an insider at the Watchtower, I mean, 85% of the people who leave Watchtower, they go back. And I have been to several meetings lately, and it can be really interesting because then I can report to the 6 screens what's going on. So, and lately they have been standing very firm on the blood issue, and I think that's because they are afraid of being sued. And I noticed that I think this is on a regular basis because I've been on several Zoom meetings now. And I know they said you shouldn't be on Zoom. If you're young and healthy, go to the meetings. But I think this is on a regular basis. We're like around 26 people on Zoom on every meeting. That's a lot. So people are not following what the Watchtower are telling them. And I think it's the organization is going more and more towards people are on Zoom now instead. And this is not a really big city, so I mean you can easily take it's not doesn't cost much. You can easily take a bus or your car, and I know people they have cars, but they still don't go to the meeting. Like we are 26 people on Zoom.
How many people have anxiety? Use that for an excuse. How many people have
anxiety? What did you say? Tom, I can't hear you. You have to be more.
I'm right on my phone. A lot of people have anxiety and depression issues. I think that they are using that to stay home. A lot of them.
A lot of us.
Oh yes, I understand.
It's a guess. You know, anxiety and depression issues are easily used as an excuse to stay home and watch them meeting on Zoom. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, I think you're on to something. I didn't think about that too much. Thank you for your input. But it's interesting. I mean, really interesting. And I've been thinking lately. Maybe it's because I've been so much on 6 screens that I went back to Watchtower now again. I don't know. And I don't feel like anybody has accused me of being an insider. Not yet, anyway.
Are you getting paid?
Huh?
Are you getting paid for your information?
I'm not getting paid, no. Rick is not paying me here, no.
Right,
hey, Grace, you're an insider. I'm just kidding.
I'm from North Central Texas.
I was born in Houston. Me and Eric know which hospital we were born in. You know what? I don't hear truth from you. I don't feel it from you either. I thought about it 3 times.
You're doing it again. Talking to me?
Eric knows what that means.
Say that again, Becky.
Talking, and who are you?
I thought about it 3 times, Eric. I thought about it 3 times. Oh, brother, where art thou? I thought about it 3 times.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, she said I thought about it 3 times, and then George Clooney went, darn it! She thought about it 3 times. Remember? No, brother, where art thou?
Okay, I got it now. Sorry. Took me a minute.
Well, I was agreeing with you, dude.
That's cool.
Oh.
Yeah, it's getting crazy up there. Huh?
Well, maybe all the mouths of the lions are shut and we can get on with a brand new conversation. Eric, you want to talk in all movie slang?
In all movie slang? Oh, man, I would bore you guys.
No, you wouldn't bore me.
Yeah, if you see anything that I think that'd be worth paying for, because I haven't paid for a movie in a while because I just don't know what.
Oh, okay, that's a bad subject. Oh no.
Who's that?
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yoda.
There you go. Not the best impression, but that's what I got.
That's okay. My son says I speak backwards. He calls me Yoda all the time.
Welcome to the Rock.
That is Sean Connery.
ask Sean Connery if he likes cereal. Ask Sean like Sean Connery if I'm him if I like cereal.
Yes, I like Captain Crunch.
Yes. You know what's funny about Sean Connery is that
no. Yes. Go ahead.
He's dead, so that's not funny. But like when he was alive, he I know he was Scottish, but like it was like he had a lisp. Like I know he had like this distinguished like accent, but I'm like I think he's got a lisp because like other Scottish people don't have that. You know, he's got the like yes, like every time he says something.
Yeah.
Because then if you have someone like what's the Taken movie?
It's SCH at the end of it.
The skills. You know, he doesn't have the list. Sorry, you're just comical. Or trying to be. Failing.
Oh, that was a good one. I actually, until you said that, I never thought of it.
Yeah, a topic. I don't know. What? You know what would be a good topic is like it's kind of something that I think Gigi and Jesse are going to talk about. So I won't like go too much into it, but they I think they brought up a good point to my buddy JP, and it was like, what's going to happen to the JW community because America is being divided right now. We're on the brink of civil war, and what is it going to do to our ex-JW community? And I'll give you for an example, just from my personal experience, is that like I am permanently banned from Reddit and ex-JW Reddit, like all of it. And I'll tell you the reason why I'm banned from all of it. I got really pissed off when they attacked Jehovah's Witnesses about their view of abortion and showed a Wake or Watchtower article about it. I don't know which one. And I'm like, well, a broken clock is right twice a day. And I told the people that if you don't get it for a medical procedure to save the mother, or for like a rape case, you're doing child sacrifice. And I was very like stern on my view, and I'm permanently against that, calling it child sacrifice and saying that you're murdering a baby. Because it is. Like, I knew a guy that cheated on his wife all the time, and he like was with this girl or a woman, and she was in a relationship, and they got pregnant and got an abortion, and that's to keep their lifestyle up, you know. And I'm not judging the people, but like when it comes to killing a baby, that's wrong. And I can't be on Reddit for my opinions, my conservative views, but the left is fine. But I don't. Anyways, I'm rambling.
Well, no, you're not, because it's very important to think about what do we do? What should we do? We really don't, no. We all we can do is make sure our pantries are full, and if for some friggin' reason JWs are correct and there's a place to go, well, some of us, like, I'm sure my mom is right down the road. She'll find out. She'll let me know. And my son, he'll let me know. Maybe, I don't know. And then we can let you guys know. But who knows? We who knows? But definitely is always smart to at least have our pantries full and have some water, and in case there is something that disrupts our normal lives. And
yeah, when I do my live stream with Rick, if you look in the background, there's a portion of the video that shows my pantry. I've saved a bunch of food, dry like canned food and dry goods that'll last a long time. Rice and beans, a lot of stuff like that. And I got at least 6 months to a year's supply. And everything, nothing's expired yet.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, you got to plan. You got to plan for the worst, because you know what the Jehovah's Witnesses do? They say, "Put your trust in Jehovah." Here's the thing: you can't do that, because that's putting your God to the test, and the Bible says not to do that. So when you put your God to the test, He might tell you, "Hey, you might have to starve a little bit." Sorry.
He helps those who help themselves. You got to help yourself, and if you're not doing something to help yourself and pick yourself up, He's not going to be you might. That's when He'll come in and help you. He'll help you while you're helping yourself. But if you ain't helping yourself, He ain't going to do it for you. And that's 100% true. Yeah, that's no way. It never happens. Never does. Never will. Yeah. But if you're in the middle of helping yourself, then He's going to make it. Then He has something to work with. But that's what they say, and that's what I've heard. I don't. I'm no. Anyways, I think that, we need to help ourselves and have a little supply and be prepared just in case. That's all. It is really hard to store gas, though. You think about like your generator, and it's just tough because of the shitty gas that we have now. But
water too. How do I get water? Rain. I guess collect rain water, but I don't know how to do that yet. I know how to grow vegetables and stuff like that.
Do you have town
water's a trick for me right now.
Do you have town water?
So I have water.
You pay for water.
Water sucks here. It's like I don't know. Like when you turn the tap on, you can smell it. You can smell chlorine and everything in it. It's bad.
So if you get a water bill, from the town, that means you do. That's all. Like where I'm at, I have my own septic system and my own well. So
my family had friends in Vermont in West Corinth, and they have well water, and it's the best tasting water I've ever had in my life.
Yeah, I have really good water. All I have to do, though, is provide electricity to get the water out of my well.
I got you.
So, and I have a generator. So the trick is getting good gas, and then when gas runs out, you're fucked. You know what I mean? So my heat and everything. Everything depends on having electricity. You know, the furnace won't run. You know, I won't get hot water unless I have electricity so I can run my furnace. And
don't you think you're missing something though?
What's that?
Yeah. I think you should probably have like a German Shepherd, or like you gotta have some dogs. You might as well have two of them. You know what I mean, male and female. Like leave them unneutered and spayed and all that.
Hey, buddy, guess what I have? I have.
What you got? You got a pit bull?
No, I got an American Bulldog, and then I also have goddamn I just lost it. Anyways, a Great Dane mixed with Newfoundland.
Oh yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Because you know, I mean, even if you didn't believe in like you know, pistols or something, which I'm sure all y'all probably got, right? But if you didn't, then you got animals, and if they're not spayed or neutered, then you can breed them and your family. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, this boy, he's a big boy. Yeah, he's a big boy. He's not even 6 months old, and he can already like get into the sink and stuff. He's tall. He's big, lanky thing. But I heard they were bred to fight bear, so they're mean. They can be mean dogs if you're threatened. You know, that's what I heard.
You want to protect your boundaries. I mean, you know what I'm saying? If you got big, especially if you got land, because if you got all the supplies, right, then you want the max protection. And I think like a dog is probably the best thing. Protect the boundaries first, and then the dog will alert you. Then, yeah, you got to go grab your gun to protect yourself because you got supplies and maybe somebody else doesn't, and they're coming to try to, you know, invade your territory. Hey, by all means, you're allowed to do that. So, you know, dogs are smart, you know what I mean? And they're a smart thing for us to have because they're a fucking great tool, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they are. You know, and it's cool.
Dogs aren't a great tool, man. They're the greatest companion I ever had. And I'm going to tell you that what is sad is that my 3 dogs that are all passed away, we were a pack, my wife and I, the 5 of us, and they had more love for us than our parents together ever had. Those dogs were loyal to us. You know, like there's so many stories I can tell of these. Like Aiden, the oldest dog, he loved me so much that he knew somewhere around 5 to 7 o'clock I'd be coming home, depending on overtime, and he would my wife would take pictures of me, not me, of him, and send it to me, or even video at times on my phone, and the dog would just be standing at the door, sitting down, waiting for me. And the moment I came in, I got welcomed. And that must be like what it's like to have children when they welcome you home like that. I've never had kids, but it's a great feeling. It really is. And there's unconditional love. And I challenge the Jehovah's Witnesses on Quora that they don't show unconditional love, and they say there's no such thing. But no, my dog showed me unconditional love. And yes, there's no such thing as absolute unconditional love, but that Jehovah's Witnesses have conditions to their love. Oh, well, I'll only love you if you think exactly like I do, you know. And that's what pees me off, and that's not love. That's not love. But you know, and my dogs had more love for me. I had a self-harm cutting disorder where I would tear up my arm with razor blades or knives, and I'm healed of it, and I haven't cut myself in years. But I certainly have scars from it. And you know, one time I was bleeding and my arm was all fucking mangled, and Layla, my little chihuahua, came over and started licking my wounds. Now that's unhealthy for a human, but still, it broke my heart. I was like, oh my God, because my parents knew that I had the problem. They couldn't deal with it, didn't want to deal with it. And my parents are part of the problem. But, you know, it's amazing. It's amazing the bad habits that you can lose and the psychological harm that leaves you when you leave Watchtower. You're in a toxic situation, and if you escape it, whatever demons you have will start to leave you. The more the time, because time and pressure
can change or fix things or heal things, and that's what I found with self-harm.
Well, the dog's saliva is supposed to be, very actually healthy and neutral as far as.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yep. That's why dogs do that, because they can.
It's a natural instinct, and this dog, she was such a sweetheart. She was a good mother.
Yeah,
we bred her. She had puppies, and she was a good mom.
Yeah. So that's,
she was a best mom.
Yeah. That's awesome. That is cool. They actually, I don't know how it is, but their saliva, it's bacteria, so.
Yeah, I've heard that too, but I've also heard like it might not be good for humans, so I cleaned up with alcohol. But I still
the people that say that are ignorant. Okay, they're fucking ignorant. Yeah. It's the same fucking thing as the people that say all this other stupid shit.
Oh, of course.
Ignorant. All right, but there's been fucking forever. Dogs have always fucking licked people's wounds, and they've always
correct.
No, I'm not arguing with you.
With the parable of or was the rich man and Lazarus? Lazarus was getting licked by a dog. You know, he had sores.
Yep.
So it's even as far back as that.
Yeah, that's
their
awesome.
mouths are cleaner than any. I mean, they're cleaner than ours. Ours are filthy. I mean,
I see. Okay. No, thanks for educating me.
They can eat shit and live, so obviously they don't get, it doesn't affect them.
Yeah.
They can eat puke and live, and it doesn't affect them. So there's the antibacterial shit. And
they got enzymes and whatever, you know what I mean? That just, they break everything down. Somehow, some way. I think you're right, though. I don't know your name. I'm sorry, but you were talking about the dog's licking for sure. The dog's tongue is basically sterile. Sterile almost. Tom. Yeah, it's almost sterile. Not quite, but it's almost sterile.
Close enough. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And you don't have to go to the drugstore. So yeah. And and then you can whatever. Anyways, it's a I don't know, a time story. You've heard, and there's been many books, and many explanations of that. Examples like this. Anyways, friggin', I don't know as far as like I don't have a shelter. I don't have a bunker. I have a basement that needs a pump in the spring because the water comes in. And I have weapons, and that's it. I mean, you know what? Whatever happens. I'm not worried about it. I'm not no conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean? I'm worried about any of this shit. But when, like, we did actually have, like, back when they were doing the Antifa friggin' stupid, their little marches and stuff like that, they threatened to do that here in the town of Laconia. And we had so many people well armed, like up on top of buildings and at every street corner, that these people just gave up. They didn't even bother, It didn't become nothing. But they actually, they were like scoping out places to drop off bricks and all that stuff like that. But once they got here and they realized, we're not going to put up with this shit, they friggin' never did it again. It never happened again. It was only once that they threatened to actually throw a friggin', one of those riot things or whatever they were calling them. It's kind of cool. I'm in a good spot. I got a good place to live. You know, we got enough homeboys, you know, that have their guns and they have their friggin' flags hanging off their trucks. You know what I mean? It's there's plenty of us around here, you know, that we're pretty safe here. You know, but you know, I don't know what's going on with this country, and I don't know where we're gonna go and what's gonna happen because it is kind of fucked up. But hopefully, you know, it all works out all right.
Well, I don't know, like about Sweden. I mean, Putin, he has already threatened Sweden. So, and he said if we join, like if Sweden join NATO, it will be consequences. He said so.
Really?
And he has already some military equipment that's pointing towards Sweden. So, I'm not so sure. But if something happens in Sweden, I have a passport, so I can go to United States and be there if Putin comes to Sweden.
With you, but you do not have a weapon. You're not allowed to own a weapon in that country, are you?
No, we're not allowed unless you're a hunter and you have a license. You have to have a license. It costs a lot of money to get this license in Sweden.
Yeah, and that's perfect. That's a perfect country for Vladimir Putin to take over because there are nobody with guns. Yeah, we know exactly who you are because you have a license. So we just have to go into your database and we can go to each person's home that owns a gun and take that gun from them, and then we can take over this country.
Yeah, why do you think they're doing the same exact thing to America? They're trying to. I mean, come on. What if you're holding? Now, my dad was in the military. If you're holding a gun, you want to get a good grip on that stock, right? Why did they switch it, at least in California, to where the stock grip was sideways? That don't make no sense, you know. And besides the fact that they're trying to strip gun rights when every little incident happens, they're trying to strip.
I don't know anything about that gun grip sideways thing, but I'll tell you what. Every single gun I own is not registered with the government.
You got a good one then, huh? You got a good one.
Every single one was a private sale, so I have no record, and they will have no reason to think that I have a gun, other than the fact that I have
well, if they come by your house, you dropped it in a pond or something, right? You know, whatever. Oops.
No,
I was hunting, dropped it in the pond, and it's gone.
They are not allowed to come into my house unless they have reasonable suspicion for a crime. So there's no reason for them to ever come into my house. That's one
I
thing.
think it's the same thing, though. They're breaking it down to where it's crazy. It's crazy, and they want to know that Americans are unarmed. It seems like they're trying to plan.
That ain't going to happen in America. That's the thing. That ain't going to happen because there's way too many people with way too many guns. And there's no way they're ever going to control it. But a country like Sweden, yes, okay, they're going to know everybody that has a gun because they all have they have a hunting license and they have to have a registration to just have a gun to go hunting. And that's Sweden. That's not America, that's Sweden. So all they have to do is go in and look, and they will be able to know everybody that has a friggin' gun. And then they can...
It's really annoying, Tom. It's really annoying. And that's not all, because we practically don't have any military anymore. We used to be like every man that is healthy should do military service when he's like around 18 years old. But now there is no anymore. We are not. We don't have like a military service no more.
There's no need to.
Just a few people. No, it's only a few people who do it voluntarily. Otherwise, we don't have a military like in Sweden anymore. It's completely insane. But I wanted to say something to this Jesse Gonzalez, because he's right. I don't understand why he thinks that I'm from Australia. But maybe he's pulling my leg. But I mean, that's actually a compliment, because if I would have been from Australia, then my English would have been very good, because they speak English in Australia. But I'm from Sweden, and that's my excuse for my English being so bad.
Oh, is that something on
He's
text?
writing in the chat about me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. No, you definitely is not Australian. I can tell you that. Maybe Brad, but you
I'm
know.
not from Australia. I don't sound like an Aussie.
Not at all. No. Nope. I see Swedish fish. I see peace. You guys have a peaceful country. It's very peace-loving country. There is no conflicts. You have no conflicts with anybody. You have no reason to. But the problem is, then you're easy targets. You know, that's the problem.
Yes. We have a lot of, we develop airplanes. We have airplanes for the military. And just recently, Sweden gave a lot of military equipment to Ukraine. So I don't think Putin is too happy about us, no.
Yeah, but the thing is, that, you know, you're pretty much defenseless. You know, especially...
we need somebody to defend us, because we are just a joke as for now. And you know, we used to have storage of food. We had at least 3 big storages in Sweden of food. So if we were at a war, we could go get by for 6 months. And then the politicians decided we're going to empty Swedish storage of food. And now we have no food in Sweden. So if there is a war in Sweden, we have no food.
And was this like around the time of COVID?
No, it was before that they emptied the storage. I don't remember the year, but it's completely insane.
It is completely insane. That's crazy. So no guns.
Well, they tell people you should storage food in your home, but lots of people in Sweden live in small apartments. We can't like storage food for like a long time. I mean, I have a storage, but it's not that great. I don't have a big freezer or anything that I can put things in.
Right. Yeah, it's pretty silly, huh? So that's why I say I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about this shit happening. If it happens, it happens. You know what I mean? All I know is that I'm well armed. I have plenty of ammunition. I can protect myself and my family. As far as that,
and you are worried about the civil war, but
I'm coming over to your house, bro.
You're talking. You over there, you're talking more about the civil war in the United States. I think Sweden is worse off if Putin comes here, then we're done, I think.
Well, no, I'm thinking if any other country tries to take over, you know, like China or something like that. That's all.
China, they might try. I agree with you there. China might try to do something to you.
What do they have to lose? You know, they.
If I could just say something, we are totally in for civil war. Total. The left and the right hate each other. We are in major trouble. And on top of that, who is our president? A weak ass old man who has dementia. And that's the message we're sending. This is our leader. And in China very much can take over us. And they also took over Disney. And that's why there's so much LGBTQIA plus community stuff in Disney's programs. And it's all woke agenda because they're trying to weaken our nation and make our men weak so that we can be taken over. But the thing is that we have rednecks like myself and like Tom and people who are, I have bullets. I don't have a lot of guns, but I have them, and I have enough ammunition to protect myself, and I have food.
That is right. Yeah, you don't need a lot. You just need enough.
Because we have the reason why we have the right to bear arms is to protect ourselves from tyranny, and that's the whole point.
Exactly. It is. It's 100%. The whole reason is to protect ourselves against the government. It has nothing to do with any other government coming in. It's about it really is, you know, for the most part.
I want to get an AR-15 and a shotgun so that I can hunt and I can protect myself long range. You know, if something happens, I don't eat meat anymore, but I'll eat it again if I have to. You know, I eat fish and vegetables, but
shotgun be your best bet. Don't even worry about that.
Yeah, shotgun is what I really want because it's you can change the barrel. And JP, a friend of mine, was on this channel, was telling me that would be your best bet because you can
you know what?
You got self-protection.
Coming at you or a buckshot? You
got birdshot and buckshot, exactly.
If you got birdshot coming at you, you're gonna run. You got buckshot coming at you, you're gonna fucking die. But guess what? Either one, either one is gonna work, and it don't matter. Yeah. And I'll tell you what, birdshot is.
If something happens to our food chain, we can hit birds and we can hit deer. You know,
exactly. Yes,
I have to find something to know how to do it.
Yeah, a lot of turkey in New Hampshire, and you probably have a lot of rabbits down there.
Yeah, turkey's good. That's good.
And there's probably you have a lot of rabbits and opossums that you can eat.
My father taught me that venison, like when you have venison, it's very gamey. I had it as a kid, but he would marinate it in Italian dressing, and it was delicious and grill it.
You know what? You know what makes venison gamey? The only thing that makes venison gamey is that silver. There's a silver. What's that?
Oh no! I'm sorry. I was talking to someone. Go ahead.
Oh, there's like this silver-like skin that is in between all the muscles and stuff. You have to cut. You have to cut that out because that is what makes gamey. So it's a lot of work, but you get rid of all that silver gristle stuff, that skin, and you just have the pure muscle meat with none of that gristle. And it is so goddamn delicious and nutritious. There is not a goddamn side of no gamey taste at all. The gamey taste is because people take them to a butcher and they just slice it all up and they leave all that silver shit right in there. They don't, you know what I mean? They just make big steaks like what you'd have from a beef. Okay, same cuts. But the thing is, you get that silver hit in there, that silver skin, we call it.
Membrane.
Yeah. So
membrane. I used to get
you make this wonderful, beautiful looking steak, but you have a little bit of that shit there, and it tastes gamey as fuck. But you get rid of that shit, and it tastes sweet as molasses.
See, I was at the end. All the meat came past me. I was one of the youngest, but I also answered the phone because that's where it was. But I was one of 9 kids. My mother, my father, my grandmother all had this production line, and a few of them were behind us wrapping it all up in freezer wrap. Yep. And I had the last, if I saw one piece of that, my father knew I'd follow it until it was gone.
Yes. Because that would ruin the whole thing, wouldn't it? It would ruin it. That little bit of silver shit would ruin the whole steak, wouldn't it?
That's exactly right. My nephew that lives north of Dallas, he can cook the best deer steak I've ever had in my life, and my guy was right there next to me and agreed. And we come from 2 parts of the country, 2 parts of Texas after that, and I've been in Texas all my life. So there you go.
That's, and that's, a lot of people don't know that, but that is the secret ingredient right there. Because there's no such thing as bad venison.
And I do agree with Eric, I think, who said Italian dressing. That's a good one. If you don't have one, that is a good one.
That is a good one, but if you have that silver shit there, it doesn't matter.
But
my dad also used Italian dressing for shark.
when you take it out of that marinade, don't rinse it, butter it. You must butter it for the sear and then put it on the grill for like, I don't know, like 3 minutes.
No, 5 minutes.
You never go by time.
No.
This is what you do, Becky. You take your spatula and you put it on the meat and you press it, and then you
oh heck
I don't
no.
know. You know.
Absolutely not.
I know how to do that with fish and meat. You know when it's done. There's a certain sponginess to it. It's not. It's a little tough.
Eric, have you ever heard about that? Have you ever heard about that silver shit though?
The what?
The silver shit we were talking about that you gotta get rid of. Have you ever heard about that?
No.
That is the secret right there.
Interesting.
Bring that, and you will love every last mouth-watering drop of that venison. But you put that in,
cool.
It will destroy it and make it taste like shit. It's fucking weird. I don't even get it, but it's weird, but it's true.
Well, all he used was butter, salt, and pepper. That's it.
Garlic is good, though. I like garlic.
Oh, yeah, heck yeah, but that's in other stuff that he serves with it. Do you understand? You can grab the perfect bite wherever you want to on the plate. Well, I'm a Texas girl, but I'm got kinfolks Louisiana, Mississippi, so I'm kind of Cajun, you know, all that kind of good stuff too.
Yeah, being a Texas girl, that means you have a little bit more. You have a little bit more variety, but they're a little bit farther away, so you have to be a better shot than I do. Because up here,
know what my father likes? My father's from the South.
My little sister, she's like a year younger than me, and she is tiny. But I'm telling you, I told her never call me to court, and she'll say why. I say I'm gonna have to tell them the truth. I'm just gonna say, just tell me, where'd she shoot them? Well, that's what she meant to shoot them. That's it. That's all I have to say. And she cracks up and she goes, I know you're right. And I said, no, I know you can shoot. I ain't going to be on the other side of that gun. I'm going to be behind my sister.
My father is a Southerner, and even though I was raised in Rhode Island, he taught me to say yes, ma'am, no ma'am, sir, no sir, you know, all of that. And then my mother hated it because she's like, I'm not a ma'am, I'm not old. And it was like a contradiction. But you know what my dad liked to eat? He liked the menudo. Do you guys know what that is?
Yeah.
I tried it, and the flavor's good, but the texture is awful.
What is it?
Nothing with the stomach lining of a cow or whatever it is.
Oh, that's gross. Yeah,
that actually reminded me of crab. Actually, I had that over in Italy.
Tripe. It's tripe and potato and spice.
Tripe. Yep.
Whatever they want to do. Tripe.
You're right. Nudo is the name of the dish. Tripe is the. Yep. You're right.
Yes. Comito.
My parents.
And Italians make that dish really well.
See another Southerner knows.
Yeah.
Well,
they don't sell it anymore up here. Yeah. It's gross. I tried it. It's gross.
I just wanted to say to Becky, you're such a sweetheart. You remind me so much of Debbie Moore.
Isn't she wonderful? Oh my gosh. No, don't tell me I remind you of Debbie, because she's one of a kind. She's like
you both are both sweethearts. That's why I say that. Because it's a compliment.
Whatever she wants me to call her, I'm 50 and 59, gonna be 60. Whatever she wants me to call her, I will call her that. She is one.
Sounds younger.
Well, you're both wonderful because she's my mama.
59. Rebecca,
well,
you sound younger.
I like to fish.
Maybe.
I love to fish, and I used to hike a lot. And I love the beach, and I still feel small when I stand beside the ocean. And I love it. It's spectacular. And actually, they don't make English words for what it really is. It's like more than more.
more.
Debbie, what ocean do you get to stand in?
No, her name is Rebecca. But I mean, who is in charge of the show now? Who is the leader of the show now? Who is in charge here?
Sorry. I'm so sorry. Rebecca, what ocean do you get to stand in?
The Gulf of Mexico. I've been to the East Coast. No, yeah, the East Coast. I've been to Miami Beach. I've been to Palm. I've been to where is that? Right above it, Palm Beach or Palm Springs. I can't remember. It's one of those. Went to a big butterfly exhibit. I've been in that ocean. I've been there twice actually, and I've of course really the Gulf of Mexico is like my home base. I've been in it. A Surfside Beach, best beach you can be at ever.
So you say.
Texas, I mean me. You know, that's my take on it. Where do you want to go?
Well, I'm up in so basically the ocean. New Hampshire has all we have for ocean is Rye Beach, pretty much. Hampton Beach and Rye Beach. And then it's Maine up above and it's Mass below. But that's all New Hampshire.
Well, I love liquid water too. Well, I've got the brass. Like
I like Old Orchard Beach. I like Old Orchard Beach and York Beach. Those are nice.
Well,
in Maine.
I've been up to New York. I went up to Washington, D.C. I've seen all that over there, and I went across Erie, and I went up to Toronto, stopped at Niagara Falls. I love freshwater, too. I've got a lake 20 minutes from me. Got a river. The Brazos River is we'll hop and jump that way, and Texas is covered with rivers. I love New Braunfels, San Antonio, San Marcos, the Frio River. If you want to hike, go to the Llano River. There's a long fishing camp down there, and you will find arrowheads everywhere. Everywhere. It's the old fishing camp for the natives down there, and you can take it to their museum if you want.
Nice.
And it's so much fun. You'll spend all day there.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's nice to have a variety, you know.
And that's a fun hike, too.
Yeah. Yeah, we have a lot of lakes. Actually, where I live, they call it the Lakes region. We have the biggest lake in New Hampshire is in my town. One of the and then we have several smaller lakes all over the place, everywhere. It's crazy because it brought all of the Southerners and all the people from New York and Massachusetts came up here and just bought everything up. So basically, it's crazy. Yeah. But and the boat. I mean, we have a boat. So when I go to work in the morning, I stop at a stop sign. I have a stoplight on Route 104 heading towards Meredith. There's a stinking. It just looks like a regular boat. It's sitting over. There's a marina that sells their boats, I guess, way off the ocean, off the lake. It has a manufactured retail price of $906,000. It's just a friggin' boat. It's not even a friggin' yacht. It's a boat. Isn't that crazy? These people pay a lot of money for this friggin' toys.
Well, see, you can use a boat. It's on the intercoastal waterways there in Texas at Surfside Beach. Freeport's on the other side. But Surfside Beach, they've got the jetties. They've got that big place next to the jetties that anybody can stay at and go to, clean up. And you can go out the jetties as far as you can. If you want to take a boat, I mean, you can fish right there. And you can fish on the beach the whole way.
Buying a boat for $906,000.
No, I got a ton boat for my little lake. It's 20 minutes
Not
from
even a
it.
houseboat. It's just a fucking boat. It's not a yacht. It's not a fucking houseboat. It's a fucking boat.
I know.
$900. Unfucking believable. I think, to me,
I wanted to. Is Dan and Angela still up? I wanted to say hello to them. Are you here, Dan and Angela?
The brother's
I can see them in the chat. They are typing.
Yeah, Angela was on earlier, and on it was Dic and Connie's show, but I didn't hear I heard something from Dic, but I didn't hear a whole lot from Connie, unless I missed her on it. But I don't know.
There's somebody is writing in the chat, but I don't know if it's Dan and Angela or if it's a troll, or you can never know when somebody's in the chat.
I'm really not going to show her because I just have an Android, and I really don't want to. I can follow it when I'm like watching, but I can't when I'm on the phone. It doesn't stay. So I don't do both.
The thing I do is that I have my laptop and then I watch the chat, and then I have my phone for talking. So
I have no.
Otherwise, I couldn't do it.
I don't have a hotspot and I don't have cable. I just I own my little tower that's close by.
What time is it in Sweden?
It's 09:23.
Wow.
It's like it's in the morning, like 9 o'clock in the morning.
AM. I'm which day? Because I'm 222 today. That's a 222. There's your show.
Today's the 16th. What are you talking about? So the 17th.
Sweden is like, we are 9 hours ahead of California, and we are 6 hours ahead of New York. Unless there is like a change between summertime, then we lag a few weeks between the United States and Sweden.
So it's Father's Day there. It's Father's Day there already?
Well,
is that what you're saying?
We don't.
Yeah, it's Father's Day today.
Here's the deal. We don't have Mother's Day and Father's Day at the same time as the United States.
It's supposed to be Sunday here. I'm just asking.
Yeah, Father's Day.
Yes, but I mean, it's the Sunday in Sweden.
Okay,
the 16th.
Cool. You're ahead of us.
We don't celebrate the same time as you celebrate things.
Really? When do y'all celebrate?
Well, I haven't looked it up right now, but anyway, like even Christmas in Sweden, it's more about Christmas Eve, like 24th of December. But in United States, I've heard it's more like you celebrate Christmas more on the 25th of December, on Christmas Day.
One gift on the 24th and then the rest on the 25th.
No, we have all the gifts on Christmas Eve, 24th. That's the big day in Sweden. On 25th, we usually just eat leftovers, and it's a more slow Christmas then.
Well, that's we do the next morning, I can tell you that.
But what you should look up, you should go on YouTube if you're ever bored. Go on YouTube and then look up Swedish Midsummer IKEA. And then you can see what we do when we celebrate Swedish Midsummer. Then we have a big giant penis covered in flowers. It's really big. And then we dance around this big penis and like singing songs like the Little Frogs. And we have national costumes and things. No, it's serious.
I'm missing something.
We have a big, giant penis covered in green leaves and flowers. It's giant, you know. It's really huge. And then we dance around it, and it's like the penis goes down to the earth, like to fertilize it, you know. And the balls are way up, and the head of the penis is like going down to the earth to fertilize it, you know.
Oh,
wow.
I gotta check this out. I am gonna check that out later. I can't right now because I'm too tired, but
just remember this: YouTube, Swedish Midsummer IKEA.
I'm good.
I'm gonna just put it in and then I'll check out my history.
What the fudge?
I have no idea. I have never, ever heard anything, not even on a Monty Python. Oh, wait a minute. 2000 BC, right? Or whatever it was oh, shoot, Mel Brooks. And that guy did something with a feather. The guy that's dead now, Greg Hines. Rest in peace, Greg. Gregory Hines, the dancer. And if Eric might know, if anybody's seen, what is it, 20-something BC? I don't know. Mel Brooks is in it, but it does something like that. But I have never heard about what she just said. She said what I think it said. I've never heard that ever in my life. That is different. I never knew that. I never knew that, Grace.
You know, in Sweden, this year it's the 21st of June. 21st of June. So it's next Friday. And then we're going to dance around the giant penis.
Is that why people like is Amsterdam, right? Sweden. Am I correct? Or is my brain just flipping?
Sweden is more like in the north of Europe.
Okay.
You're talking more about like more South Europe. Sweden is very North Europe.
No, Amsterdam. Isn't that where everybody can just go and smoke and do whatever they want?
Oh, yeah. That's true.
Well, where's that is what I'm saying.
So anyways, it's called the most sexually liberated culture in the world.
Well, as I'm saying, isn't Amsterdam Sweden, right? Part of Sweden?
No, it's not. Honey, no, it's a separate country. It's a completely separate country.
I did not know that. I thought it was like just a big section that had been just like, okay, I'm going to say it fast.
Okay, like Sweden is like the opposite of Amsterdam, basically, because like their laws are completely...
Yeah, I know. That's why I was wondering how they handled something so close during this kind of a celebration when what goes on right there next door. I don't understand. No, what's the difference?
We have a law here in Sweden that you cannot buy a prostitute, but the prostitute herself, she is not doing anything illegal when she is selling herself. It's only the buying that's illegal.
Well, tell the elders that. They think we've been enticing men like 5 days ago with a different kind of panties we threw away in the wash. You know? I mean, tell the elders that. It's all our fault.
They always blame women, but you know, Sweden is actually #1 country in the whole world of men being most equal to women. And United States only rank 4th place. Because in Sweden, we don't have this stay-at-home mom and things. We have daycare centers and things.
Do you think that stay-at-home moms is a good thing or a bad thing?
I'm just saying there's a big difference because some women, they stay at home many years. They stay at home. Here in Sweden, divide it. We get money from the state to be at home with our children, but the man and the wife can divide the money. So lots of men in Sweden, like the woman is usually with the child when it's really newborn, the first time. And then the man takes over and he's a stay-at-home man in Sweden.
Yeah, he's a fucking politician that is trained to program your kids the way that they're supposed to be programmed, right?
So this is not about programming. It's about that women should be able to make money and go to a workplace and make money and not be pushed down. And children are supposed to be having a relationship with their father.
Oh, really?
Makes sense to me. If the dad gets to split the money, why not?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he had to do with the children. It's a lot better than child support. Wait, it's paying child support and getting divorced. You're working together with the children. You see how one trains, you see which one works, everybody's there. Makes sense.
If the dad works, who takes care of the children?
But it's also like
the mom.
In Sweden.
At first, the mom said.
It's like it's ingrained we still have a lot of work to do in men being equal to women, of course. We are not perfect, even though we are #1 country.
We carry the baby's milk. We carry the baby's milk on our bodies that they need to be healthy and their minds to grow. And they need all that love and concern.
Did you say Sweden's the #1 country?
Yes.
Yes, that's the reason I think why the women is at home first, because then she's breastfeeding and things.
Sweden is so oppressive. Sweden is so oppressive.
After a while, when they have been breastfeeding, some women also, they pump it out and put it in the refrigerator for the man.
Yeah,
I don't know why you say that Sweden's a #1 country, because it's so oppressive. I would never want to live there ever.
No,
I would never want to move to Sweden.
No,
I don't like your country.
You misunderstood me now again. You always misunderstand.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Eric. I'm saying that Sweden is #1 country in men being equal to women.
I see.
That's pathetic.
I just heard #1 country, and I'm like, what? you guys deserve better government.
Whatever I say, you always misunderstand me. Whatever.
I corrected myself. I admit I'm wrong.
Eric,
I'm sorry.
Hey, Eric, you're still stuck in Amsterdam. Get your head back to Sweden.
No, I'm stuck in America.
It's a joke. It's a joke. I meant mentally. It's okay. Never mind. Sometimes I just think funny things, but I don't care who you are. That's pretty funny.
Amsterdam's always in my heart, but not really, because of the red light district. That's
never gone. I went to 6th Street down in Austin.
Italy's where I'd want to travel to, but I don't know. Travel's not safe anymore. Sorry, Grace. I didn't mean to misunderstand you.
I know what you think about me, that I'm a man-hater, so I'm not surprised.
Oh, Al. I've never thought that about you.
I didn't go there right now.
But Eric thinks that about me. That's his, he told me, it's on the record, it's recorded.
Tell him no, you just hate him. Tell him no, I'm not a man-hater, I just hate you.
No, I never told Eric that I don't.
I don't like euphemism.
I tell my guy's ex, I know you hate to love me. And she goes, I do hate to love you. And you know what? Y'all just hate to love each other. Y'all do, but you hate it.
But by the way, just so you know, the reason why I don't like Sweden
No,
has nothing to do
I'm
with.
a strong woman. So
It has everything to
I'm
do
a
with marijuana.
strong woman.
That's why I don't like
No,
Sweden,
I'm
because of your marijuana laws.
I'm a Swedish Viking woman, and we are more equal. So I'm not used to just being shut down. Like, I'm used to being able to talk and have some respect and have a certain level of dignity. So.
Well, yes, Grace, but you better forgive me ahead of time because I wrote this to you in a chat once. I may call you babe, hun, precious, but that's the Texan and that's the lady in me, and that's how I was raised, babe. See, I just did it.
Same thing. I was taught to say,
I don't have
hon.
a problem with. I'm not sensitive about the wording or anything. There's just, for me, you have to draw a line when somebody tells me that I'm a man hater. That's where I draw the line. That's too much. You can't. But I mean, I'm not. It's not like I'm easily offended. I just think there should be some level of dignity on the show. You shouldn't be able to run a show and tell a Swedish woman that she's a man hater. That's just not okay.
Grace, maybe he said you sound like one. Maybe he didn't say you are one.
No, I said she was one.
He has said a lot of things to me. He said he's really negative towards me. So.
Well, he hates to love you, man.
It's being recorded, so if you go back and listen to the shows, what he
I just listen. Well, hey, let me talk.
Everything is recorded.
Yes, I did. Yes, I did call you a man hater. I did.
Well, I'm glad everyone's here getting along now. Isn't love great?
I'm not going to lie. I'm telling the truth. I did call you that. Yeah.
I know. That's what I said.
I mean, I could be wrong, but when I hear you, Rebecca, I hear somebody who is strong. Am I right? You sound like a strong woman.
I was raised to be. That's all I can say. The rest is not mine to judge. I do my best.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's good. I think it's important.
Anne-Marie calls me spunky. She calls me spunky. Anne-Marie calls me spunky. I don't have a problem speaking to anybody, but I've always felt like if an argument starts, everybody's lost. Nobody wins. Everybody lost. You know? I agree with Eric. I don't want nobody's pissed off button to get pushed from nobody. But that's just me. But I'm not going to step up in your face or nothing. Grace, I love you talking. Sometimes you're rough on how the guys, you know what? You don't like how the guys respond to you because you don't feel they've earned the right to respond to you that way. You don't feel the same harshness towards women. That's all. You don't hate all men. You just hate love Eric. I'm sorry, I can't let that go. It's just too funny.
So, but anyway, I haven't heard you much on the show, Rebecca. You're not on the show.
Oh, I'm not talking about just you. I'm talking about everything that happens in chats, everything that happens in rooms. I mean, Eric don't like it on his show. And yeah, everybody has a right to disagree or agree. It don't matter. Stay quiet, listen, talk, do whatever.
Yes, I was just saying that I don't hear you often on the show. You're not often on the show, are you?
Yes, but sometimes sometimes I listen. Sometimes I'm watching. Sometimes I'm there. I've been on Rick's show.
She's also on Vern's show quite a bit, right? I've heard you on Vern's show.
Extreme.
Joe and Fran.
Yeah, and I've told my story partly on poor Rick. His new program even forgot to switch over to the next one. It was crazy.
And then I came back a couple weeks later and was invited to speak with Anne-Marie and tell my story. And I did then, and I'm stepping back watching just everybody. I just was that everybody. And I know my story. I like to hear other people's and their questions and the answers. You know, that's me.
Yes, I understand where you're coming from. But this Burns show, what is it called really?
Fixing My Faith.
Fixing My Faith. Okay. Thank you.
Yes. And Joe and Fran are on there with their shows. It's clearly marked. You just need to catch up on the live shows, really. And they'll tell you which day the next one's on. It's a good show. Eric steps in a bunch. Sometimes, I can't remember who comes in the morning. Ruby was there. Man, it was a good show. Who else was there?
Linda James.
Oleg was there.
Oh, he was there too?
Yes.
Oh, good.
And that's when.
Oh, it was awesome.
Yeah, remember that? That's when Ruby asked him to shut some of the pictures. He's showing his mom, look, mom. That's what he's trying to tell everybody. And she's like, okay. Can you close it? Because my PTSD. And I said, Ruby, my hands are sweating. You know, I said, don't feel bad about saying it because my hands are already sweating just looking at the darn pictures.
Grace, is there any similarity of Swedish and Kazakhstan? So the languages?
Jag vet inte vad du pratar om. När jag pratar svenska då låter det så här och låter det väldigt bra tycker jag. Jag tycker att svenska är ett väldigt vackert och tjusigt språk. Så jag vet inte vad du pratar om.
Okay, that was real fast or real heavy on the accent, Grace? Because I didn't catch all of that.
That was the Swedish. That was Swedish.
Oh.
Yeah, that was Swedish, and that's why you can't understand it.
Well,
is there any similarity to, like, does the Kazakhstan language switch over to Swedish at all?
You can be the judge yourself. You've heard me talking now, so.
I don't know, because there's this kid named Oleg, and he's from Kazakhstan. He's an XJW. Well, he's not quite an XJW. He was raised and it never got baptized.
Yeah.
But he told his story, and I was just curious if you guys could communicate in his language at all, because like Portuguese and Spanish can, but I don't know your culture enough, so sorry.
I mean, Swedish is a bit like Norwegian.
Okay, so not anything like Russian or Kazakhstan.
A little bit. We are a little bit similar to Danish also, but we are more similar to Norwegian, I think.
Gotcha.
But I mean, other people, if they would come from the outside, maybe they will interpret it like, oh, it sounds similar, but it doesn't sound similar to me. I mean,
I wasn't even saying that. I was just asking.
Well, I recognized it as Swedish, Grace. I just didn't understand the words you used.
It's because you don't know Swedish.
Well, I'm just, honey, that's what I just said, babe. Anybody, I don't have a Swedish to English dictionary, but I think that's what I just said. God, that's scary.
But it's late where you are in Texas. It must be. What time in Texas now?
It's early.
It's 3 o'clock in the morning in Texas. No.
Is it 3 o'clock? I have been sleeping, so I missed the entire show. I was usually I sleep. Sometimes I'm up early or late, but usually I sleep, and I miss the entire Six Queens show. So, but I'm still famous on Six Queens, even though I'm mostly sleeping.
Just next time you come in, say, "Okay, I'm here. Everything's gonna be okay. Somebody tell me what I missed."
Okay. You know, there's a saying here on Six Queens, like when Grace comes on, the men's faces turn white.
Well, I hope so. If that's the kind of command you own in a room when you just walk the heck in, go for it, chick.
It's pretty funny. I think I can be a bit intimidating sometimes. Especially for men who think they can rule over me. It will never happen, you know. I'm from Sweden. We don't, we are more equal. I'm used to a certain level of dignity.
But I need the cord.
But who is leading the show now that they went to sleep? Is there no leader on this show? Or?
Yeah. I think Eric and Tom were the first volunteers. Pixie. I can't remember who else said they would step in. I can't remember. I don't know. Jesse. I was asking Gigi. I can't remember all the rest of it. He's got to go with that.
Who is this? Is Wise still on? Is that Wise?
Yeah, Rebecca.
All right, Rebecca Wise. I wanna prove to you that I'm not a JW whatever undercover whatever, right?
Who is
There's a
this?
way to do that. Yeah.
You hate it when I speak. Why, Dub? Does darkness hate the light?
I don't. I honestly don't.
Hey, why are we going back to this?
The one thing that you have right now is like your volume level is like way higher than everyone else's.
Everybody here that knows me knows I am not like that or push my thoughts on anybody unless
Yeah. Good for you. No, I know you're a strong, independent woman. I get it.
I don't care. You're not being a strong, independent man. You're being a little boy. I want you to stop it.
No.
I know your mom. Dub. I know this from your work, your writing. Well, your writing, which means your words.
Go ahead.
Your mom told everybody to call you a brat, and I said, "Did you ever consider that your mom
know what that
named
meaning is? Do you know what the meaning of that is?
My comment.
You ever asked?
You didn't let me finish my comment. You didn't.
I cut you off because you never even knew what the definition of brat was. You never even tried to figure out the context of what I was saying.
Well, and the thesaurus, and that's the thesaurus. One of the words is irritating. Irritating.
Wait, what was said in the background? What was said in the background?
The definition of a brat is somebody who is spoiled from young age. They are spoiled and they are rude and they are entitled.
Very good.
I'm from Sweden.
Very good. I can't. I can't hear
me.
Hold on.
The control is absolute.
Wise. I can't hear Grace even.
Don't call me Wise. That is the last name. That is not what I portray myself.
Are you Rebecca? I can't hear Grace at all.
Rebecca, this is Susan. This has got to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
You have to stop this. You are very argumentative. Now, I understand you don't want to hear what this young man has to say. That's fine. That's your choice. But you're preventing everyone else from hearing him also just because you don't want to hear it. And I want this to stop. Sometimes you have excellent comments. They're superb. But sometimes you can be the brat. You are the brat. And I want you to stop.
Yes, ma'am.
I want you to let other people talk. Rick and I have talked about this. Rick and I have talked about you. He's thinking of banning you because you're rude. So please, would you please let other people speak and stop talking over other people, please?
I apologize.
I'm imploring you. I'm imploring you to please.
I apologize.
Loss if you thank you. I thank you for your apology, because we would be at a great loss if we didn't have you on the 6 screens. But you have to let other people talk. Okay? We love you, honey. We love you. We're telling you this out of love because we want you to stay on the air with us. Okay?
I haven't been here this night, but I feel that Rebecca, she's like never on the show. I didn't even recognize her voice, so she's never here. I feel it's important that Rebecca can talk sometimes also, not just Eric and Tom every weekend.
I agree. She's new, and we enjoy her comments. They're refreshing. But she has to tone it down a little bit, not be so loud, and not interrupt and talk over other people. That way everyone gets a chance. Even if we don't like what they're saying, they have a right to say it. Okay? And if you don't like what they're saying, then you don't have to listen to that portion of this, okay? And this way we can all enjoy each other rather than talk over and fight with each other. Because we all love each other. Down deep in our hearts, we all love each other. We all been through a terrible situation, a terrible cult situation. We all have PTSD from it, basically. So let's just be kind and loving to one another and respectful of each other's space, okay? All right, you guys. You have a nice conversation.
I enjoy Rebecca. I feel Rebecca has been nice to me, so I enjoy her very much. I think it's interesting just to hear another voice sometimes, because every weekend there's lots of men talking here and rehashing the same things every weekend. And then when Rebecca comes on, she's talking about what she wants to talk about, and that's more interesting to me than hear the same thing all the time.
Oh, let me know when I can jump back in. I don't want to interrupt, but
no, you go right ahead. It's, I'm just stating, trying to get some.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So
all right, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. So when now, and I don't mean to be annoying, but you do your volume. It's not that you're speaking higher than everyone else. The volume on your voice in my phone is higher than anyone else's. So when you come in, for some reason, the audio is off. That's all I'm saying. So, but the definition of brat, when you saw brat, my mom was a flight attendant, and she told the people, she told me to tell the people when I got on a plane that I was like a flight brat. That's what I meant. I didn't mean that I was a brat. So that's the definition of it. I'm not a brat. It just means that I've been on plenty of flights. You know what I'm saying? So that's all cleared up. I also want to make it known that I'm not no JW insider, and I've listed scriptures before to tell you that. John 17:5, that's Jesus' prayer. And
Please don't do this again. We already decided we're not going to have Bible education.
Well, I'm just trying to make a discernment, and then I'm done.
You cannot decide
not for Bible education.
Grace, yes, it is. It's Sunday here. Sunday is Bible day, so he has the right to speak. Okay. I want everyone to understand that. After 12, Grace, after 12 midnight, that's the rule. After 12 midnight, New York time, we can talk about the Bible. Okay? That's how it is. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the Sunday is supposed to start 1 o'clock, the meeting, Eastern Standard Time. That's
well,
just after lunch.
regardless,
hour
I don't
after
know your rules, but John 17:5 is, and I'm gonna hang up like I just got 4. Right? John 17:5 is Jesus' prayer. Jesus' prayer says basically because he is fully God and fully man, came down here. He says, reunite me with what I once had. Okay? And that's his prayer. Isaiah 44:6 says, I'm the first and the last. There's no God besides me. Okay? That's aside. So you put that aside for now. And then you go Revelation 1:17, and it says, Jesus says himself, he is the first and the last. So his prayer back at John 17:5 gets reunited with Revelation 1:17. He says he's the first and the last right there. That means he's God. It's an equality thing. And then he says in that prayer on John 17:5, says, reunite me with the basically authority that I had before the world existed. So if you look at Genesis 1:1, how much is written before the world existed? All you got to do is look at Genesis 1:1. And the reason why nobody really sees it is because the word for God there is Elohim. That's a plural form of God.
Like people have PTSD, and they are used to being preached at the kingdom.
I understand. I'm going to stop there.
And the other people, they said also they don't want you to bring up the scriptures, and still you're doing it again.
No, I'm done. I'm done after that. I'm done after that, though. I'm done.
But I understand what Susan is saying also. But it's supposed to start 1 hour after lunch on Sunday. That's the spiritual Sunday start. It's Eastern Standard Time, 1 hour after lunch. Then it's spiritual Sunday. So.
You just said I could do it, so I did.
Well, she says so, but I happen to disagree.
That's fine. Sound like that was a moderator, so sound like
No,
it's
but
fair game.
I respect her opinion, and but I can also have my opinion.
No, you can offer your opinion, but it sounds like that was the moderator for the channel.
I don't know. Eric and Tom is supposed to have the show.
Doesn't matter to me. The only thing I was saying that for is to prove that I'm not a JW undercover or whatever they want to call me. I believe in the Trinity, and I just proved it right there. So I have nothing to do with JW. Never have, never will. If you want to change John 1:1 to lowercase God, that's your own business. It's none of mine.
Are you a baptized JW?
I'm baptized. No, I'm not.
So you were never baptized, but how come you are?
Oh no, I was baptized. Hold on. I was baptized. Not Jehovah's Witness. No, I wasn't. I believe in the Trinity.
I understand, but were you baptized as Jehovah's Witness or as something else?
Does Jehovah's Witness believe in Trinity? You have your answer.
No.
Okay,
no.
You have your answer.
So how come you associate with this channel now? Because this is mostly ex-Jehovah's Witness.
Because I don't want them to drop the Bible.
But you found this channel on internet, or somebody told you, or how come you are here? I don't understand.
What do you mean you don't understand? You don't believe in the Trinity?
My specific beliefs is not so interesting. I'm just trying to figure out if you ever were... did you have any, did your relatives go to Kingdom Hall, or your father and mother, did they go to Kingdom Hall, or how do you know about this Jehovah's Witness stuff?
No, I just saw it on the internet.
So you have just seen it on internet. Okay, so you have no personal experiences.
Maybe I do.
Mm-hmm.
What are you taking a survey? I mean, I don't get it. Is anyone else still on here?
Well, if you don't want to tell me, that's all right. I'm not trying to be nosy. If you don't want to tell me, I respect that, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So how long have you been on the Six Queens? Is this your first night, or have you been here a long time?
Oh, a long time.
Mm-hmm. I don't recognize your voice, douche, or...
You don't recognize my voice?
No, I'm afraid when I say your name, if I don't pronounce it correctly, it's because I'm from Sweden. I'm not trying to be rude or anything. But can you say your name again? Maybe I can practice.
Sure, D-U-B. What do you think that sounds like?
D-U-B. Douche, or...
That'll work.
Dub, or...
Sure, that'll work too. Did everyone else just drop off?
Rebecca, are you still on, or?
Yes, I'm just trying to follow the rules.
Okay. I want to say I feel you are interesting to listen to. I feel the power from you. You have a powerful spirit, I feel.
I don't do it on my own.
Mm-hmm. So you have been in you're an ex-GW, or you? How long was it since you left?
I was disfellowshipped in 2002. I left the Catholic Church, storming out, by the way, when I was 7. My mother was interested in the first person that came by. It's 2 weeks later, and it was the witnesses. So 7 years old until 2002. After that, went to memorials with my daughter and grandchildren for a few years. Now I no longer step foot on their property.
Ouch.
Mm-hmm.
Gave up, huh?
Gave up? I never gave up on Jesus Christ and my Heavenly Father and the Holy Spirit that they afford us to have to make sure we know.
Is the Holy Spirit
who is now interrupting me. I've got to get...
Is God 3 in 1, or are they separate? You have multiple gods? Because again, the scripture says when you point back from Jesus' prayer,
again. The scripture Sunday,
and then you go back to Genesis 1:1.
Hello.
So is it lowercase God, or is it
you're doing it again.
the lowercase God?
You're doing it again. The spiritual Sunday starts 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. Spiritual Sunday starts 1 o'clock.
No, that's not what was. That's not what I was told beforehand.
1 hour after lunch.
That's not what I was told beforehand.
Eastern Standard Time. Spiritual Sunday
Grace,
starts 1 o'clock.
Grace, I think you misunderstood. I'll repeat it again. You can talk about Bible things after 12 midnight Saturday, which would be Sunday. Saturday turning to Sunday. So for you, that would be 9 o'clock in the morning. At 9 o'clock in the morning, your time, here in Boston, you can start speaking. about anything you wish, even the Bible, if you wish. Okay, just to settle that. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, when Jesus says his prayer in John 17:5, when he says that prayer, he's asking for the same glory that he had beforehand. And then in Revelation 1:17, it is showing that he does, in fact, get the same glory he had beforehand. And then if you look at back to Genesis 1:1, because the prayer says, before the earth world was created. So you don't have very much to read there. There's probably like 5 words. And the word there, when God is used in Gen 1:1, is Elohim, the plural form of God. So then you can decide, is it lowercase g or is it uppercase g? And if it's uppercase g, then you believe in the Trinity. If it's lowercase g, I have no idea what you believe in.
But if we are like,
so that means even the Father is. That means even the Father is lowercase g. So.
Oh, you lost me there. You know, I'm from Sweden, and if we're like 4 or 5 people that are up at night talking, and there is a consensus here that we don't want to bring up too much scriptures, that maybe just briefly brush over something. You keep doing.
No, I just wanted to quickly distinguish. I just wanted to quickly distinguish that I am not a JW, undercover person, and that's all I wanted to say.
Everybody will hang up.
Plain and simple.
Here's the deal. You can get your will, but everybody will hang up. Nobody is interested. I'm not interested. And the other people, they all ask you to stop bringing up. We are not interested. We wanted to change the subject to talk about something else that Bible.
Like I just said, I was just trying to jump in to tell you that I'm not a JW undercover. I've never been a JW.
Maybe they hang up.
That's all.
They hang up and go to sleep.
That's fine.
Make everybody hang up. If everybody hangs up, who are you going to talk to?
Well, I don't. That's not my problem. My problem is I want to make myself. No, I want to make myself known that I'm not a JW undercover because they accused me of that during the same recording. So I'll make it known I'm not a JW. I never was. I believe in Trinity. You don't, or you didn't. You specifically don't, because you said hold on. You said you went back, so that's fine. You believe in your lowercase g that they changed in the Bible, so and you're not willing to defend yourself. So, and that's not my problem. You're the one getting mad.
Here is the deal: 85% of the people who are at
and you're one that went back. You already said this, and you're one that went back.
They float back 85%.
Exactly, and they shouldn't. And I just explained why, because the Trinity is real.
And I think
you can't defend yourself.
I think I don't feel like I have to defend myself. I feel like one of the reasons why people might float back is because they cannot find any other place to be where people are not rude to them and people are not pushing them down like women should be quiet when men are talking and things like that. Then
I understand. Hold on. I understand. Let's stop right there because you just made a great. Hold on. Just let me. Hold on. I get it. Actually, it's the same kind of thing that it was in Jesus' time. People didn't want to leave their family. People didn't want to get shunned. Same idea. So you're going to let somebody hold salvation over your head because they're asking for shunning for whoever doesn't agree with them. Whatever.
The shunning is bad. I feel people have committed suicide, especially young people who get shunned, they commit suicide, some of them, and that's really horrible to me.
Yeah, I agree. 1 Timothy 5:8.
Quit quoting the scriptures. All. Are you doing this just to irritate me, or?
Nope.
Rebecca, are you still on?
Yes, I'm just trying to respect everybody's space. How are you doing?
I miss you.
I miss you more and more and more. I missed you yesterday. I missed you 5 minutes ago. I hate to love you. You know that, right?
They said here in the chat that you're here every night in the weekends. I don't think I have heard you before.
It's okay. My voice is getting better. When I first spoke, it was real rough, and I've been doing some therapy, and now it does come out louder than I want to at times. And yeah, see, he's right. I need to lower my volume.
Rebecca.
Is that better?
No. Here, Rebecca, I want to tell you something now.
Go
there
for
are
it.
Lots of men on this show have a very, very high voice, and they keep interrupting people. Even if somebody wants to exchange their phone numbers, they have to interrupt.
And wait, no,
So
I'm going to
want to
interrupt
say-
because, no, wait, stop. Please, I know what you're going to say. I love you too, but Susan has the right to say exactly what she said to me. And I said, yes, ma'am, and I mean it. I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I'm not hurt. I've got a thick skin. I'm a big girl. Big Texas girl. I can handle it. I'll drive a truck there. I'll pick up Eric, and I'm not going to let him drive because he don't know how to drive a stick shift.
I'm not saying, it's not the same thing as I'm saying she's wrong. What I'm saying is that the men on this show, they do the same thing. They interrupt more perhaps than you do. They have a higher volume than you do, and they interrupt more than you do. But nobody complains on the men who interrupt all the time. That's what I'm saying. It's a man-female thing, you know.
I can see your point.
Hey, Rebecca, what's your favorite movie?
Oh, gosh, the Count of Monte Cristo.
Count of Monte Cristo.
Yeah, with, oh my gosh, the guy who played in Passion of the Christ. The second one, oh my gosh, Singing in the Rain. Green Mile, like to rip my heart out. Forrest Gump's got to be there. All of the original Star Trek movies. One of the newer ones.
Oh, so are you
Star Wars original? Yeah.
You're like a military. You like the military ones. What's your genre? We'll put it that way.
I have none. I'm kind of I like a little bit of everything. I even like the rap when it started, you know, hip hop, hip it to the hippity hip hop.
Oh, come on. Now.
Rock it to the bang bang boogie. Say, okay, there's a copyright. I can't keep going.
Yeah.
Now, see, that was cool, man. You could dance going down the street with that on your stereo on your shoulder. We didn't have Walkmans.
Oh, for sure, yeah. He's got everything. So high you can't get around it. So low you can't get under it. So high you can't get over it. I can't get over. You don't remember that?
I can't get over you. What is it? What's the end of that?
Come on, you don't remember that? That was like funkadelic, like original, like George Clinton. That was George Clinton right there. You don't remember George Clinton?
Okay, tell me another one of his, because I didn't recognize the background music.
So high you can't get around it. So low you can't get under it. Dun, dun, dun. You don't remember that one? Come on.
I know a lot of Bayou music, a lot of bluegrass. Love all of it. I'm trying to, because I even got my dad had some records from Mississippi from an old down low singer. And man, was it like the dude at the end of Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Where he goes, and it just holds it.
Oh, like the in constant sorrow all through the day. I am the man of constant sorrow. Right, that song? Yeah, that's a good song too. I like that one.
No, it's the song at the end where the guys are burying, got their holes ready for them, about to hang them.
Oh, cool.
The old guys are
I don't remember that one. What that sound like?
Soul death music, man. Yep.
No, I mean, you can sing it. Come on. You gotta sing it. What was it?
Sing that? Man, you gotta have somebody buried with a shovel in your hand. I mean, a hole in front of you with a shovel in your hand, and they're about to put 3 guys on their knees, stand them up, and put a noose around their necks. I can't put myself in that tone of soul. My dad, he could have done it. Me, nah. I tried.
You know, that didn't help. Like, how did that help me describe the Oh Brother, Where Art Thou last song on the soundtrack?
Well, all you gotta do is YouTube it, it'll pop up the few seconds for you. It won't take long. We'll wait for you to get back.
Oh, I like a different song on that soundtrack too, though.
I like all of them. It's cool.
You like Jailhouse Now? I love that song. I'm in the jailhouse now. I'm in the jailhouse now. You like that one? I'm in the jailhouse now. Yeah, right. That's a good one too, huh?
Yeah, I'm kind of acoustic.
Yeah.
Now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I play a little bit of karaoke. I know a lot of these songs.
I should have brought my harmonica.
You ever watch Band of Brothers?
That's on Singing in the Rain, by the way. I should have brought you should have told me to bring my harmonica.
Oh, Singing in the Rain? Oh, shit, I like that one too.
I mean, it's one of my favorites. I got it right over there. I can look at it.
Yeah,
Finding Nemo, Finding Dory, Finding Nemo. Oh my gosh, I could watch them. They're hilarious.
No, I don't have any kids, so I missed all the Disney movies. That's probably a good thing.
Are you kidding me? These are made
for purple or something. Try to cut off my, huh?
Okay, I'm going to get off. Who else wants to describe their favorite movie? Because I went way far on that answer.
How far did you go? I mean, was it that awful? How do you feel about, let's see, Saving Private Ryan? You like that one? No, all right. I'll step off. Like, you guys obviously have a private conversation going, and that's cool. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm not accepted, and that's kind of too bad, but it's not. You guys got your own thing going on. So, enjoy.
No, Doug, no, you are welcome. I'm sorry that you were made to feel that way. It's very childish for people to reject you like that. Maybe they don't want to hear what you have to say, but you have the right to say it. And I'm sorry. So please don't feel unwelcome. Okay? Dub, are you there? Okay, we'll be signing off. Thank you.
It's good. Good girl. Thank you.
You were a bunch of baby rats. Did you hear me? Did you hear me?
Right.
And even Rebecca said that I was right. She's been having, she had surgery on her throat, and she's having voice lessons, and she knows she's loud.
I heard. Right.
I'm sorry.
You did nothing right. You're right.
You were all talking over each other, and
You're absolutely. No, I agree.
and they're all, and then a lot of them just quit, and they're babies.
Yeah, I agree.
He had the right to say whatever he wanted, even if they didn't like it.
No, that's it. No.
I'm sorry. I'm not going to listen to that.
No, it's good.
Yeah. So.